Welcome in for everybody tuning in over on YouTube. I really appreciate you so much for being here. And welcome to the 344th episode of the Dean Withers Show. If you've never been here before, let me tell you what we do. We debate Trump supporters, we try to change their minds, and we talk about what the hell is going on in the world around us, which is very important right now considering Trump's war in Iran and all of the crazy breaking news updates surrounding that. We also stream over on TikTok. That is where we get the majority of our audience, and B, the Trump supporters that are able to then join the live. In fact, we already have our very first Trump supporter of the day loaded into the live if you want to say hey real quick.
Hey, yo, what's up, guys?
So this is our Trump supporter. We're going to hop into the debate with him here momentarily. Before we do, I do want to go through the breaking news. So the breaking news of today is that Donald Trump's war in Iran is not even a day old, and it's already going south because we have 3 dead American troops, 5 injured in Kuwait from a retaliatory Iranian strike against a U.S. airbase in response to the strikes on Iran across their country at the hands of Netanyahu and Donald Trump. So we already have dead soldiers. He promised to be the president of peace. He promised to be the president of no new wars, specifically no war in Libya or Iran. And now there are dead American soldiers because of the war that Donald Trump started in Iran. Okay, we also have a little bit of a higher level of confirmation surrounding the dead children in Iran from an American missile strike in the country. 12 at midnight my time, the day before last, and around 10 a.m. local time in Iran. There's some speculation on the internet that these children were not killed by an American missile, but rather killed by a missile from Iran that had misfired. This has now been thoroughly debunked because not only did Iran only start their retaliatory strikes against Israel and other countries hours after these children were killed, but we also had some geographical experts look at where we saw a misfired missile, and it was thoroughly identified that that was over 1,300 kilometers, from where the children died. So we have dead Americans, we have dead children. This blood is on Trump's hands. Don't let me mistake that. Don't forget that, okay? We're going to go ahead and hop into those debates. Like I said, we already have the very first Trump supporter loaded into the live stream right now. Go ahead and take it away, man. I mean, I think that we all really want to hear from you. We need to know how you can still support such an atrocious president. Because not only is he terrible, but he's also contradicting every single thing that he ran on. He ran on no new wars. Now we have a new war. He ran on lowering the price of groceries. They're up like 4%. Okay, he ran on a booming economy. Last year we got the worst jobs report since 2003. He ran on being the president of peace. It's definitely not peaceful to be bombing other countries and killing children. How could you still support him?
First of all, here in Texas, our food prices went down by 20%. Easy. Our gas prices has went down by 30. We were at $3.50 under the Biden administration in the Houston area specifically. And now it is down to $2.15, below $2 a gallon. So, another thing with the wars and stuff, really, I don't get into it. I really do not care. As long as it does not affect my life or anything else like that. That's just me being honest. Second of all, yes, American troops, honestly, should not be dying over stupidity. But at the same time, we got to destroy every nuclear power plant on this planet, including our own, and stop production, because if it doesn't, then it's going to turn into massive wars that any president in the future, not just Trump, that can push that button and then cause massive destruction.
Okay. First and foremost, you said that the price of groceries in Texas have gone down by 20% in the last year. The Bureau of Labor Statistics tells us that the price of groceries are up 2.4% in Texas during the last year. Second of all, nuclear power plants don't make nuclear bombs. They make energy.
And that grocery thing is a complete lie.
Because that's what the Bureau of Labor Statistics is telling us. Yeah. Keep in mind, the Bureau of Labor Statistics is ran by the Trump administration. What is your source? Don't just say your own personal experiences. I want to see hard data.
Okay. I do not go by hard data or anything online. I go by
personal. Then no wonder you're a Trump supporter. Feelings over facts.
Hold on. Visual look. I've literally... Let's see, under the last year in the Biden administration, actually the last 3 days of his...
quickly, how old are you?
Down. After he stepped down.
Quickly, how old are you?
I am 28.
Okay, you follow 16-year-old girls.
No, I do not.
Yeah, someone just sent me confirmation, so I'm gonna have to move on to the next guest. Let's go ahead and get that next Trump supporter loaded up in here, y'all. Welcome in, Shelly. Do you support Trump? Shelly, hello? Shelly, are you with us? Hi, Shelly. Did you mean to request?
No, I do not.
No worries, Shelly. Bye. Guys, only up inside of the guest requests over there on TikTok if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I'd really appreciate it if you guys could do your very best to follow the rules of that live stream so we could host some debates. For the 12,000 people over there on TikTok, we are only 14 minutes into the stream and we already have 1.7 million likes. Let me be clear, that's crazy. Welcome into You Support Trump. Goodbye, because they're not here. Well, they said no, so perfect. Moving on to the next guest, Matthew. Hey, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Knock off Sally face. Sally, thank you so much. Sally with the 20 says, can't comp right now. MAGA still supports this. Well, I mean, look at what we heard from that last guest only briefly for a moment before I kicked him. He said he didn't go off of statistics. He goes off of his feelings, and he doesn't care about 80 dead children because it doesn't personally affect him. That right there is how people still support Trump. They're like cattle for the administration. Like they're like, it just surprises me that, like, you know, a lot of them are like sentient beings. You know what I mean? It's just they bow the knee for whatever. One day they will clap for Trump when Trump says no new wars, but then they'll also clap for him when he says, well, here's a new war. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's hard for me to make sense of, and I do this every day for 4 hours. Welcome into You Support Trump.
Hello?
Hi, Matthew. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, sounds good. If you could disconnect me from the Bluetooth headphones that you're talking to me through, it will sound a lot better. If not, no worries, because we could still hear you.
Yes, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, man, that's fine. Take a second, because I need to thank a couple people myself. So do give me 1 second as well. Phoebe, this was the very first donation of the day over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the $20 donation as well. Let's show some love to Phoebe down below. Let's get 200 Phoebe W's. It says, hey, Dean, you've talked with a lot of unintelligent and insufferable people this week, and I appreciate what you do. I've learned so much from you. Oh, that's awesome, Phoebe. I'm happy that the streams have been able to help, teach you some things about what's going on in the world. Shout out to you. Same thing to you, Purple Panda. Thank you so much for the $10. Then Nolan, thank you so much for the $20, who says, sending my daily, keep destroying the idiots, Mean Dean. I'll try my best, Nolan. Good to see you. Thank you so much for the $20. Alexander, I really appreciate you for the $30, who says, have you ever considered using a standing desk during your lives? It would do wonders for your back and posture. I have, but I will sit instead. I will sit instead. And for my back and posture, I work out, so I'm all right. Thank you so much for the $30, Alexander. Show some love to Alexander down below. Let's get 300 Alexander W's. And then just one last donation here. Then we'll hop into the debate. Ian and Jasmine, one of my favorite couples on the app. Thank you both for the $50 donation over on Venmo. They say, hey, it's Ian and Jasmine again. I broke my leg skiing last Wednesday, and Jasmine has been an absolute angel taking care of me. Dude, I love these guys. Keep up the good work debating these crazies. I enjoy watching while my leg heals. The news recently has been insane. Well, Ian, I wish you the very best of luck healing. It sucks to break a leg, especially skiing, man. I mean, I've seen that a lot in my life. And shout out to Jasmine. Make sure to show some very extra special love to both Ian and Jasmine down below. Thank you so much for the support. Go ahead and take it away, Matthew. Tell us how the hell you could still support Trump as president.
So what you said about the groceries, right? I live in Minnesota, and I hate niggers, I hate niggers, I hate niggers, I hate niggers.
So he's definitely a Trump supporter. Matthew Wallace is definitely a Trump supporter because, you know, he's screaming slurs and saying that he hates black people and then referring to black people as a slur. So he's definitely a Trump supporter. A lot of Trump supporters are very, very racist, and of course this is something that we already know. But I just automatically removed him from the live because clearly it's wrong to spam slurs, but it also is in breach of the, terms of service. But like, guys, he's racist. A lot of Trump supporters are. I'm up here inviting Trump supporters to debate me. It's unfortunate that we have to, confront the racism of these people. We have to hear it head on. But that's just representative of a lot of MAGA guys. They hate black people. A lot of them really do. They hate minorities. They hate brown people. I mean, even just earlier today, Nancy Mace was calling Ilhan Omar a third worlder, saying that she couldn't speak proper English. because she's not white. You know, that's just representative of a lot of MAGA. Welcome in, CJ. Do you support Trump?
I do, but I have a question.
How
apart
old are
from
you?
it, if you mind. I'm 18, sir.
What year were you born in?
2006.
Okay, well, you can't be 18 born in 06, but I mean, it became clear to me that you're not actually 18 when you called me sir. Let's go to move on to Rust. All right, we're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only join inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, please, and thank you. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Russ, you have maybe 5 seconds before I kick you. Okay, you moved on yourself. All right, I'm going to go to repeat the rules for everybody watching, guys. We are 20 minutes into the stream. We maybe had one debate, but we had to kick him because he was he's a 28-year-old following a 16-year-old girl. We debate Trump supporters here. I know that there's not many left because Donald Trump is genuinely the worst president in modern American history, kind of running for worst president of all time right now. But I will invite absolutely any Trump supporter that's above the age of 18 from America watching to join the live stream to have a conversation with me about why. We had that last Trump supporter up here. He kind of fumbled the bag when I asked him why he supports Trump. So then he just started talking about how much he hates black people and he referred to them as a very derogatory slur. I understand that a lot of MAGA are very racist, evil, bigoted people. But we're hosting this live to hear arguments, not slurs. So, it definitely pushes more people away from MAGA. If your only response to an inquiry about how you still support Trump, given the fact that he's starting new wars, concealing the Epstein files, is that you hate black people, you're pushing a lot of people away from Trump. But we're just looking for debates, y'all. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Nope, Jackson is leaving. We're also going to go ahead and do a quick thought experiment real quick, guys. So for everybody who is in the queue, ask yourself this question. If I were to bring you up on the live right now, would you turn around and leave, or would you tell us that you're a Trump supporter and give us an argument for why? If your answer is that you turn around and leave, just leave the queue preemptively, please. Like that guest right there. I just accepted them up and they automatically left. If that would be you, given that I were to accept you, just leave the queue right now. I'd really appreciate it so we could hopefully get on to some debates. Welcome in, Alex. Do you support Trump?
Wait one sec.
I'm sorry. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
Okay. How old are you?
Yeah.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in? Oh, it's just this guy. He's a troll.
18.
Yeah, he comes up here every day. He's a troll. Moving on to the next guest, Americans Only. Welcome to Do You Support Trump?
Yeah, I do. Hold on. Can I put my $250 AirPods in?
Preferably not, because the mic on them is kind of shit.
Oh, yeah? Okay, whatever.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
And what year were you born in?
2008.
What month?
January 8th.
Okay, so mommy and daddy bought you the $250 AirPods. Sounds good, man. I'm going to thank a couple people. And then I'm going to pass you that mic. Do just give me one moment. Patsy, I really appreciate you so much for the $30 donation over on Venmo, Patsy. Thank you so much for that love. Thank you, Patsy. Let's get 300 Patsy W's. Patsy with the 30 says, go, Dean. Keep doing what you do. Voice, educate, and change minds. Love it. You know I love you too, Patsy. Huge shout out to you, and thank you so much for the love and support. Lexington, thank you for the $20 as well. He says, have you ever considered going on Facebook because of the majority on them are MAGA? Oh, yeah, man. Imagine these debates on Facebook. That would be crazy. Thank you for the $20, Lexington. Amelia, thank you so much for the $15 in Venmo saying that MAGA disgusts you because of their ignorance. Deadass. Lisa, thank you so much for the $20 who says, thank you for all that you do. Our youngest brother, who's a cop, is totally MAGA and so racist. Yeesh. We weren't raised racist, and this is tearing my sisters and I apart. Man, I know how it feels, Lisa. I do. I know how it feels, and I wish you all the best of luck, man. That's hard to deal with. Thank you so much for the $20. And then one more here. Angelica, thank you so much for the $10. She says, I tune in every day and try to educate my MAGA family. Best of luck, Angelica. Quickly, over on PayPal, thank you so much, Susan, for the $17. I appreciate you so much for that love, Susan. I'll check it out. Let's get 200 Susan W's. And I just read your message. I'm not familiar with who they are. I'll have to look at them. Caroline, thank you so much for the $50 donation on PayPal. Thank you so much, Caroline. Caroline says goodnight from Germany, where it's currently 1 a.m. I look forward to your kind of crazy, really needed after today. Trigger warning. Okay, I won't read that next part on live because it's a trigger warning. But thank you so much for that love, Caroline. It's good to see you. I didn't know it's so late over there in Germany. It's kind of crazy how you're always tuning into the lives, even though it's like the middle of the night. Shout out to you. Love to you, love to Germany. Thank you for the $50. And then Janet and Elizabeth, I appreciate you both for the $10. Thank you so much, you guys. I appreciate y'all so much for the love. Show some love to the donors down below in that chat. The mic and the floor are yours. Tell us how you still support Trump America only.
Yeah, so to address a few things, right? 2 days ago, you used cogent wrong. Okay, cogent means making an argument logically clear. Among philosophers, it means premises that make a conclusion that more likely, right? And you said that the person isn't cogent, so that'll just be a category error, right? So that's going to be falsity. And
Okay, thank you
yesterday,
so much for pointing out my category error. Now, why do you support
Yeah.
Trump?
yeah, because well, you're logically inconsistent, right? So I don't think you have authority to tell me who I
Okay.
should support.
So do you mind if I? So would you argue that if I was logically consistent, then you wouldn't support Trump?
Actually, yeah, because you would have authority
Okay.
to
So
tell me
your
who I should
support for
support.
Trump
Yeah.
hinges on my logical consistency.
The logical consistency among Democrats in general, right? I'm just
Oh,
using you as
okay.
as a
Okay.
case specifically.
So is there anything that Trump has done that you like?
I like his immigration policy, but
Okay,
I don't
which
think you want
ones?
to talk about immigration, right? I just like how he deports illegal immigrants, so I'm just gonna
You like
Yeah.
mass deportation? What is one positive
yeah.
outcome of mass deportation on America?
Yeah, I just like seeing the population of America go down. I don't like immigration at all, actually.
Okay, you think that a positive outcome of mass deportation on America would be population
Yeah.
going down. So how does a population going down in America positively impact the country?
Yeah, I'll just use something I value, right? I don't want to live in a country that has a high population, right?
Yeah, but I'm asking you how it materially benefits the country for the population to go down, since you said the population going down is one of the material benefits on America from mass deportation. So I'm just simply asking you to explain how that
I just
is a
said I
material benefit
value
for the
it.
country. Okay, well
don't-
then you didn't. So then
I
you
just
didn't
don't
answer the
value
question
it,
that I
right?
asked you, because the question that I asked you is what is one way that mass
I
deportation
don't value
materially
things
benefits the
purely
country?
because they're materially benefit the country. I
Okay,
just
so your
value
answer
it.
to the question would be is that you can't really name any way mass deportation would materially benefit the country?
Yeah, I arbitrarily value it just like how you do.
Oh, okay, but
Like,
I just want a clear answer. So just to clarify, you are saying that you cannot name a single way that mass deportation materially benefits America. True or false?
Yeah, that wasn't really the question I was answering at first, though.
Oh,
It
okay.
kind
Well,
of
then you weren't
pivoted, so.
answering the question that I asked you. So I mean,
No,
category air,
you
right?
said
Category air. Let's go to move on to the next guest since that silly goose cannot substantiate the argument provided. We got the next guest, Jack, loading up into the box, y'all. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. All right, here we go, everyone. Welcome in, Jack. Do you support Trump?
Well, I would just like to say, right.
I'd like to hear a yes or no, please. Are you a Trump supporter?
Okay, then yes.
Okay, and what time is it?
What time is it?
Yes.
Like, in the day.
What time
Is
is
it
it?
afternoon?
What time in the afternoon?
British, I'm not British, I'm from NZ.
Get out of here. Guys, make sure that you're only in that queue if you're an American adult that wants to come up here and debate, please, and thank you. I don't know where all the Trump supporters are at today. Maybe it's
Hello?
hard and left. Dude.
Hello?
Yeah. What time is it?
What time is it? 6 p.m.
6 p.m. Really? What state are you in?
New York.
Really? It's actually
Yeah,
close.
yeah, the
to
Bronx.
7
Yeah.
p.m. Bronx. Okay.
Huh?
What's the capital of New York?
There isn't a capital of New York.
It's
New York is the
1770.
capital.
1776 all over again. The British are coming. The British are coming, guys. The British are coming. Oh, God. No. I declare my independence, you fool. Okay? I thought we already settled this one a while back, okay? Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, how do you? No way.
I'm 18. I'm sorry.
What year were you born in? I thought I heard another British accent. I was like, whoa.
No, I was born in 2007.
Okay. So, yo, Brody in the chat says your next buddy, ... Yo, can somebody check in on Brody? Okay. All right. And you said that you are MAGA?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm going to thank like two people that'll pass you that mic. Yo, Green Lazo. I'm just going to call you Green. I really appreciate you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Green did not attach a message to the donation, just sent it right on through. Thank you so much, Green. Natalie, thank you for the $1 over on Venmo. And then Juliana, thank you for the $5 on Venmo as well. Fussy, thank you for the $15 over on PayPal. You says, hey, Dean, good to see you. Good to see you as well, Fussy. I hope that you're having a good day today. Huge shout out to you. You are always here, man. And then one last one here, Cammy. Thank you so much for the $15 on PayPal as well. Who says MAGA is all 18-year-old males who can't say woman. They who can't say woman. Women, they say woman. Right, Cammy? Thank you so much for that support. Show some love to Cammy down below. Show some love to Fussy down below. Show some love to all the downers. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, the link tree, my bio on TikTok, big message over on YouTube, and top of the phone screen on TikTok as well for the handle. Take it away. Tell us how the hell you still support Trump after contradicting like every fucking promise he made to you prior to the election. No new wars. All of a sudden, we have a new war. I'm going to make the prices low. All of a sudden, grocery prices are up by close to 3%. I'm going to make the economy boom. All of a sudden, we have the worst jobs report since 03, ignoring recessions. Tell us.
So was that one question or?
Yeah, the question is how the hell do you still support Trump? Yeah.
How do I still support Trump?
Yes.
I mean, I just recently turned 18, so I haven't been huge into politics, but just based off things that I've seen, I can see just by the way he's deporting illegal immigrants, he's protecting Americans, which is what he should be doing.
Right. And how does mass deportation protect Americans, considering the fact that Americans get caught up in mass deportation when they're either detained on suspicion of being undocumented due to the color of their skin or the accent that they speak English in, or they're like literally being killed by ICE agents such as Keith Porter, Renee Good, Alex Preddy, murdered, broad daylight.
United States citizens have never been deported.
Okay. Well, I mean, there actually has been instances of citizens being deported, but B, the major issue, citizens being unjustly detained because they're black or brown.
Wait, I'm sorry, say that again?
I said A, I think there has been an instance of a citizen being deported, but B, the major issue would be citizens getting unjustly detained because they're black or brown.
I don't think that's necessarily true. I think that they...
Yes, it is such a major issue that it's legal. Like, they legalized it. They said that somebody's like race or the accent in which they speak English in, okay, can be used as an identifying factor for probable cause to make a detention. That's what SCOTUS ruled. What's that?
Because it can show that they're from another country, and I think they have every right to at least find out if they are a United States citizen, considering they have an accent from another country that isn't the United States, because that is an indicator that they're not from this country.
Okay, all right. So I don't know. Let me help you out here. There is no American accent. There is no American race. Okay, there are Americans in this country and across this country that speak different languages in different accents, and that are of different races. I'm a constitutionalist, innocent until guilty, and I don't think that we could presume one's guilt predicated on the color of their skin or the accent in which they speak English in. And now you're telling us that, well, it's really not about protecting Americans, because for all Hispanic Americans that speak English in a Hispanic accent, well, then all of a sudden they lose their rights to liberty and freedom, and they have to be subjugated to the detention made at a whim by an ICE agent trained in less than 50 days because of the accent in which they speak English in. I just think that's a really sick and perverse take. I mean, how would you feel if you were an Hispanic American? Would you feel like this mass deportation is protecting you if it's led to your unjust detention whenever you go outside?
Well, I am a Hispanic. My dad is Hispanic and my mom is half Hispanic, so I am 75% Hispanic, but I was born in America, born in Texas. And I mean,
so I'd assume that you have family members that speak English with a Hispanic accent that are citizens, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yes. So they're citizens. Is it protecting them to subjugate them to conditions where whenever an ICE agent sees them in public, they could be unjustly detained?
Well, there has been an instance where my grandmother was detained, but she went in and talked to ICE agents, and they confirmed that she was a U.S. citizen. And
Dude!
They didn't...
Bro! Dude!
What?
Bro! Come on! Dude, I'm sorry. I'm lost for words. The point that I'm making in the debate to give you insight insofar as how the mass deportation has not protected citizens is something that your family as personally experienced, so you should get it.
How's that not protecting them though? There
Because
was no
even your
harm.
own family members are getting unjustly detained because of what they look like or the way they speak English, and they're
There was
citizens.
no harm done. There was no harm.
That is a harm. That is
It
a
is
harm. Detainment is a harm. Don't say it's not. It is absolutely a harm.
he was asked
To restrict
questions and he
upon
was
one's freedom of
verified.
movement with no good reason whatsoever, okay, is a harm.
She was asked questions and she was confirmed a United States citizen, and then she was free to go home. That's nothing different than getting pulled over at a traffic stop and giving a police officer your ID.
So but that's the thing. Is it legal to pull people over for no fucking reason?
Sorry, say that again?
Is it legal to pull people over for no fucking reason?
No, it's not.
Exactly. All right. So can we agree that it's wrong to pull people over for no fucking reason?
What are you talking about?
Right? Can we agree that it's wrong to pull people over for no fucking reason?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. So therefore it's wrong to detain people for no fucking reason because that's what happens when you get pulled over. So it was wrong to detain your grandma.
I wouldn't say it was wrong. She agreed to go in.
Okay, so okay. Well, see, there's the difference. Okay, you're saying that if it's agreed to, then it's okay. All right. Well, I would argue here that, like, sure, if an action is consented to by two people, okay, then whatever, it's not wrong. But the operation of coercement that plays into the scenario, or the potential lack of knowledge on behalf of your grandma knowing that she can say no, that'd be wrong. But we've been talking about detentions this whole time, okay? So what is the good reason to detain somebody like your grandma?
What is a good reason to detain for that to happen?
And you told me that she was detained, so it doesn't matter if she says yes or no.
Well,
she
that
has to
was
because
my
she's
bad. I didn't
detained.
understand. She was asked to go in to verify that she was.
Yeah, that's still really weird. So what is the good reason to detain people like your grandma that are citizens? What's a good reason?
To confirm that they're a citizen and make sure that they're in this country legally.
Okay, so then it's not wrong to pull people over for no fucking reason because you just want to confirm that they have a driver's license.
That's two different things.
What's the difference?
You don't pull people over to confirm they have a driver's license to be driving.
Yeah, because it would be wrong to do so, correct?
Yes, but that's when it comes to
Okay,
driving.
so then why is it not wrong to do so as it would relate to Hispanic Americans confirming that they're citizens?
Because they're two different things. They're two.
But what are the
separate
relevant
things.
differences between the two scenarios, which makes the detainment with no good reason okay in one but not the other?
When you're driving a vehicle, you have a license, and a cop doesn't have to pull you over unless you've done something wrong, like violated traffic.
Right.
If you're an illegal citizen, I think that they have the right to ask you if you're a legal citizen and verify that you're a legal citizen.
You're already getting the question and the comparison here misconstrued. So I'll go ahead and repeat it. You said that it is not wrong to randomly detain Hispanic Americans to ensure that they're citizens. Okay, but it is wrong to randomly detain drivers to ensure that they're licensed. Right?
Yes, I think.
Okay. So why is it wrong to randomly detain drivers to ensure that they're licensed, but it's not wrong to randomly detain Hispanic Americans to ensure that they're citizens?
Because they don't randomly.
The detention is made predicated on the fact that they're Hispanic. That's wrong. The reason why you're struggling in this debate, you can't even make a fucking point. I mean, you're fumbling at all, is because racial profiling is wrong. You know, like that's just like the bottom line, bro. It's wrong to judge people because of their race.
It is, but that's not what's happening.
When an ICE agent detains somebody because they're Hispanic, they are judging them because of their, ethnicity. We'll use the word race. Because of their race. I'm sure everyone knows what I mean. Hispanic's not a race, but you get it.
That's, I wouldn't agree with that totally.
What do you not agree with here?
They're not going out and just asking random people of color, and detaining them and And
Yeah, that's literally what police departments across the country are telling us. The Minneapolis Police Department hosted a press conference where they started off by saying, "Oh, you know, like I really respect our federal officers. They play a vital role in ensuring the safety and the well-being of the American people. They definitely are like right-leaning on immigration policy because a lot of LEOs are. You know, just like keep that in mind here." But then they went on to describe how nearly every single one of the people of color who work for them have been randomly stopped and detained by ICE agents. Meanwhile, none of the white people who work for them have been randomly detained and stopped by ICE agents. We see videos popping up all across the internet showing that same exact pattern where people are being stopped and then said, well, you speak English with a Hispanic accent, or your skin is brown, you know, like show me your papers. And we even see like courts ordering and ruling that, you know, it is actually okay to use race or one's accent as an identifying factor for probable cause to make a detention on the suspicion of undocumented entry. So don't deny that this is something they're doing, because they absolutely are. Absolutely are.
Okay. All right, I'm just gonna be completely honest. All right, I'm not educated on this enough. I'm 18 years old. I grew up in a lifestyle where this is what I agree with, and this is what I think is right. And I don't have a problem with the things that you like believe and the things that you see in politics, because I'm not huge into politics, but I do support our president and I do support the things he's doing. But I'm not educated enough to give it like.
Listen, I think that a lot of people who still support Trump as president aren't educated enough on politics, and that's why they still support Trump as president. Because the moment that you become educated enough, you realize just how wrong this is. You know, we've only just scratched the surface with the issues surrounding Trump's mass deportation. I haven't even started to go over the fact that we're illegally deporting undocumented immigrants with no due process to a place in El Salvador where they're literally being tortured, okay? Or how Donald Trump is encroaching on the American Constitution to take constitutional rights away from citizens to then attempt to legally reclassify them as undocumented immigrants to be deported as well, or the rebounding economic impact being a GDP loss of 1.1 through 1.7 trillion dollars per year, right? We haven't even gotten into the false promises with the new wars in the Middle East and American soldiers, so on and so forth, right? And I honestly think the best place for you to be right now is likely watching the stream compared to being on it, if you're just simply not educated enough to like have a conversation, which is, you know, a fine position to be in. It's just important to educate yourself.
Well, I'm just saying I'm not educated enough to speak on like all the issues going on with the deportation.
Okay.
I
So
would
what
say
is
I'm
another
educated
reason why
enough.
you support Trump?
I like a lot of the reasons I support Trump is because I support that he's protecting Americans. What his main
How's
focus
he
on is
protecting Americans?
by getting rid of criminals.
Okay,
in
so you
this
just
country.
told me that you're not educated enough to speak on mass deportation, but the main reason why you support Trump is mass deportation.
No, I'm not saying that.
Right? If you want to get rid of criminals from this country, then you shouldn't support a 34-count felon, adjudicated criminal, rapist, who's also sexually exploited women and girls, who's also held civilly liable for lying about the valuation of one of his properties to banks, who also intentionally concealed classified documents at his private estate in Mar-a-Lago, who's also held civilly liable for defrauding his own university, who's also infringed on the Constitution, including Article 1 and 2, and 7 amendments from 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, to 14 to 22 in the last 10 months, on top, okay, of his pardons of 174 violent criminal domestic terrorists who tried to kill cops on the steps of our Capitol on J6 that he labeled as patriots. Yeah, that's the real criminal, and he's running the country, and you support him in the Oval Office. But these hardworking mothers and fathers that have been here for 30 years that accidentally overstayed their visa and don't know how to renew it. No, they're the hardened criminals. They're the gang members. They're the problem. They're the poison blood of our country. I just think you got it all backwards.
I really don't, though. The bottom line is, if you come to this country, you need to do it the right way. You need to get your papers and become a U.S. citizen. You need to do that the right way.
The bottom line completely ignores the fact that your argument hinges on punishing criminality unless the criminal is Trump.
I'm not saying that. Trump is a U.S. citizen. He's the president of the United States. And I don't think...
So criminality doesn't matter if you're a citizen?
No, I'm not saying that. I don't think that he's a criminal. I don't think that...
You sure about that?
Yes, I am.
Check this out. You ready? 1 second, I gotta find it. This is all up from the other day. Boom. Oh, wait. Well, one moment. We're getting it all set up. Boom. Okay. Wait. All the documents are backwards. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm trying to do something here, and it's just not working out for me. Boom. Okay. Yeah. There we go. All right. So this is the jury verdict form from a criminal court in the state of New York. At least the first page of it, where the jury ruled Donald Trump guilty on 34 felony counts. Here are the 12 jury guilty rulings for the first 12 criminal counts. Behind that is a headline from NPR stating former President Trump is found guilty in a historic New York criminal case. Behind that is a headline from Fox News that says Donald Trump guilty on all counts in a criminal court. And then behind that is an announcement from the DA of Manhattan announcing the 34-count felony conviction of Donald Trump. So you don't believe he's a criminal? What do you say to all the evidence suggesting otherwise?
You want to ask him?
Hey, would you rather have Kamala in office or Trump?
Obviously Kamala Harris. Now, can you please answer that? Could the other guy please answer the question that I just asked? Why do you think he's not a criminal, given all the evidence that I just gave you to prove that he definitely is a criminal?
Okay, I'm not saying he's. Okay, hold on.
You can't say that you're not saying he's not a criminal because you literally said he's not a criminal.
No, I'm not. I'm saying what I define as a criminal is somebody who's actively going out and breaking the law and doing things that shouldn't be done. As Donald Trump is the president of the United States, he's not currently breaking laws and going out and doing that. The people he's deporting, these criminals that he's deporting, are actively killing and raping women.
Wow. Okay. So the undocumented immigrants that he's deporting are killing and raping women, and including the 95% of undocumented immigrants that he's deported without a single violent conviction on their record. In consideration of the secondary fact that according to PNAS, undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes compared to you, an average U.S.-born citizen. Undocumented immigrants account for 1% of the violent crimes in this country, like murder or rape. Meanwhile, American men like you and me account for 90. See, this is the issue with the Trump administration. They have convinced the malleable minds of these young Americans, 18-year-olds, that undocumented immigrants are the poison of the blood of this country, the enemy from within, who are killing and raping women, wreaking havoc in the streets of this country. Meanwhile, they pay disproportionately more taxes than you since they can't file for a return you can. Meanwhile, they're more likely to work in the labor force than you because more of them are of working age. Meanwhile, they're disproportionately less likely to receive government benefits than you because they qualify for significantly less. And meanwhile, they're significantly less likely to commit any crime than you. But oh yeah, they're the hardened gang members who are raping and killing women. Funny that you bring rape up, by the way, because a civil court of law determined 2 years ago that Donald Trump raped a woman. You don't have a word to say about that. You want him in the Oval Office. This is hypocrisy. I mean, it just astounds me that these are thoughts coming from like a sentient human. It's almost like just a herd of cattle just bending the knee to whatever Donald Trump wants or says. Donald Trump says they're violent gang members. Facts don't matter. They are killing and raping women, according to you. Make it make sense.
I don't know, man. I'm just not educated enough to answer
Okay,
that.
well, if you're not educated enough on the subject matter, then don't go around saying that these people, just like you, are killing and raping women. How would you feel if somebody went on the internet in front of an audience of 20,000 people and said that you were killing and raping women, and then when they got their shit pressed, proven wrong, they backed it up and said, "Oh, I just don't know enough."
I'm not.
You probably want to punch them in their fucking face, right?
No, I wasn't saying that every single person getting deported, all the illegal immigrants. I was not saying that all of them are killing and raping women. I'm saying there's a portion of them that are, and there's another portion of them that are illegal, that are getting sent back to the country where they came from.
That portion is smaller under Trump. That portion of those who are being deported, okay, that have those violent convictions on their record is significantly smaller under Trump. Administrations before Trump were still doing deportations, but they're focusing a vast majority of their efforts on undocumented immigrants with those violent crimes on their record. Trump changed that. He's going after everybody, including many legal immigrants, like asylum seekers. So if you really want to focus on this issue of the undocumented immigrants in this country that actually are killing and raping women, okay, well then Donald Trump would be the last president you want because his deportation agenda, okay, has increased increased the gate for who they're exhausting their efforts on.
Okay, so I have a question. Wait, did you just ask me a question or no?
No, I made a statement.
Okay. So if let me gather some words. So, what do you think that Kamala Harris would be doing in office that would be better?
Yeah, for sure. Okay, first and foremost, she wouldn't have taken healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans like Trump. She wouldn't have taken food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans like Trump. She wouldn't have refused to abide by a court order to pay out those food stamp benefits to 16 million Americans like Trump. She wouldn't have started a war in the Middle East, costing 3 American lives in the last 24 hours like Trump. Okay, she wouldn't have reduced the purchasing power of the low and middle class just to give it all back to the top 1% like Trump. She wouldn't have asked the military to draft a plan of an invasion of one of her allies like Trump. She wouldn't have illegally hid a file accusing her of child rape like Trump. She wouldn't have illegally had her name redacted over 950,000 times by the DOJ in defiance of Congress and in breaking federal law like Trump. She wouldn't have attacked the First Amendment by saying that it's illegal to criticize her in the media like Trump. Okay, she wouldn't have attacked the 14th Amendment, attempting to reclassify citizens as undocumented immigrants by infringing on their 14th Amendment rights like Trump. Okay, she wouldn't have attacked Article 1 and 2 of the Constitution by arguing that she has the ability to pass legislation without congressional approval, or she has the ability to nationalize midterm elections, even though the Constitution expressly says otherwise like Trump. And she would have done a lot of good that Trump isn't doing, like, okay, the advocation for an increase in the child tax credit to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, which is what she ran on, that would have reduced childhood poverty by upwards of 40%, unlike Trump, who's increasing poverty by destroying the economy. Okay, and she also would have implemented tax cuts that actually make sense and work for the average American low and middle class, especially younger Americans like you or I, because her tax cuts included a $25,000 subsidy for first-time home buyers. So we would have just gotten $25K for free in our bank accounts the first time we both buy a house, unlike Trump.
See, I just don't think all that is
right. You know, it's good policy that seems beneficial to the country. We're so disposed to bad policy because of the Trump administration. It sounds like a fever dream. Therefore, it doesn't sound like it ever happened. No, I get it. Yet you're just so used to the atrocities of the Trump administration generating the worst job report since 2003, ignoring recession. So when I'm telling you about all this good policy that Kamala Harris would have implemented, it's like, oh, I just don't see how that could ever actually happen because it's actually good for us. Your mic is muffled.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get a phone charger. My phone dies. Do you have a Type-C?
Do you have a response to that, or should I just move on?
You can just move on. I appreciate your time, bro. We just have different beliefs.
Yeah, just have different beliefs. Yes, obviously. Yeah, you have a good one. We're gonna move on to the next guest. The different beliefs thing, man. It's just really starting to get to me. It's like, I don't know, man. I'll save my words for the next MAGA guest. Hi, welcome in, Luke. Do you support Trump?
Hello. I used to, but
you don't anymore. Base Luke. Happy to hear that you've changed your mind, dude. Awesome. Moving on to the next guest, Colleen. Man, I just that like it's like willful ignorance. It just like pisses me off. You know, it's like, oh, we just have differing beliefs after I'm able to describe exactly why their belief is wrong and they admit that they're uneducated. Like, oh, you know, it's like, okay, we just have differing beliefs. Colleen, do you support Trump? Colleen, hello?
I joined by mistake.
No worries, Colleen. You take care. Let's go to move on to the next guest. We got CC loading up in the box, y'all. If you happen to be inside of that queue, make sure it's because you want to come up here and debate me on why you're MAGA. You got to be 18 plus American to MAGA to join. You got to be 18 plus American to MAGA to join. Welcome in. Are you MAGA? CC's not here, so we're going to move on to the next guest, Sadie, y'all. Over on Super Chat, thank you for the $10. Love is Electric, who says, wait, isn't Trump actively breaking the law by violating the Epstein Files Transparency Act? Yes, he is. That would have been a good point to bring up earlier. Thank you so much for that insight, Love. You're absolutely right. Would have been a killer point. Hi, do you support Trump?
We love you!
I'm unfortunately going to have to ban you guys for breaking that first rule. Please do follow our rules. If you're in the queue and you are legitimately a Trump supporter that does want to come up here and debate me, also make sure to let me know in that chat. So hopefully I'll be able to help you skip the line and we could just get you right up on that live. That would be great. That'd be great. We got a couple people loading in here. Hopefully at least one of them will be MAGA. Carlos, what's up? Do you support Trump? You know, Carlos automatically left. We got Terry loading up. Oh my God, they're all just leaving. What's up? Do you support Trump? Oh, dude, he left too. They're all leaving. A truth or four. Do you support Trump? No, they're all just leaving. Trump. Okay,
Hello.
Conrad supports Trump.
I do support Trump.
I have to cycle through like 15 people to find one Trump supporter. How old are you?
I am 22.
What year are you born in?
2004.
What month?
February 6th.
So you just turned 22.
Yes.
Happy birthday, man.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Here, I'm going to thank a couple people, then I'll pass you that mic. Juliana and Reese, thank you both for the $5 over on Venmo. Appreciate y'all. And, oh my God, Jessica. Holy shit. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $250 donation on Venmo. Jessica, oh my God. I'm sorry. I had to do a double take. Make sure it's real. That's so much money. Thank you so much for the love, Jessica. Hell yes. I want to see 3,000 Jessica W's down below in the comment section. Oh, you're happy too?
I'm happy too. I love when people support other people.
Hell yeah, Conrad. I want to see 3,000 Jessica W's down below. Thank you so much for the $250 donation, Jessica. I'm so grateful for the love. Like, genuinely, that is so much money. Just know that I appreciate the hell out of it, and I appreciate the hell out of you. Jessica with the $250 says, I love that I get to be, in quote-unquote, the room where it happens when you debate and defend our democracy. Thank you for this community, Dean. Well, Jessica, thank you so much for being here. I know that you've been watching for a long time, and you've been showing up and showing out for a while. Just know that I'm so fucking grateful for you. Show some love to Jessica down below in the chat. I want to see some very special love to Jessica for at least the next 10 minutes, because that is just such an insane donation. Thank you one last time, Jessica, for the $250. Same thing to you, Michael. Thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. He says, been watching for a while. This is my first time supporting. Just finished a long day at school. I really needed to unwind, and somehow your debates with MAGA help. Grateful for you going live today. Well, I'm happy that you're here, Michael, and I'm happy that I could help you unwind. Interesting that the debates unwind you, but I'm happy I could help. Thank you for the $20. Same thing to you, Helen. Thank you for the $20 as well. He says, keep up the good fight. Thank you so much for that love, Helen. Let's get 200 Helen W's. And then one more person on Venmo, Tom. Thank you for the $10. And I appreciate you so much for sharing that link. That will definitely be very relevant in future debates. Thank you so much, man. To catch up on a handful of people over on PayPal, online sales. Online sales, I'm just going to call you online. Thank you so much for the $20. Who says Trump has started a war to get our attention off the Epstein files. We can't let it go, Dean. Yeah, I know. He literally killed like 80 children to distract us away from the fact that he illegally hid files accusing him of child rape. Okay? We have to be able to focus on two things at once. We can't allow him to flood the zone. Absolutely online. Thank you so much for that call out. And Caroline, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Caroline. And I just read your message. I'll look back at that and I'll try to give you some insight, okay? Thank you so much for the $20, Caroline. I'll take a look right now. Thank you for the $20. Then Lanique, thank you for the $10, who says, hey, D, my name is Loco on TikTok. Just want to say it's fucked up that people still support Trump despite of evidence of him raping women and doing other bad things. Absolutely. Loco, thank you for the $10. Cassandra, thank you for the $10 as well. Shout out to you. And then one last one here. Then we'll pass the mic to the guest. Miss Jessica, it is so good to see you again today. Thank you so much for that $50 donation on PayPal. He says, I might be wrong, but America was advertised as a place where anybody could come to be safe. No, absolutely. Not under Trump. He tried to ban all Muslims from entering, and now if you're a black or a brown person or you speak English with an accent, you'll be detained by ICE and questioned about your residency status. Thank you so much for the $50, Jessica. That is very, very kind of you. Show some love to Jessica down below. The mic and the floor are yours, Conrad. Tell us how the hell you still support the very worst president of your life, Mr. Trump.
So I can't really, I'm not a really political guy. There's a couple things that I do hate about Trump, and there's a couple things that I hate about, the Democrats. You know what I mean? If we're gonna go into Trump, my really appreciation for MAGA, is that they hate niggers. They really hate the.
Yeah, just another mask off racist. You'd be surprised what happens to the Republican base once their leadership drops the ball. A lot
What's
of
up,
them.
Dean? How's it going?
It's going all right, man. Just do give me one moment. A lot of them like to uphold this facade, that their support for Trump is rooted within good policy or building our country. But then when they can't make that point anymore because, he's starting wars, destroying our economy, and about a billion other things, they just kind of take that mask off. And for a lot of them, it reduces down to that racism. So, hey, reaching out to the average apolitical American, I really hope that serves as a great reason for you to swing towards the left and away from Trump. Now, welcome in. How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you also support Trump because you hate black people?
Bro, what kind of question is that? Don't you hate black people?
I gotta start asking. Listen, DJ, I gotta start asking this question now. It's been two people so far today that have come up here and they've been like, I support Trump because I hate black people.
Well, fortunately for you, I'm not one of those, Dean. I'll tell you that.
Good. And you were saying something about how I hate black people.
Maybe, I don't know. I can't speak for you, but I've seen some things in the past that, I can't really defend you on.
Really? Give me the argument. Why does Dean hate black people?
No, there's not an argument or anything. I'm just saying, like, I've just seen you, drop a couple words that aren't too friendly in the black community.
Oh,
But,
yeah. When I was 14,
I guess, we can forgive people, right? We're capable
I'll like to
of
clarify here,
forgiving.
DJ.
Why
You're
can't I
talking
finish?
about
We're
when I was
capable of-
14,
wait.
and one of my
Bro.
white friends sent me a Fortnite edit. Then I responded by saying hella
Why is he
goated my
muting me?
N-word.
You see how
Yeah,
he's
that was
muting me?
bad. That was very racist. I'm very happy that I'm able to change in the last 7
Exactly.
years.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
People can change, right, Dean? I agree 100%.
Yeah, there's a
People
lot of
can
ways that
change.
people could change.
Not
There's a
everybody
few
is
ways that they
defined by their
can't,
past
but-
actions in life. I agree with you 100%. Yes.
So there's a lot of ways that people could change. There's a few that they can't, but whatever. Just give the argument. Why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because I just think he's very good for this country, and I support no tax on tips. And yeah, and just in general, I just would say that's why I support Donald Trump in this current state of current. Yeah, that's why I support Donald Trump. Yeah.
Yeah, because of no tax on tips.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, this is
How do you feel
really
about that, Dean?
short
I mean,
and
since you
easy
get all the,
argument
so you're a
to make.
grifter and you get all these tips all the time.
Oh God, they were going with the grifter.
Listen,
DJ,
Dean, can I
give
keep
you
it
a call
real
out?
with you? Dean, can I keep it real with you?
I'm gonna actually keep it real with you first. I want to give you a call out here, my man. Don't talk about the donations. Don't show your jealousy, because then a lot of people will donate in spite of yourself to make you mad. All right,
Dean,
DJ,
I wouldn't
just don't
get
do it.
mad. I'm just speaking.
All right. Now I'm
I'm
going to
an
respond to
objective
your
guy,
point
Dean.
about no tax on tips. All right. That's a terrible reason to support Trump, because Kamala Harris also ran on no tax on tips, but hers was much better because it didn't expire in 2 years. Your no tax on tips under Trump will go away next year. Not to mention that she also ran on a lot of other policy that would have been very beneficial to you, like that $25,000 subsidy for first-time homebuyers. That's actually a larger nominal amount of money than the maximum deduction that could be claimed under Donald Trump's no tax on tips through the total term of its activity, which is once again 3 years.
I have
So
a
that
genuine
clears up that point.
question.
Sure. As soon
Do
as
you
you could
think
respond to my counter argument surrounding your claim insofar as why you support Trump, please and thank you.
Do you think this country would be under a better state of America if Kamala Harris was president? Do you legitimately, wholeheartedly believe that with your whole little heart? Do you believe that, Dean?
Yeah, clearly. And I understand that you reject
And
that.
how
with
would
your
that be so?
little
How would
brain.
that be so? How would
Yeah,
that be so?
I'll explain that to you after you respond to my counter argument to your
I
point
already
that you support
responded
Trump
to your
because there's no
counter
tax on
argument.
tips. No,
I
you
already
didn't.
responded. How did I not respond?
Because the last thing you said was the first thing you said following me giving the counter argument. What?
Okay, give me the argument again.
Okay, so you weren't listening.
I'm sorry, Dean.
It's okay. I forgive you. But try to listen this time, okay?
Okay.
All right. So the reason why you shouldn't support Trump in spite of his no tax on tips is point number one. It's only no tax on tips up to a standard deduction, up to a deductible amount of $20,000. And point number two, the length of the no tax on tips provision is only 3 years, and 2 years, and in fact that runs out next year in 2027. And Kamala Harris, A, ran on no tax on tips as well, but B, ran on it with no deduction, and C, it would have been permanent under her. It wouldn't have expired in 2 years. And then D, she ran another policy that would have given you more money than the total deductible amount under Donald Trump's no tax on tips, like the $25,000 that she wanted to give you to buy your first house. So all things considered, although we could identify, of course, that Trump's no tax on tips is a positive, you would have reaped a larger benefit given that he lost the election.
Well, you're assuming that. What if I'm not looking to buy a house, Dean?
Well, I understand why you wouldn't be looking to buy a house in the Trump economy. He said he wants to make them more expensive. But given that you never
When
plan
did
to
he
buy
say
a
that?
house,
Do you
the
have proof of
argument
that
would
statement?
still follow. It would just follow without the housing subsidy.
When did he say that, Dean?
Yeah, during the State of the Union. I mean, he's repeated this multiple times, that he wants to make the value of houses more expensive to build the net worth and equity of the homeowners.
Okay. Well, my point still stands. I
No, it
agree with his
doesn't, because
policy.
all things
No, it does.
considered,
No,
you'd be
it does.
benefiting more
You
given
even
that
said it
Kamala Harris
yourself
won.
10 seconds ago. You said yourself 10 seconds ago that it's a good positive policy. You just said Kamala Harris's policy would have been more beneficial to me if I was going to be a first-time
so
homebuyer.
I said it was a- I said
so
it
I'm
was a
proving to your
positive
point
provision.
actively wrong. No, I'm proving you actively wrong
Yeah.
right now, and you just can't accept it. I've noticed that about you, Dean. I watch your streams a lot.
Yeah.
You can't accept the fact when you're ever wrong. I noticed that you like to mute people, you like to blah blah blah, you like to scream your donations from these people that you're grifting, by the way. You sit on your ass all day without a jobless person here, by the way. All these people giving you this money is just crazy to me. It's honestly absurd. It's crazy. Could you sit here, you spread false propaganda, false shit that I'm sure that you probably don't even believe in, just to sit here and get a bag. Just to get a bag. It's so easy. I could say I believe in this just to get money. It's not hard, Dean. It's not hard.
Wow.
It's not hard. And I know you're about to get flooded with donations right now. It's fine. I'm not jealous. I'm just saying what the truth is. It's okay. You're probably about to get paid like what? Like he's probably getting paid $1,000 right now. $1,000. He's probably about to get $1,000 by all these people. It doesn't matter.
Wow.
These people are brainwashed. They're all brainwashed. You do nothing for society. You're literally a cancer to society. You sit on your stinky chair every single day. This is like AI. You repeat the same thing every day. Trump this, Trump this, Trump this, Trump that. D, what's gonna happen in 2 years when Trump's not in office? Are you gonna be an employed individual? Is that what's gonna happen? Is that like what are you gonna do all day? You're gonna be an employed. Are you gonna be employed? I don't think you're gonna be employed, Dean. I think this is bad for you. Okay.
I'm happy that you could get all that out, DJ.
Thank you. Dean. Actually, I've been waiting.
Say.
I've been waiting to get that out. I've been wanting to get that out for so long. I've been waiting.
Yeah. Is it my turn to speak?
Yes, good boy. Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate you so much for giving me your permission to speak. I really appreciate that. But anyways, so the first point that you made there, suggesting that you somehow defeated my point, critiquing your support of the no tax on tips policy under Trump, and how you think that you beat me on that point was wrong. So yes, you did suggest that you weren't going to buy a house, so therefore that housing subsidy of $25,000 wouldn't apply to you. But I also brought up the fact that Kamala Harris ran on no tax on tips. It just happened to be better than Donald Trump's no tax on tips. Not to mention the policy that Trump's no tax on tips was in overall hurts you in America. According to the CBPP, the big beautiful bill is harmful to the average American making at or under $51,000 per year. So now that I have all of like the policy critique out of the way, because I just had to prove your very silly point wrong. Okay, very silly man. Let's go ahead and get on to the second 50% of where you just spit your time huffing and puffing, crying like a 3-year-old, saying that I'm a grifter because I make more money.
All you do is cry about Trump. You're the 3-year-old.
One moment, DJ. As you're actively interrupting me, after I didn't interrupt you and even ensure that you were done speaking before I started. I get it. It's all a projection. It's all a cope. Here's my perspective on the subject matter. You understand that I come on live every day, as you pointed out, maybe 5 times, and critique the hell out of the president that you support with facts, reason, and logic. You understand that you see people who believe in the same things that you do get fucking destroyed by a 21-year-old white boy. And instead of changing your mind because you're wrong, you maintain this cult-like facade, but then you cope with the fact that I'm steamrolling y'all by just assuming that I don't believe it either, and that I'm a very bad, evil person, that I'm grifting for the money, and then you're extra jealous because of the money. And actually, speaking of the money, I do have a couple people I'd like to thank real quick. I do, yeah. Daresol, I'd like to start with you. Thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat to support the grift. Huge shout out to Daresol. Same thing to you. X, thank you so much for the $20. I'm gonna ask you to sit down. X, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. I appreciate you so much for the love. Show some love to X down below, folks. Thank you so much for the kindness. Thank you so much, X. Let's get 200 XWs. Matt Daddy Moonshine, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo to support the grift. Shannon, thank you for the $50 Venmo donation. Let's get 500 Shannon W's for the $50 who says guest cried. Susanna, thank you for the $20. Shout out to you and Jonah. Good to see you guys. Thank you for supporting the grift. Nessa, thank you for the $10 for the grift. And oh my God, Ellie. Ellie, thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo. Ellie, it is so good to see you today. Thank you for supporting the grift. Thank you so much for supporting my unemployed ass that just sits on my chair all day. I want to see 1,000 LEWs down below in that comment section who says the but Biden argument is getting old, but Biden did, but Kamala Harris didn't, but Trump is trying, but Donald Trump is trying. We're going to be 80 and MAGA will be history in the worst way possible. I know, yeah, they're but Bidening themselves into supporting a racist
You're such a
as
dictator,
president.
bro.
Thank you so
You're
much.
Such a dictator.
Thank you so much for that support,
muted.
Ellie. Muted! Thank you for the $100. There's a couple other people that I got to thank for the grift. Finn, thank you for the $15 over on Venmo for the grift. Thank you. Show some love to Finn down below. Also, Finn, what content? Sandra, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for that love. You know what lives in my head rent free? When you made Emily cry. That's funny, Sandra. Thank you for the $10. Tom, thank you so much for the $10 as well to support the grift. Caitlin, thank you for the $5 for the grift. Amelia, thank you for the $10 who says, I love giving money to my favorite grifter. Ducky with the $10 just to piss the guest off. Jessica with the $10 for learning today that I am AI so real. Over on PayPal, thank you so so much for the $25. Hope, who says, I love your streams. I'm happy to support the grift. Well, thank you so much for supporting the grift, Hope. Janice, thank you for the $22. Who says, I appreciate you and your debating. Well, I appreciate you for supporting the grift, Janice. Let's show some love to Janice down below. Kellyanne with the $20. Who says, so grateful for the work. My 83-year-old grandmother is Puerto Rican and she's very much has an Hispanic accent. According to MAGA, she's an illegal alien. Make it make sense. It makes no fucking sense. Thank you for supporting the grift and thank you for the $20. Go ahead, man. You could continue the argument.
You see all these gifts that I'm
I
getting?
kind of just lied to you, Jessica. Thank you so much for the $100 donation on PayPal. Hovik, thank you for the $69 donation on PayPal. Show some love to Jessica and Hovik down below in that comment section. Oh my God. Let's get 1,000 bro. Jessica W's and 69. That statement that it's all AI doesn't even make sense, by the way. And Hovik, thank you for the $69 as well. Hovik with the $69 says Republicans against Trump. People need to stop supporting Trump because they're right-leaning. Dead ass Hovik. Thank you so much for the support, man. Jessica with $100 says, sorry, I had a pipe burst, so I couldn't donate for a few days. Just know that I always appreciate you. Bro, never say that, Jessica. Thank you so much for the $100. Thank you so much for your support. You never need to donate. No one does. Same thing to you, Hope. Thank you for the $25 over on PayPal to support the grift. Thomas with the $5 for the grift. Abby with the $5 over on Venmo for the grift. And over on Super Chat, thank you so much for the $50 Gentry. I'm going to get 500 Gentry W's. Gentry sent 50 for the grift. Thank you so much for that love. One last one here. Brianna, thank you for the $15 on Venmo for the grift. And then Ellie, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo for the unprofessional quote-unquote nurses. Thank you so much for that support, Ellie. And then Liz, thank you for the $50 as well. Who says, always happy to pay for your grift and would happily pay. This guest too if it meant not hearing his ignorant. I appreciate you so much for the $50.
I'm preaching the gospel.
And then Rosie, thank you so much for the $15 as well. It says, this guy's a dumbass. Here's $15 for the grift. Thank you so much, you guys. We're all caught up. So, sir, might you want to stop talking about?
Sir, excuse me, sir. Sir, you see all the donations that I'm getting right now currently as we're actively speaking? Dean, you see, people are seeing the light. You see, you see that. 2K, people are seeing the light, Dean. You're getting fucking exposed. People see the real truth behind the bullshit that you do, okay?
Hey, DJ?
You think no. Listen, I was right. See, you see, just like everything else in I'm right. You called. I called that you'd get $1,000 in donations. What the fuck just happened? What just happened? I called it because they're all AI bots. That's what they do. You sit on the same stream. You do the same thing every day, Dean. This is sad. This is legitimately sad. I'm concerned about your well-being. To be honest with you, which is why I came up in here in the first place. I'm concerned about your well-being. Okay. We need to get you to touch some grass. We need to get you outside. Okay. This is very bad. Okay. You know, Donald Trump has been constantly on your mind. This is bad, okay? You see, she finally let me off mute, you see? You see what happened? And you get all these gifts I'm getting. You see this? I don't even ask for it. He asked for money. Venmo, PayPal, bio. Venmo, PayPal, bio. He asked for it all the time. I didn't even have to ask for it. And I got it. You see how that works, Dean? Because that's what happens when people see somebody like me, a smart individual spreading the truth, okay? Not like somebody like you, who we know this is all performative puppet BS nonsense talk about Donald Trump. We know you just want money,
okay? That's just gonna leave when you're done with this.
I'm not gonna leave, Dean. I'm staying right here. I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving, Dean. I'm not leaving, Dean. I'm staying right here. I'm staying right here.
Are you done?
I'm done for now.
It's
for now, Dean.
It's hard for me to tell when you're done because you just kind of like speak a lot, you know. But anyways, first thing to address here, you don't see me go outside. That doesn't mean that I don't go outside. I think that a lot of people, especially like more like stupid people, kind of struggle with this concept of just because they don't see something, be quiet.
That's so fucking mean,
means it doesn't exist. So just because you don't like see me go outside doesn't mean that I don't go outside. Like clearly when I'm doing these live streams, well, what do I call the sky blue? I don't know. You know, just because I do these live streams inside doesn't mean that I don't go outside. In fact, I had a great workout this morning outside, back in Buys. It was great. But anyways, that aside.
Same, bro. Same.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Back on topic. Are you done with the whining and crying? Because if so, I'd like to get back to debate about.
Oh, Dean, I'm sorry. I don't do any whining and crying. All I do is spit facts, factual statements. And this is why you see I'm incoming with all these gifts right here, because people see the light, Dean.
I think that this guy might actually be grifting. I think that he came.
Your time, no, Dean. Your time is up, buddy.
I think that he came up here to like.
Your time is up, Dean. I'm sorry.
That other people say about me.
No.
I'm not gonna lie.
Spaceships.
Usually, like I
look at these fucking.
Could hear the conviction in somebody's tone of voice when they call me a grifter, that like tells me like, oh, like they're really frustrated. They mean what they're saying. I don't hear that same conviction from DJ. I don't even, it's funny because it's kind of like a 3-layer paradox here. I don't think he believes what he's saying about how I don't believe what I say. So he could like get some gifts or something. I don't know. I'm going to ask you a question. Would you still support Trump as president if you had known for a fact that he had sexually exploited naked women and girls?
No. What kind of question is that, Dean? Who do you think I am? Seriously, that's such a disrespectful question to ask a man like me.
Okay, next question. Can we agree that sexual exploitation is to unjustly take advantage of somebody sexually?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Can we agree that sexual exploitation is to unjustly take advantage of somebody sexually?
Sure.
Gabe, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you for supporting the Grift Man. Okay, would an example of sexual exploitation be like a male owner of a business, like abusing the fact that he's an owner to barge into like the woman's bathroom to then peek his head over the stall to look at that woman's private part unconsensually?
Context is needed. Context is needed, Dean. Context is needed, okay? I need context. I'm not gonna sit here and have you try to manipulate me behind your stupid questions that are got you questions, okay? I need full context, okay? That's it. That's how I'm answering your questions, okay?
Oh yeah.
All right.
So
I already know what you do, Dean. I watched you before. I know where this is going. I watched this before. I know where this is going. Okay.
So this is just like a hypothetical. It's not even about Trump. Just like hypothetical.
Oh really?
Yeah. A man like unconsensually looks at a
hypothetical.
woman
Really?
naked.
You like hypotheticals, don't you?
Yes.
Okay.
And Angelina, I appreciate you for that well diving. So like hypothetical
type of guy we have here.
There's a man
You see
that
right?
abuses his position of power to look at a woman's naked body unconsensually. Is that sexual exploitation?
That's definitely bad. Yeah.
Is it sexual exploitation?
I don't know all the context, Dean. I wasn't there, but that's definitely some bad stuff that I don't support. I'll tell you that.
It's a question.
Dean, I don't know what you're trying to get at.
It's a hypothetical question.
No. I don't know what you're trying to get at. I just
DJ,
told you it's bad.
I'm sorry. You just said you don't know if it's sexual exploitation because you don't know the context because you weren't there. It's just like a hypothetical question. You know, like imagine I were to ask you if like a man were to unconsensually force himself on a woman and engage in intercourse, would that be rape? Like, you know, the answer to that question is like, yes, like you don't really need much other context because it just categorically fits under the definition of what the word rape means. Unconsensual sex, right? So when I'm asking you this question of like, oh, like would a man abusing his position of power to look at the naked body of a woman unconsensually be sexual exploitation? Like, you don't really need to know much else because just like categorically that action fits under the definition of what sexual exploitation is. Like maybe when you see I need more context, like that will come later when I accuse Trump of doing this. You'll say, oh, what's the context? But like right now, we're not even talking about Trump. We're just having like a hypothetical conversation to understand conceptually what sexual exploitation is. So to understand like conceptually what sexual exploitation is, can we agree that a conceptual example of sexual exploitation would be a man abusing his power to look at the naked body of a woman unconsensually?
Yes, sir. I agree. Yes, sir.
Okay. Here is Donald Trump admitting to abusing his power as the owner of a beauty pageant to look at the naked bodies of women and girls unconsensually. This would amount to sexual exploitation. Earlier, you said you would stop supporting Trump if he did sexually exploit women and girls. By the time I'm done rolling this clip, you should no longer be MAGA if you're consistent. Let's see.
Pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, you know, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. You know, I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
You have two paths in front of you, DJ. The first path is to continue down the one that you're already on. I mean, you came up here, position yourself as a jester. You could continue to be a jester, contradict yourself, throw your values out the window, say, oh, I still support Trump, even though he just admitted to something I agreed is sexual exploitation. Moments after you said that you would stop supporting Trump if he were to be guilty of sexual exploitation. That's path number one, very annoying. Now, path number two is to kind of change your mind, to retract your loyalty from Trump, say that you're no longer MAGA because he crossed a red line of yours, which would be sexual exploitation. I'm actually going to give you a moment to think about it. I found that to be very important, to give you guys a moment to think about it. In the meantime, I'm going to thank a couple people. When I'm done thanking a couple people, the mic and the floor will be yours to tell us if you are still MAGA or not. Bernard, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, who says, to the guests, you are not smart caller. Your facts are based on the Dunning-Kruger effect. The Dunning-Kruger effect is so strong on these lives, Bernard. It is so good to see you. As well as Julia, I appreciate you for another $50 over on Super Chat saying, beep boop, I'm a bot. Julia, thank you for the $50, the fake dollars. Thank you, Julia. It's really good to see you again today. Show some love to Bernard and Julia down below. Over on Venmo, Mad Daddy, thank you for the $20 who says caller likely paid himself a donation or someone else just to try to make a point about donations, probably. And Ellie, thank you so much for another $100 over on Venmo. Ellie's going crazy today. Let's get 1,000 Ellie W's down below. It says blah blah. Shout out nurses and all healthcare workers. Yes, that is Nurse Ellie, by the way. I think that you shared that with me before that you are a nurse. Just know that I really appreciate what you do. And thank you so much for your support once again. You were so incredibly kind. Show some love to Ellie, Queen Ellie, down below in that comment section. Josh, thank you for the $10 for the grift in my stinky chair. Laquita, I appreciate you for the $10 saying, shut that crazy guest up. I mean, he seems pretty shut up right now. And then Liz, thank you so much for the $50. He says, always happy to pay for the grift. Would happily pay this guest to admit not having to hear his ignorance. Oh, I want to pay him a dime, but thank you so much for the $50, Liz. Show some love to Liz down below. Thank you. Same thing over on PayPal. Jessica, thank you so much for the $50. Who says, one more way to tell every guest that they're delusional in the way that they think we are in believing the truth and not dropping to our knees to their false gods. Well, let's see if this guy drops to his knees for his false god, predicated on if he still defends Trump after that clip that we just rolled. Thank you for the $50, Jessica. Let's get 500 Jessica W's. Then Neil, thank you for the $10 from an AI bot sending my favorite grifter dono. Thank you for supporting the grift. SJ, thank you for the $20 who says, tell the guest SJ said shut the fuck up. SJ tells you to shut the fuck up, DJ. Shout out to Queen AJ. SJ, good to see you again. Thank you so much for the $20. Thomas, thank you for the $5. And we are all caught up. Drum roll, please. The mic and the floor are yours, DJ. Tell us, do you still support Trump after hearing him admit to sexual exploitation?
Dean, first, before I answer that, I would like to say I don't appreciate, you thinking that I would ever support some type of behavior like that, okay? One, I wasn't aware of this information before, okay? But no, after learning out about information like this, I can't support somebody like that. Because morally, for me, it's just not right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I actually have to give it to you, Dean. I can't support him anymore. You're right.
Good.
Can't.
That's good. That's good to hear, DJ.
But
Thank you for that response.
I just still don't understand. If this is so true, you know what I mean? How did he get elected as president? How did he get elected? How is there so many people that blindly follow this shit, Dean? Tell me. If this is really true, tell me. Tell me how that's possible.
That's step number one, is asking yourself, how the hell is he in power if he's done this? How the hell is he president if he's done this? And then you answer that question. Well, you say it's because a lot of people still support him. And then you ask the question, how the hell do so many people still support him if he's done that? And then you answer that question because they're misinformed, stupid, or cult members. And then you say, well, why the hell are they so misinformed? Why the hell are some of them so stupid? Why the hell are some of them cult members? And you answer that question because Trump pushed propaganda to make them misinformed, to make them cult members. Then you ask yourself, why the hell did Donald Trump push this propaganda to make them misinformed, make them cult members? And then you answer that question because he is an evil, despicable piece of shit. And I just answered the pipeline of what has radicalized so many people, millions of Americans, millions of people across the globe into absolutely despising Trump, to absolutely hate him.
Yeah, and I live with 3 people that are like very heavily MAGA influenced with me on my in the life that I live and stuff. So it's it's harder like that, also, especially when you're surrounded, by people that are in it. But no, definitely. It's something that it's kind of like concerning, but yeah.
Well, I hope you have a good rest of your day, DJ. You came up here pretty strong, but I'm happy that by the end of the conversation we seemingly changed your mind. Good. Only hopping side of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. For the 16.2 thousand people on TikTok, make sure that we're double tapping, sharing out that live for everybody on YouTube. Drop a like on that stream as well. And Angelina, holy fuck, thank you so much for the wolf. I really appreciate you so much. Shout out to you, Angelina. We're gonna go ahead and get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. So only hop inside of that queue if you're MAGA. We got MAGA Nate.
Hey,
MAGA Nate, welcome. Min, I got a question for you.
Yeah, why do you...
My question for you is, one moment. Would you still support Trump as president if you knew he had called for the execution of his political opponents? Go ahead.
Why do you abuse animals, man?
What?
Why do you abuse animals, man? What's up with that?
Vegan, I eat meat, therefore I abuse animals?
Yep, that follows.
Okay.
Yep, that follows.
Right. Well, thank you for your question. Yeah, can you answer the question that I asked you, because my question was the only one relevant to the debate topic of the stream?
Is it yes or no? I mean...
Oh, well, it's a refusal to answer since that's not the debate topic of the stream. If that doesn't work for you, I'm sorry. Feel free to go somewhere else and debate veganism. We're debating Trump here. Jamie, I appreciate you for the guidance.
Can I give my reason as to why I support Trump? I don't want to, like...
I mean, I'd appreciate it if you would answer the question I asked.
I don't want to.
Unless you're scared. Okay, you're scared. I get it.
Yeah. I want to give my reason as to why I support Trump. I mean, you don't even get that anymore. Like,
I'm
nice enough to...
Yeah, MAGA.
I'm nice enough to...
I'll give you
debate,
one last. I'll give you one last opportunity here to answer my question. If you don't want to do that.
Actually, yeah, I would. Yeah, I would.
Okay. All right. Even if you wanted to execute his political opponents.
Yeah, I'm a one-issue voter. I mean, no, not that. If you wanted to, like, if you actually, like,
what if he actually did execute Democrats in Congress?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't, because that's against my deontological framework, right?
Oh yeah.
My deontological framework.
Yeah, remember when you joined Parker's stream yesterday and said that you support Trump?
Because, I know. You were dodging me this whole time. You were dodging me this whole time because I knew it.
Remember when you joined his stream and you're like, I support Trump because you believe in moral subjectivism?
Yeah, I slammed him.
Yeah, because that argument follows, right?
I fucking cooked him.
Yeah, you cooked him so hard.
Yeah, I can't take subjectivists seriously.
So
that's just gonna be the case.
So would you argue that it would follow if Parker was an objectivist, then you would not support Trump?
Yeah, see, you didn't track like Parker did. It's okay. I'm high tier, right? But the thing is, yeah, I just don't take subjectivist serious. So I look at the meta-ethical basis of Democrat voters, and often they're subjectivists comparative to Republicans, and so yeah, that's gonna be one of the reasons as to why I support Trump.
Yeah, and then the empirical basis for that claim is that there's more people on the right that are Christian than the left or whatever.
Yeah, this is just an analytical truth. I don't know why Parker actually tried fighting against this.
Yeah, so if it were to be true that Donald Trump ran as a Democrat, you wouldn't support him as president.
Yeah, but I just find this to be an epistemic impossibility.
If he ran on the same policy... Wait, here's the question. If Kamala Harris ran as a Republican with all the policy that she did in the real election, and Donald Trump ran as a Democrat with all the policy that he had in the real election, who would you vote for?
I find this to be an epistemic impossibility. I'm not going to answer this.
Oh, you
and
find
plus,
it to be,
I'm still,
you
I
find
still
it to be an
value
impossibility. You find it to be an impossibility.
I still value deregulation.
Wait. Why is it an epistemic impossibility, please?
Yeah, simply because Republicans don't typically run as left-wingers.
I don't know that typically equates to impossible.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna answer.
Wait. In justifying that it's an epistemic impossibility, you said because it wouldn't be typical. You're an idiot.
Yeah, based on what we know.
Do you understand the glaring issues? So you're arguing that atypicality is equivalent to epistemic impossibility?
No, I'm saying.
But the reason in which you just granted insofar as why that's epistemically impossible would be the fact that it would be atypical. You can't track your own argument. I'm supposed to take this guy seriously?
I said based on what we know. What are you talking about, Dean?
You said based on what we know, it is typically the case that this is not the policy that the candidates run on. So in other words, you're saying based on what we know, okay, because it's atypical, it's therefore epistemically impossible.
Epistemically unlikely, yeah.
Oh, so now we've changed it. Okay, so now you will engage in the hypothetical because the nature of many hypotheticals would be an epistemic level of unlikeliness, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, so answer the question.
But
if Donald Trump ran as a Democrat with all the policy that he had in the real election, and Kamala Harris ran as a Republican with all the policy that she had in the real election, who do you voted for?
Yeah, does Kamala run on our deregulation?
Yeah, she just ran on everything that she did in the real election.
Who would I vote for? Probably Trump.
Okay, even though he would still have that Democratic base, in which is more likely to hold to a meta-ethical framework of subjectivism compared to the Republican based?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay. So now we've just disputed that whole view. Throwing it out the window.
I mean, you didn't really dispute it.
Yeah, because I got you to concede. Thank you so much for that law. Thank you so much for the time, Nate. I'm going to go ahead and kick you now and move on to the next guest. I'm sorry that you had to get cooked back-to-back 2 days in a row by Parker than me. Somebody over on YouTube Super Chat says L. Philbrell. I mean, yeah, we got to cook the Philbros up every once in a while. Let them know that I still got it. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
My whole family is cheering in Iran. I have family in Tehran. That's kind of why I wanted to come online to talk about like the Iranian Trump support.
Okay, so is that why you support Trump?
If you need to kick me, I understand, but I don't support him. I just wanted to discuss because my family's lives are very, very much at stake right now. I can't get a hold of them, and signals aren't going through. And I was hoping to just talk to you about that if you were willing to give me the opportunity. Otherwise, I understand.
Well, I mean, is there any way that I could help?
I was wondering if you had any. I am kind of somewhat understanding my Iranian family's like argument about this. So I'm kind of curious if you have, if like you would kind of prove them wrong or make me kind of not be proven wrong, if that makes sense.
Well, I mean, if I was Iranian, I'd probably have a night for celebration because, the brutalistic dictator's dead. But what would underpin that night of celebration would be full knowledge that U.S. interventionism historically has resulted in terrible outcomes for the people. The Iraqi and Afghanis, they celebrated harder than, Iranian citizens are celebrating today when Saddam Hussein was killed. But, what came next was over 1 million dead Iraqis and Afghanis. So I definitely understand, why you're scared for your family, and I really hope that you're able to reach them. And I also understand why some people are happy. I mean, like I said, I'd be too if that dictator got it. But it's what comes next that we shouldn't be happy about. But I am just looking for Trump supporters.
Okay.
Yeah, you have a good rest of your day. And seriously, if there's any way that I can help with helping you reach your family, let me know, okay?
Cool. Thank you.
No, you take care. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. On the opposite side of that queue, if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. That's kind of like my position on the subject matter, right? Like, we can't forget, okay, right, that U.S. interventionism, especially in the Middle East, is historically one of the worst decisions we've ever made. Why the fuck are we making it again? Okay, for every party involved. That's so common sense that was even Charlie Kirk's position. That's how crazy it was. Truly bipartisan. But no, if I was living in Iran, I have a friend. I have an acquaintance, a mutual, I should say. A mutual, there we go. Not really a friend, a mutual. I have a mutual whose family's also in Iran, whose pregnant aunt was beat up because she said something wrong by the country. Yeah, I'd have a smile on my face when that dictator got what he deserved. But, I'd also understand the short and long-term implications of the fact that that's probably going to lead to some terrible outcomes for the Iranian people. Hello, Blake, do you support Trump?
Yo, debate 5.9 Cummins.
Is he in the queue?
He should be.
Is he your buddy? Is that who you're advocating for?
Yeah.
Well, tell him to join the queue and I'll see him.
Okay.
Go tell him right now. I can bring him up. I can bring him up right now. Yeah, this is the moment. All right? This is 5.9 Cummins' moment. Time to shine, and he's nowhere to be seen. Where's he at, man? Dude, you better call his ass, man. I mean, this is now or never. Do you want to debate me with him? We could do a 2v1.
What? Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, where's he at, man? He seriously, we're looking at 30-second timer starts now. It's 30 seconds. Here, I'm gonna thank a couple people. I'll give you a little bit longer. If you're watching the stream and you want to support the stream, you want to support me, you can actually support me through Venmo or PayPal, which you can find in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube. The handle's also at the top of the phone screen. I really appreciate y'all for the love. Mason, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Says, keep doing what you're doing, big dog. Thank you so much for that love, dude. Shout out to you, bro. Michaela, thank you for the $10. Who says, Dumb question, but will you ever get Momo Cat Cam? That's pretty funny. I should. Jonathan, thank you for the $10. Who says because you're awesome. Thank you so much for that love, Jonathan. And then Lee, thank you so much for the $20. Who says here's $20 for your grift. Lee, thank you so much for allowing me to grift so exponentially hard. Huge shout out to Lee down below. And then one last person over on PayPal, Caroline. Thank you for the $10. Thank you guys so much for the love. All right, is 5.9 Cummins here?
You're not in there yet?
Did he respond to your texts? I need a yes or no in 10 seconds or less. Did he respond to your text?
Just wait.
I'm going to move on to the next guest, Blake. He missed his window. But if he does want to hop inside of that queue, I could bring him up. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I support Trump. Oh, yeah, I definitely support Trump.
How old are you?
21.
What year were you born in?
23, actually. Say again?
What year were you born in?
2002.
Okay.
What are you laughing for?
What is one promise that Trump made before the election that he's actually followed through on?
That's a good question. Yeah, no, I saw your clip, actually. I saw your clip about the what is it? Hold on, let me think.
Do you have an answer to the question?
No, I don't think I do.
Okay. So why do you support Trump?
You know,
he's not doing what he campaigned on. Why is he your guy?
Honestly, I like how he does business. I do. I like how he just the way he his personality. I appreciate it.
Okay, so his personality should be like, the least favorable of the Trump characteristics, the whole illegally concealing files accusing him of child rape, sexualizing 10-year-old girls, boasting about sexual exploitation of women and girls, raping E. Jean Carroll, having 40-plus credible accusations, including 2 from the Epstein files by minors. Right? Like, clearly his personality is what you should like. What you like is the political theater that he puts on, which isn't his personality.
Political theater? What do you mean?
Yeah, the political theater of... Under me, the economy will be the best it's ever been. Under me, inflation will be the lowest it's ever been. I will be the best president that's ever been. America will be the strongest it's ever been. Like that political theater.
Okay,
that's
why
what
do
I'm
you like
referring
Kamala
to.
Harris?
That's what you like about him. But
Why you
that's
like Kamala
all a
Harris?
baseless fucking virtue signal to get you to like him, so then he could swindle you, bow the knee to Israel, bow the knee to Jeffrey Epstein and co., fuck over the country, and start a new war in the Middle East. Like, man, I mean...
Okay, hold on a minute. Why do you like Kamala Harris?
Well, I mean, I could tell you about a billion reasons why I voted for Kamala Harris a year and a half ago, but that was a year and a half ago. We should probably just be focusing on the Trump administration. Like, you could only butt Biden and butt Harris and butt Obama your way out of so many things for so long.
Okay. So you have no answer?
Oh, it's just I'm not going to answer it because I want to stay on the topic of the Trump administration.
Okay, let's go back to it. Let's go.
Okay, so then respond to what I said.
Ask me one more time, just so I know I heard.
I didn't ask you anything. I made a statement.
What was the statement?
Yeah, that you shouldn't like his personality because that's what led him to rape E. Jean Carroll, sexually exploit women and girls, have 40-plus credible accusations, sexualize 10-year-old girls, so on and so forth. And what you're referring to isn't his personality; it's his political performance, where he'll be like, "Oh, I want to make the country the best it's ever been, make unemployment the lowest it's ever been, inflation the lowest it's ever been." But those are just baseless virtue signals because that's not actually what he's doing. And I think that you've proven this to yourself because you admitted that he hasn't been able to keep one of the promises that he made prior to the election.
I think he's a good businessman.
Okay, then why is the economy in the shitter?
That's not true.
It is. Last year we had the worst jobs report since 03 if we ignore recessions.
So what do you think we're supposed to do to make this better?
Sure, after you tell me why you think he's a good businessman, even though the economy is in the shitter.
I just do. That's what I believe.
Okay, you just believe it basically, though. That's the issue. You should believe things only with good reason. Okay, and you should never believe things baselessly, especially when there's reason to indicate otherwise, such as the fact that unemployment is at a 5-year high, 1.3 million layoffs last year, declining amount of business investment for the first time in years after a major boom, worst jobs report since '03, most manufacturing bankruptcy since '08. Like, clearly you shouldn't just baselessly believe that he's great for the economy. Like, what are we doing?
Okay, fair. You have a point here. I can't even deny that.
Good.
So, what's your issue with Jesus Christ?
Well, that's a weird question. I don't have an issue with Yeshua, a man by the name of Yeshua. I don't have an issue with him. What?
Why don't you believe in God?
Okay, well, first and foremost, the question, what is your issue with Jesus Christ, is different than the issue of why don't you believe that Jesus Christ was literally God. I don't believe that you are literally God, but I don't really have an issue with you. Well, I guess outside of the fact that you're a Trump supporter. Okay, I don't believe that my girlfriend is like literally God, but I obviously don't have an issue with my girlfriend, so that's a false equivalence.
Okay, so why don't you answer the question then?
Why would I? It's completely irrelevant to the topic of Trump. I'm going to go and assume that that's you bowing the knee on this topic, so we're going to get Blake back up. Where's 5.9 comments?
All right. Is he in there now?
Is he telling you he's in there?
Yeah.
Is his name Wyatt?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, his name's not 5.9 comments. It's Wyatt.
Oh, his old account was then.
Okay. Yeah, well, we could get Wyatt up here. So, you guys want to 1v2 me?
Yeah.
Is he like a great debater with a lot of knowledge?
Yes. He's really smart.
Really smart. Okay. Well, I accepted him, but then he automatically aired out. You have to tell him to re-request. Oh, this will be great.
Is he up yet?
Oh. Wow. I have a question.
What?
What are your thoughts on like the KKK?
Honestly, don't even know what it is.
You don't know what the KKK is?
No.
Are you sure if you went and asked your dad what the KKK is, he wouldn't just like show you a uniform and say, "This is what the KKK is"? Is that a possibility?
Oh shit! Is it about like black people?
Yeah, it's about like hating black people, super racist, white supremacy. I mean, so
What brought
do you
that
like
up?
do you like self-describe as like a white supremacist?
No.
Really? I'm surprised. I'm surprised you'd say no. I think the question, like the answer to that question, should be yes. Like I think that you do self-describe as a white supremacist.
Why?
Oh, I'll happily answer that question because you have a repost with a bunch of different pictures of bread from bread with no toast on it, then bread with a little bit more burntness and toastness until the bread is all the way black.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, and then
really?
it says like, oh, like we like our bread like I like people. The darker it is, the less I like
Well,
it.
it's about bread, not people.
No, it literally says it's about
Yeah, people don't like burnt toast.
No, it literally says it's
Like,
about people.
if you're gonna have a peanut butter jelly sandwich, are you gonna use black toast?
No, I mean it literally says it's about people. And I quote, bread is like people. The darker it is, the less we like it.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Shit.
He must have accidentally hit the repost button.
Was that an accident?
Yeah, it was. I didn't realize that.
Okay, so you think that like racism is wrong? Like that's totally
Oh
unacceptable.
yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
I mean, I have
yeah.
a ton of black friends.
Yeah. I don't believe you. How many continents are there? Also, don't tokenize black people,
7.
but I don't even believe you. Wow. You know how many continents there are?
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry. You're just such like an incel loser. I'd assume that you had no clue.
Really?
Really?
How's he a loser if he likes Trump?
Well, I mean, I think that liking Trump is something that makes you a loser. But when I go to somebody's account and I see, I hate black people, like, yeah, I definitely assume that they're a loser.
I don't hate black people. I love
No,
black
it did not say that.
What said I dislike black people? Sorry.
Well, I got
Sorry.
a question for you.
It didn't say I hate black people. It says I dislike people. That makes the world a difference, right?
Yeah, but anyways. So
It does.
you
Okay,
like
why does that make
Biden?
the world a difference?
I said, do you like Biden?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to answer that question. I'm going to kick your friend off here. Goodbye, Blake. I mean, obviously you share the same beliefs as him, but I expect that out of Trump supporters. I just won't have somebody on the live with posts like that on their page. But I definitely would guess a lot of people on the live believe it. Do I like Biden?
Yeah.
I thought that he passed some good domestic policy.
Can you tell me any accomplishment he did?
For every accomplishment I tell you of Biden's, can you share one of Trump's?
Yeah, probably.
Probably? Okay. First accomplishment, the infrastructure bill that Trump tried to get passed for 4 years and couldn't. Biden got it done in his first year.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah, now what's the first Trump accomplishment?
Look at our border now.
Like a reduction in border crossings?
Yeah, I mean, do you like people fucking coming in our country? They ain't supposed to fucking be here.
So what did he do to reduce his border entries?
Look at the fucking border now and look at it fucking 3 years ago.
No, I agree that border
2 years
entries,
ago.
like undocumented border entries went way down. But what did Trump do to cause that?
What, cause him not to fucking come in here?
Yes.
I don't fucking know. He fucking got a whole bunch of fucking people and he fucking set up a big old fucking fence.
Set up a big old fucking fence.
Yeah, that's what he did.
You're talking about the wall, right?
Yep,
The
that's
wall
what
that
you call it, a
hasn't
wall.
resumed construction yet under his second term. That wall?
Oh, it hasn't?
No. They built less than 50
Well, why don't
miles,
you do your
50%
research?
of their first term as well. Well, I mean, if you did your research, then you know in his first term he promised that wall, and he also promised to stick the bill to Mexico. But then he built less than 3% of that wall and stuck the bill to misappropriated funds from the DoD. And then when the Democrats made a major concession to build more of that wall under the Biden-Harris administration through the bipartisan border bill to the Republicans, then Trump told the Republicans to shoot it down because it would have made the Biden-Harris administration look too good. Once you fucking do your fucking research, fucking fuck. That's right.
Yeah.
Go do your fucking research, fucking fuck. Yeah, yup. Yeah, yup.
So do you just like sitting on your fucking screen all day, getting paid, doing nothing, not having a job?
Yeah, I'm not sitting on the screen. I'm sitting on the chair. If I were to sit on the screen, the monitor would break, you idiot. Do you sit on screens? Every time you turn on the Xbox,
No, but
you try
I
to
think
sit
you
down
knew
on
what
the
I was
TV?
talking about.
Okay, well, I mean,
Why you
just to
gotta be a
clarify,
smart-ass, dude?
like clearly I don't sit on the fucking screen all day. What kind of an idiot sits on their screen all day? No, I sit in a chair, you fucking idiot.
Dude, you're one smartass, ain't you?
No, I'm sorry, you were just wrong. Like, seriously, who the hell sits on a screen? Like, how stupid are you?
Bro, why do you gotta get so mad?
No, I'm not mad. I'm rage baiting you because of that silly comment that you made. You were rage baiting me. You said that I'm a grifter and I sit on my screen all day and make a bunch of money. Are you jealous of the money?
No, I just like
Then
no
why
way I
mention
don't
it?
get a job.
Wait. Then why mention it?
I'm just like curious why you just sit inside all day and not do fucking anything.
Okay, well, this is a job. You said I don't have a job. Would you define that word?
Yeah, I fucking wake up early in the fucking morning and go to fucking work and
Okay,
not
so
sit
if you
at your
don't wake
fucking
up
house.
early, then you don't have a job. So people that only work night shifts are unemployed.
No, I didn't say that, but
Okay,
most
so then
people
how do you
fucking
define the
wake
word
up
job?
early,
Because you did
and
say
they
that. So
fucking
try
leave
again.
and
Define
they
the
go
word
to their
job.
fucking job.
Okay, so they leave the house. So in order to have a job, you have to leave your house. So IT professionals that work from home are unemployed. Donald
No,
Trump
not really,
is
but like
unemployed
you're
because
unemployed.
technically his house is the White House.
No, he's actually not unemployed. He's a fucking
Okay, even though he
president.
doesn't leave his home to do his work.
Oh, he doesn't?
No, not all the time. Because his home is the White House, he does a lot of his
No,
work out of the White House.
he actually does leave quite often.
Okay, the same way I leave quite often, but I don't have to necessarily leave in order to fulfill my job roles, right? My job requirements can be fulfilled from my home, just like a lot of Donald Trump's job requirements can be fulfilled from his home, the White House. But once again, you're just repeating that I'm unemployed. So you're going to have to find a way to define the word job that would lead to the conclusion that I don't have one. But that's a really daunting task for you because it's damn near impossible to do. Also, we can't hear you when you leave the app.
You don't get taxes taken out?
Oh, I do pay taxes. That means I'm employed, right? I guess so, because he left. Dude, Dumb and Dumber. Truly Dumb and Dumber. Let's go to move on to the next guest, guys. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We got Bradley loaded up into the box right now, folks. Only hop inside of that queue if you're MAGA, please, and thank you. Welcome in, Bradley. Do you support Trump?
I'm a Trump supporter, but all I have to say is I'm sorry to listen how stupid that guy was.
That was pretty stupid. That guy was pretty stupid.
Him and his buddy, dude, they were terrible.
Yeah, they were pretty bad.
Oh my God.
Did you just come up here to say that, or did you want to debate?
Mainly just to say that I'm not prepared for a debate.
Okay, all right. You take care, Bradley. Dude, even MAGA knows. Even the Trump supporters watching know. That's funny. That's funny. Oh my God, that's really funny. We're going to move on to the next guest. For everybody asking me to go get Momo down below in the chat, my girlfriend's at work, and Momo's somewhere in the house, so I don't really have a way to get her right now, unfortunately. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I actually don't support anyone. I just wanted to show you my dogs.
Very cute dogs, but we're just looking for debates. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Make sure you are only in the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump, please, and thank you. I appreciate you guys so much for honoring the rules of the live stream. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Fucking gonna get that next fucking guest loaded up in the fucking box. Talk like that last guest for the rest of the fucking stream, you fucks. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, I do not, but I have...
Super based, but we're just looking for Trump supporters. Hey, Derek, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, my man. I appreciate you so much for that love. That is DARRICK. Derek with the 20 says, keep moving forward. We try our best, man. Appreciate you for the 20. Show some love to Derek. And Mr. Steven, thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo. Steven, holy shit, thank you so much for that kindness, man. Steven with the $100 says, about a year ago, I stumbled on your videos, and they've truly helped me learn and grow as a person. I truly appreciate you, brother. Fuck Donald Trump. I'm so happy that what we do here is able to help you out, Steven. I love hearing that from people because it really helps me be motivated to continue to do this because I know of the ways in which it positively impacts the lives of those watching. So thank you so much for sharing that with me, man. And thank you for the insane $100 donation. That is so much love, dude. I don't deserve $1 of that. Thank you so much, Steven. And then Brianna, I appreciate you for the $10 quote-unquote for the Momo Cam. Maybe one day. Then over on PayPal, Ricardo, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. He says, hey, Dino, I'm a big fan of yours. I want to vote this Tuesday in Dallas, but I'm having trouble finding credible resources to research for who and what I'm voting for. I was hoping that you might be able to share some resources you use to do your own research. Are you talking about the primaries? For the Senate? Ricardo, tell me what specific race you're talking about, and I could help you find resources. And then Stephanie, thank you for the $20. She says, Dean Withers, 2028. Well, actually, really fun fact. Thank you for the $20, by the way, Stephanie. Some polling institution did a hypothetical presidential election poll on a bunch of people between me and Nick Fuentes, and I came out 12 points on top. So let's fucking go. The public likes Dean Withers more than Nick Fuentes, which is good. Welcome in, Face Eater. Do you support Trump?
Backwoods or loose leaves? That
guy's 5. How is he talking about backwoods for, man? Don't do that, bro. Seriously, to that last guess, I know you think it's cool. Because I thought the same thing when I was literally 13. I literally did. I thought it was cool. Okay, it's not, man. Trust me, it's not. Do you support Trump?
Sorry, I accidentally hit a button. I'm at work right now.
No worries, man. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Make sure if you're in that queue that you're an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. You know, I remember that mindset when I was 13 years old, just thinking it was so cool. The coolest thing ever. And it's not. It's not at all. Hey, man, do you support Trump? Hello? What is your name, Mark? Mark Wonder, are you with us? Mark Wonder is not with us. Moving on to the next guest. If you're a Trump supporter in the queue, why don't you just go ahead and let me know down below in that chat. I'll let you skip the line here because we clearly got a lot of people inside of the queue who are not actually Trump supporters, AFK, so on and so forth. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I'm talking to you. I'm literally talking to you. Hey, KU and Co. I'm talking to
Oh,
you.
it's me? Yeah, I
Yeah.
do support Trump.
Hello?
I've been waiting for this.
Okay. There's a little bit of an echo on your mic. Are
Can
you
you
like?
hear me better now?
If you take your case off, it might help. If there's any Bluetooth devices, it might
Okay,
help.
let
If
me
there's-
take the case off. Okay, can you hear me better now?
Test, test, test.
Test,
And
test, test. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's good enough. Why do you support Trump? Tell us why the hell you support the worst president of your life, Mr. Trump.
Well, I want to ask you a question because you're always asking people why they don't support Trump or why they do support Trump. Why don't you support him?
How long do you have?
All night.
Okay, I'm gonna put you mute because of that echo. Do you know how to unmute?
I'm not gonna mute you. I don't know how to put it
Oh,
on mute.
I said I was gonna put you on mute because of the echo. And then I asked you if you know how to unmute, so you don't. All right, let's just quickly run through that. So like you learn this pretty quickly because I'll have to mute you when I'm speaking just because of the slight reverb. I just muted you. At the bottom of your phone screen, right around this area, there should be an icon that looks like a mic. If you hit that, it'll unmute yourself.
Got it.
There you go. All right, I'm gonna put you on mute. So you asked me why I don't support Trump. It's because I think that he has terrible domestic policy, terrible foreign policy, and terrible character. Let's start with his foreign policy because that's what's been most recent. He ran on no new wars. Now we have a new war, a war in Iran, a war in the Middle East. 24 hours in, 3 American soldiers have already died, lost their lives because of Donald Trump's broken promise. Same thing with over 80 children at a girls' elementary school in Iran who were killed at 10 a.m. with the first wave of IDF and U.S. strikes. Okay? Absolutely terrible. And that's just scratching the surface for his terrible foreign policy.
Yes, I definitely agree with you that that's terrible. But why not speak on the fact that Biden had an open border policy and let in a bunch of illegals and women and children went missing, were unaccounted for. We've seen this in the court of law that they placed them, gave them a hotline number to call, which they called. They never did anything about it. Those children are still fucking missing. And why is that not the topic? Why isn't the Epstein files a topic for you? And then why, Dean, did you have to pull over your car to make a fucking video saying that, oh, well, this happened, this guy did this, and then you deleted that video because later it was a fact that that guy that did that was a fucking child rapist, and then you deleted the video. Come on now.
What else should I have done? Would you advocate that I keep the video up?
No, but but don't pull over your car and make it such a fucking scenario that you have to pull over your car without fucking doing research and then to fucking...
I don't. Okay, when I make videos about people, I don't typically check if they're on the sex offender registry.
So angry that you had to pull over your car
because I was,
and then later deleted the video because you were
What else?
wrong.
Do
And
you think I should have left it up?
Wrong. No, but admit that you're wrong sometimes.
Me taking the video down is admitting that I was wrong.
You didn't say it publicly, though.
Okay.
Like, come on now.
I actually have.
I don't support
many times
the
on the
pedos.
live stream you're
I don't
watching right now.
support-
Yes,
I
you
don't
do.
support-
Yes, you do. You
No,
support
I
Trump.
don't. No, I support what is happening right now more than what Kamala would have done. That doesn't
Right.
mean I support Trump. He's only going to be in office for 3 more years. But if the Democrats get voted back into office, I'm pretty fucking sure it'll be the downfall of America and we'll be looking like London very fucking soon.
What does that mean? Looking like London.
Well, what's going on in New York right now?
You tell me.
You haven't seen because you're the professional that sits behind a computer screen all day and does all the research. You
Well,
tell me
chances are
that
it's
you don't-
probably like fear mongering propaganda. So I don't know what you're talking about. You gotta be more
fear-mongering.
specific.
How is fear mongering? Okay, so when I was a child, I was.
Can you tell me
told
like
that-
what's going on in London? What's going on in New York that will happen to the totality of America if Democrats are elected?
Yes, they chant death to America and anybody that doesn't believe the Muslim religion. that they're
Oh
not-
yes.
You don't
Yes,
believe
yes.
that.
No, Zohar Mamdani has absolutely implemented Sharia law. I know it's been
And
terrible. over there.
you agree with that?
You know what? Yes, I agree with Sharia law. Do you agree with Sharia law?
No, I don't. I don't.
Why do you
I'm not
wait?
religious.
Wait. Say it out loud. Say it. I
No,
do
I
not
do
agree with
not
Sharia law.
agree with Sharia law. You want to know what's their consent age? What's their consent age, Dean? Do you know that?
I don't know the consent age in Sharia
There
law.
is none. There is
Sharia!
none.
Sorry. So Sharia law is not a real thing. It's a joke. It's called Sharia law.
Well, whatever the fuck it is, it doesn't matter. You agree with it?
It kind of does. It kind of does. Yeah.
Oh, okay, kind of does. But okay,
so
Sharia
first
law.
and
You agree with
foremost-
it? You agree with it? You agree with
No, Sharia law is fucking disgusting. Okay. Can I clarify on this for you?
Yeah.
A vast majority of all
And
Muslim
the guy that
immigrants.
said that you're
didn't even get
sitting
3
on
words.
your
Fuck.
computer, let me just say, no, you
I didn't
sit-
even get 3 words.
You sit behind your computer. You should be more like Nick Shirley and go out there and do some actual fucking fact checking.
I know. Go
and
do some
investigation.
actual journalism like Nick Shirley. Yes, sit down on a podcast,
So
tell the host
so
you don't know what the word benevolent means,
support
and then go expose
The
fraud in
hand
California
involved.
by pointing out that a Republican tried to register their dog to vote and then got thrown in jail. So true. Can I respond to the Sharia law point?
Yep.
Thank
Go
you.
for it.
I appreciate it. So, I don't know like where this is coming from. Islamophobia in America, it's crazy. Okay. We understand that Sharia law is bad. We also understand that a lot of the Muslim immigrants coming into this country are actually doing so to escape it. We understand that there are fundamentalist sects of all major religions that are bad. It doesn't matter if you're looking at Islam. It doesn't matter if you're looking at Christianity. It doesn't matter if you're looking at Judaism. There are fundamentalist sects of all 3 of these religions, and which are incredibly, incredibly harmful to the world around them. But what I want you to also recognize here is there are even larger non-fundamentalist sects of all 3 of these religions that practice their religious texts with benevolence, okay? I will happily condemn Islamic extremism or Islamic fundamentalism as long as we can also agree to condemn Christian extremism and Christian fundamentalism. There are many followers of both Islam and Christianity that do not practice these extremist variants that are not harmful nor detrimental to this country nor the world.
I agree. I'm not religious at all. I agree. But what I do agree
Right.
on
We
is
can't just like
protecting our
assume all
children.
Muslims in America to be a part of
No,
those
I don't
extremist
assume
sects.
all of them. I don't assume all of them.
And then
At all.
leave out the Christian extremism too.
I don't assume all of them. That's wrong. Like, I don't assume every single one of them. I'm just saying, you can't just be blatantly mad at one thing, but then support it on the other side, because it's happening on both fucking sides.
Extremism is happening in both religions, yes.
No, on both Democrat and
Oh, we're just
Republican
changing.
sides.
Sorry. Are you drunk?
Yes, I said that in my comments. I told you I was drunk.
Oh, I didn't read your comments. Yeah. So there was just like an incoherent jump to like another topic, so I assume so.
Well, yeah, sorry, but
Wait, where do we see Sharia law in New York City?
It's Sharika, remember?
Yeah, where do we see Sharia law in New York City? Can you tell me?
Never. It's Sharia.
So where do we see Sharia law in New York City? Because you said that we see this in NYC.
Well, look at what Mondami's doing.
Oh, what is he doing? What is he doing to
Did you
implement
not
this
see a
Sharia
little
law?
boy that said that he was handed hijab and the Quran, and he's Christian, a little 12-year-old boy, and he's like, and I didn't agree with it, and he got in trouble at school.
Oh,
That's
so
fucked up.
so Mom Bonnie went to a school and like forced a
No,
little
not
boy to wear a
Mondami.
hijab.
Not Mondami. The school handed it out, and that's not okay, because we don't hand out the Bible in school, right? We never
Well,
have.
actually, we do. Oklahoma just passed
I-
legislation to put the Bible in every classroom.
Yes. But when I was in school, that wasn't a thing. So I'm against both. I'm against handing out the Bible and pushing religion on any child. They
Right.
should grow up
Right,
and.
but what is Mom
decide
Donnie
for
doing to push? Also, that's not Sharia law, by the way. Just saying. But what is Mom Donnie doing to push Sharia law?
Did you not watch anything that he has done?
I've been watching so closely. I even had him on this stream. I did an interview with him. He's a great guy. Now, what is he doing to push
I'm not
Sharia law?
saying he's not a great guy. I'm just saying
What is he,
that.
listen, what is he doing to push Sharia law? Can you please answer?
I'm just saying that what he's bringing into America isn't American values.
Could you like share one of those values with us?
The Quran.
The freedom of
And
religion.
Wait, so
the
because he
freedom of-
wait, so
And
you're
not only
arguing
that-
because he personally at home practices Islam, that he does not represent American values. I need to correct you. First and foremost, American values are freedom of religion. Okay, you could be an American and be a Christian. You could be an American and be a Muslim. You could be American and be a Jewish. You could be American and be secular. Okay, so by telling us that he doesn't practice American values because at home, okay, outside of the public
So how
eye
does
and
he
outside of his official
practice
titles and
on
roles of
the
his public
Ameri-
office, be quiet, please. He's a practicing Muslim. Is gross and
be fucking
disgusting.
quiet.
Not to mention that he's probably the most pro-American politician in this country today.
Oh,
because unlike
yeah,
unlike
let's
our
bring
unlike the
taxes
federal
on the
government
American
getting
people.
paid billions of dollars from these PACs and lobbyists just to take money from the American people, then put it back into the pockets of the rich Ezeks, he's actually taking the money from the people of New York City and putting it back into their own pockets
Okay,
by paying
so
people
since
$30
you're
an
such a
hour to clean up the
fucking
streets and shovel
professional.
snow. Explain to me how that's anti-American to ensure that we're working for the benefit of the low and the middle class,
no,
to ensure that
So
we're
since-
working with the end goal of the betterment of the average American in our crosshairs, regardless of what religion he chooses to practice behind closed doors at home.
So since you're so pro-America, how is raising taxes on the American people? How is that American?
Do it. Well, hey, if you don't want taxes to be raised on the American people, shouldn't have voted for the guy who's reducing the purchasing power of half of this country. We're talking about Trump. And then B, are you talking about
Really,
Zoran
that's really
Mamdani?
funny because my husband makes $120,000 a year, and last year he had to pay $10,000, but this year he's getting a $4,000 tax return.
Oh my God, no, that's crazy. He makes more than 2 times the average American and is getting money back under the Trump administration. Color me shocked. Now, answer the question, what values does Zoran Mamdani preach that are anti-American and pro-Sharia law?
Gene, are you being for real right now?
Yes.
Okay, so a snowball fight that he claims. No, don't laugh. This is not funny. Because if I went and threw snowballs at him and fucking put him in the hospital, what do you think would happen?
I'm sorry, I can't handle it. I can't handle it. There were snowball fights in New York City when it was snowing. Sharia law!
Dean, what's up, bro?
What's going on, man? Give me a moment. Oh my God. Everybody, the next time it snows in your area, you need to practice Sharia law at once. We are officially an Islamic republic. Okay? The moment you pick up a snowball and throw it, you are blessed by Allah. Hello. Welcome in. Do you support
What's up,
Trump?
bro? I do. There's some things that I give him a C plus.
Okay, how old are you?
How old do you think I am?
I just need to...
Do I sound like I'm over 18, brother?
Yes.
I am definitely over 18. I'm 43.
Okay. So tell us, why do you support Trump?
So I wanted to bring up something. You bring up the whole Howard Stern thing a lot.
Oh, yeah.
And I just want to point out to your viewers, and I think you know this, that it's satire, bro. It's like basically a show of trolling.
Mm-hmm.
So when you pull up that clip, in my personal, this is just my opinion, Sean's opinion. When you pull up that clip, it's kind of like, yeah, dude, like, how factual can you take that statement? Because it's known for satire. It's known for trolling and saying wild, off-the-cuff stuff. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Don't you agree?
First point. The Howard Stern show was very shock-jockey, and that's exactly why Howard Stern had Donald Trump clarify that this is something he's actually done. Moments after Trump starts to talk about it, Howard Stern's like, so you've actually done this? And then Trump is like, yes, this is the funniest thing I've done. I'll tell you what the funniest thing I've done is. Okay? So you're wrong already. But
I don't know, man.
I'll make you look even more wrong, because we also have the testimony from the women and girls to corroborate what he admitted to. We had Mariah Delgado and 4 other teens from Miss Teen USA in 1997 say he'd barge back there when they were naked and say, "Don't worry, ladies, I've seen it all before." Same thing with Miss Arizona in 2001, Miss Vermont in 1997, and Miss Massachusetts in 2002. Okay? Third thing, you cannot point me towards one other clip of anybody else that has ever been on Howard Stern radio show that falsely made a satirical joke about them engaging in sexual violence when in all reality they were innocent. For those 3 reasons, your argument falls flat on its face, dead in the water where it stands.
I'll give it to you, bro. I'll give it to you. For sure. But I wanted to ask you about the Sharia law thing.
Yeah, well, before we move on to Sharia law, snowballs are haram. Would you mind, okay, so you can see it on that first topic?
I just said it. I just said
it.
I give it to you.
Girls? Okay.
I mean,
So,
we're going by their testimony. I mean, who knows how real it is, but okay, I'll give it to you.
Okay, so
I'll give it to you in good faith, dude. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I haven't heard those girls say anything. I haven't heard those girls say, "Oh, that happened." I don't know. Okay, sure.
Okay, so you agree that he sexually exploited women and girls?
Well, I can't say I agree for sure, but I'll concede to your point that it's a possibility.
I'll
give you that. I'll give you that it's a possibility, dude.
Because I'd say that because we heard him admit to it, we know it's more than just a possibility.
I don't know, man. It could be.
If I told you that I've engaged in sexual violence, your gut reaction would be like, "Oh, what the fuck?" Because like, A, it's me telling you that I've done it, and then B, like, who the hell falsely claims that they've engaged in sexual violence when in all reality they haven't? Okay, when somebody tells you that, you fucking believe them.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say, bro. I don't know his heart. I don't know where he's at.
Why is it hard to say?
It's hard to say, dude, because you don't know. I just don't know if these girls are telling the truth. They could just be saying that. It could be taken out of context. The media could be taking it and spinning it. I mean, I don't know, bro.
Okay. So we know that they're telling the truth because not only was it multiple women and multiple girls for multiple pageants in multiple different years, but all of their testimony aligns in.
But what did they say exactly?
On top of the fact that he admitted to it. Like, dude, Trump admitted to it. We can't just forget that part. Like, I expect Trump supporters to deny the testimony of victims. You guys have been doing this for the last couple of years straight to E. Jean Carroll when she fucking proved it in court. But I don't understand how you could deny the testimony of these victims, considering the fact that the corroborating evidence is Donald Trump's own admission of guilt. If this was anybody but Trump, you'd get it. You'd know where I'm coming from. It'd click in your brain. Imagine if you had one of your friends come up to you. Imagine if you had one of your friends come up to you, and then your friend said, "I raped a woman at a party last night." And you know damn well he was actually at that party the same way we know damn well Donald Trump was actually at those pageants. And then you go seek out and you try to find the woman that he raped. You find her. She says, "Yes, he raped me at this party last night." The same way BuzzFeed and other journalistic bodies attempted to seek out the women and girls that he said he sexually exploited the moment he started running for the presidency. And
maybe he
said,
just
"Yes,
walked
this
in
happened
on
to me."
him, dude. Maybe he just walked in on him not knowing, bro. You know what I mean? And then he's just
Okay.
like, "Oh yeah, well I was in there." And then the girls are like, "Well yeah, he did." Like maybe he didn't, Who knows?
Okay. So who the hell walks in to a woman's dressing room or bathroom during business hours, not expecting there to be women dressing or bathing? I guess not. Dressing or using the restroom. Who the hell walks in to a woman's dressing room or bathroom during business hours, okay, not expecting women to be dressing or women to be using the restroom?
Fair enough, man.
Can you answer that?
I don't know.
I feel like that one's like obvious. Like men can't pull that card. Like if a man were to ever in any scenario barge into a woman's dressing room at a beauty pageant like, okay, yeah, women are definitely going to be getting dressed and ready for those. Like, come on. You can't make that excuse. "Oh, I didn't know there'd be women changing and getting ready and naked." You can't, like, that is like a clear expectation, right?
I'll say this: if that really did happen, it's horrific and despicable.
Yeah, but I get rid of if it really did happen. Clearly, 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 it really did happen.
I don't know. I can't say for sure, bro.
Why? Why can't you say for sure? Why is this evidence not compelling enough?
I'd have to listen to the girls say it. I'd have to read. I'd have to do more research.
Well,
I
let's
was
just do the
coming to
research
point
together. Can we just do the research together on live real quick?
All right, go ahead, bro.
Okay. So, have you heard the Trump clip?
From you, yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm looking up the testimony from the women and girls. Could you first tell me why that's not enough on its own?
Because I just told you in the very beginning that Howard Stern is known for being satire, right? One.
Not satire.
Two.
Not satire. He's excuse me. He's known for being a shock jock, which is different.
All right, fair. Well, okay, whatever. But anyways, so
that's the only reason why.
So wait, so what do these girls say exactly, dude?
Yeah, here we go. This is coming from Mariah Delgado. This is one of the sources. Let's put it up on the screen.
Your chat saying I'm in the files, dude. Holy moly, dude.
All right, let's just, yeah. The chat's going a little harder now, I'm not going to lie. All right. Here we go. Give me one moment. I'm just trying to get this all framed up here for you. Maybe if we make it a little bit smaller. Yeah, like that.
But let's say if it is true, bro. Like,
bro. So I haven't even shown this to you yet, right? Just give me a moment. Goddamn. Here we go. All right. Sorry, I always have to get it framed up for TikTok, which is always kind of a daunting task. Is that framed up good? A little bit smaller? There we go. All right, here we go. 4 pageant women who competed in the 1997 Miss Teen USA beauty pageant said Donald Trump walked into the dressing rooms while contestants, some as young as 15, were changing. I remember putting on my dress really quick because I was like, oh my God, there's a man in here, said Bilato, not Delgado, Bilato, the former Miss Vermont Teen USA. Trump, she recalled saying something like, don't worry, ladies, I've seen it all before. The 3 other women who asked to remain anonymous for fear of getting engulfed in a media firestorm also remember Trump entering into the dressing rooms while girls were changing. 2 of them said the girls rushed to cover their bodies, one of them calling it shocking and creepy. We also have the testimony from the women.
BuzzFeed, is this like a credible source though, bro? I mean, who is BuzzFeed?
Yeah, what matters here is just the fact that these are interviews with the women and girls. Like, I clearly agree that BuzzFeed's not credible, but all that matters here is that they interviewed them. It's very simple. Anyone could do it, okay? Right? Like, the reason why we'd argue that BuzzFeed isn't credible here is because, like, they're not, like, a journalistic empire of, like, great minds that could conduct, like, great investigations. But this isn't, like, an exhausting investigation. This is just a pretty easy interview, right? Like, all that we care about here is that the women and girls said this to them.
Okay, I'll say it is. Let's just say it is true. All right.
Okay, so you concede. So you agree that Donald Trump sexually exploited women and girls.
I've heard a little bit of your past. Okay, I'll be very vulnerable. So I myself was taken advantage of, passed out drunk, yada, yada, yada. A bunch of stuff happened. Now my perpetrator, dude, I'm getting somewhere with this. So my perpetrator, when I first saw him, when the trauma came out, freaked me out, dude. But I forgave him after I came to Jesus and all that kind of stuff. And I forgave him. And once I saw him, after I had some healing and forgave him, he was essentially just like another person. So my point being is, let's just say that Trump did do that, okay? We don't know where his heart is. We don't know if he's repented. We don't know if he's, you know what I mean? So you can't hold somebody to their past necessarily and say, well, 20-something years ago, you did this. So through Jesus Christ, I know you're not a Christian, so I know you're not going to concede with this totally, but let's just say that he did repent, he did come clean, he did whatever. I mean, can you not give him another chance?
Okay, first, we know that Donald Trump didn't repent, come clean, and apologize because he still denies
You don't know
it to
that
this
for
day.
sure.
Yes, we do.
Maybe not to the media, but he might have done it in the secret place. He might have done it to whoever.
Oh, we also know
Confess
that
to
he hasn't
whoever.
done it in the secret place to God. 2020, he said he's never asked God to forgive any of his sins ever in his life.
Wow.
Okay, so, like, the argument's a non-starter. Okay, but even if he did, like, repent, come clean, whatever, okay, there's no statute of limitations on condemning SA. There isn't. Predators shouldn't be in positions of power, period. I don't care if you engage in sexual violence a year ago, 2 years ago, 20 years ago, a lifetime ago. I think people who engage in sexual violence deserve much worse than to go unrepented. Okay? I do. All right?
I agree
And
too.
you also
No,
said
I agree.
that
I
you were
agree.
taken advantage of, and you apologized to the person that did it to you. Or you didn't
Forgave
apologize to them. Forgave them.
Forgave
Thank
them.
you. You forgave the person who did this to you. Okay? And you were well within your right to do that. All right? I want to make that clear. You are. You were well within your right to do that. But that doesn't mean that I have to. That doesn't mean that anybody else has to. I don't forgive the person who did that to you because I don't forgive people who perpetuate SA. I don't forgive people who engage in SA. Does that invalidate the fact that you personally forgave them? No, it doesn't invalidate that at all. That is super valid.
I think
It
when you
happened
hold
to
on to unforgiveness, it's like a cancer, bro. It's like a darkness in you, man.
And this is the issue with
You
rape
know what I
culture.
mean? Even if
There's
you're- even if
always
you're not a
way,
Christian, even
under
if
the
you're a
perpetuation
Buddhist,
of
right?
rape culture, to convince either the victims or the supporters of the victims that the darkness lives within them, not within the person who made them victims.
No, the darkness is definitely in them too. I'm not saying it's not. But I'm
I don't
saying, like,
think-
even if you're not a
listen, I don't
Christian,
think
even
that you're.
Buddhists,
I don't
even-
think that you're a bad person if you don't forgive rapists, because that is one of the most heinous, most intentional infringements upon one's bodily autonomy, and future for the rest of their life that one person could do to another. I'm sorry, I don't have it in me to forgive Jeffrey Epstein. I don't. Right, and
Fair
I don't
enough.
think that we should be propagating this kind of rhetoric either, especially as it would relate to positions of power like the presidency. Like, it's even more important for the presidency. The presidency is a role where you're supposed to do what is in the best interests of others. But when you're a rapist, you don't care about others.
Right.
And
Okay,
you could
because
agree to
there's-
that, right? Like, you could agree to that. Rapists don't care about other people. Right?
I agree.
Okay.
But I just
How
don't-
can
I
an
don't-
apathetic
you know,
man
like
who
the-
doesn't
like
care
the
about
Eugene Carroll
others
thing, like
not
maybe
fulfill?
the lawyer, maybe the lawyer told him not to give his DNA up or whatever. You know what I mean?
second.
Maybe the lawyer
One
said
second.
that.
I'm trying to ask you a question here. How can an apathetic man who doesn't care about others, fulfill the roles that are required of an office that exists to care about others and to do what is within their benefit?
I don't know. I'm not God, bro. You know.
It doesn't require a God to answer that question. It maybe requires a third grader. A third grader could tell me that they can't.
I think
they can't
that-
fulfill those roles.
I think God puts people in place for
dude,
a
if
reason.
Trump is willing to rape a woman, you think he's gonna be willing to give her 3% back on her taxes? Fuck no.
I mean, I don't think he raped anybody personally.
Well, I mean, that's what a court proved.
Civilly liable, dude. It's like,
Yeah.
you know, it's not really, you know, I don't know, man.
Okay, so did you ever take it to court when it happened to you?
No, there's a statute of limitation kind of thing. So I didn't want to go.
Statute of limitations are exactly why Eugene Carroll brought it to a civil court. The statute of limitations had ran up in New York for her to pursue criminal charges against Trump. Thereby, the only court that was left for her to bring it to was a civil court. Same situation
Right.
as yourself.
Well, you're a good debater, brother. I mean, I just wanted to come up and, you know, talk about the whole,
Lexi,
what's his
appreciate
name,
you,
Howard Stern thing. But hey, do you believe that Sharia law holds American values at its core?
Well, it depends on what you mean by American values, but I'd answer that question with a no.
Okay. Because it just seems like a lot of people on the left, not everybody, but it seems like a lot of people on the left have this idea of being like pro-Islam, pro-this, pro-that. But
Appreciate you for
if
that,
like
Lexi.
full-fledged Sharia law was allowed in America, you know, it would be like, I mean, women would be covering their faces. If you happen to be homosexual, you would be like gone. I mean, a lot of stuff, a lot of values that we hold, the Sharia law is against. But for some reason, it seems like the left is like pro-Sharia law, and it's very pro-Islamic in a lot of cases. I just think
Yes,
that
you're
it's like-
equivocating between being pro-Sharia law and pro-Islam. Like, listen, I'm pro-Islam in the same way that I'm pro-Christianity, in the same way that I'm pro-Judaism, in the same way that I'm pro-secularism. I think that all four of these major worldviews, okay, consist of harmful factions, okay, who are very aggressive to the world, very harmful to society, that account for a minority of the overall followers of said worldview, okay? Like those that actively practice fundamentalist versions of Sharia law, like Christian evangelists, okay, who, like practice avid racism and sexism and xenophobia, or like Zionist Jewish people who support what Israel's doing to Palestine. Those are all fundamentalist sects of these three religions that I condemn. But outside of those fundamentalist sects, we also find benevolent followers, okay? Like the vast majority of those that practice Islam that do so very benevolently and view it as a symbol of peace and love for the world around them, to build community and bring people together. Same thing with many Christians who view Christianity as a symbol of love instead of a weapon of hate. Same thing as many Jewish individuals who view Judaism as a symbol of love compared to a weapon of hate. Like, you can't sit here and equivocate by saying just because I'm for the benevolent practicing of any religion, including Islam, that therefore I think gay people deserve to die because that's what a fundamentalist sect of Islam says.
Right. Well, it's just very opposite of Christian values.
It's not. It's okay. It's actually not. There are many benevolent Christians who could shake hands with a benevolent Muslim and agree on so much.
All right.
There really are. There really are. There are many Muslims that I would deem as significantly more benevolent than many Christians. There are some Christians who I would deem as significantly benevolent than many Muslims. Okay?
No, I agree. I'm just going
what we
by
should be
what-
looking
by
at
the-
here
by the- by
is
the-
the
by the
person,
book.
how they practice the religion.
Yeah, it's just at the core.
You said by the book.
The Quran is
You
the
look
Quran
at the
is
Quran,
bad,
you read,
bro.
you read evil verses. We could do that to the Bible too. 1 Samuel 15:3, God literally commands his followers to genocide all the Amalekite men, women, and children.
Do you know
Leviticus
why he
25
did that?
verses. Now you want to justify genocide.
He did that because he knew the infiltration of their belief systems and the sinful things that they were practicing would contaminate the Jewish people. Right?
So we need
Kind
to
of
kill
like Sodom
babies?
and Gomorrah, right? Huh?
So we need to kill babies.
Hey, I'm not God, bro. I'm just saying.
So
it was,
so you are practicing a religion that justifies the genocide of newborns, and you think that you have the right
Well, the
to shit
old-
on any other religion.
the Old Testament's very different. It was a very
Is it a part of the
different-
Christian
it was
Bible, yes or
before
no?
Christ came.
Is it a part of the Christian Bible, yes or no?
It is, of course.
Is it the same God, yes or no?
Same God.
So you're justify following a God that tells you or told others to genocide newborns, yes or no?
Well, it was a different time. It was the Old Testament, right? So if
And
you look
now
at the
you're giving,
context
now after
of
I
the
put
law-
pressure on you, now after I put pressure on you, insofar as the justification of you following the Bible, you come up with some type of explanation about how killing babies is actually wrong and a way to avoid Samuel altogether by saying it was a different time. Now, if you are able to look at a verse in the Quran or any of the hadiths that on the surface level seem very immoral, you do understand that vast majority of those that practice Islam would give you some type of justification, probably reducing down to that same notion of, let's just kind of forget about it, right? That's what the people do. That's what followers of Christianity do. That's what followers of Islam do. That's what followers of Judaism do. As a secular agnostic, I could tell you that there are verses in all religious texts that are pervasively immoral. From slavery in the Bible to slavery in the Quran, genocide in the Bible, genocide in the Quran. Oh my goodness. Okay? Like, underage bad shit in the Bible. Mary was 13. Underage bad shit in the Quran. Aisha was 9. All right.
It doesn't say Mary was 13.
But when I say those bad things about the Bible,
Where
okay,
does it say Mary
then
was
all the
13, bro?
Christians go.
It doesn't say
no,
that,
no,
dude.
no, no. That's not
doesn't
true.
say that, dude.
And
It
yet,
doesn't
like
say
you
that.
are
It's
right
not
now,
true.
like you are right now. And then when
That's
I say
not
all those
true,
things,
though.
exactly, you're literally saying what I want you to say. And then when I say all those things about the Quran, all the Muslims go, no, that's not true. And my point here is, not to debate Christian scripture with you, but is rather to prove that this idiotic, like, stupid game of looking at one verse in the Quran, therefore saying all Muslims are evil, even though a vast majority of Muslims probably have some interpretation of that scripture that do not lead to them believing in this grave immorality. Same thing with many Christians. My point here is to prove that that's a very stupid game to play. And it goes both ways. That's all. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, hi.
Okay, I just figured it out. Okay, why do people keep saying I'm following your mom, dude? Is your mom on TikTok? Are they just saying that? What's going on, dude?
Let me look at the chat. Guess it's following you. Guess it's following minors. I'll take a look at that. While I'm taking a look at that, could you please respond to the last
By
thing
the
I said,
way,
please, and
dude,
thank
if
you.
I'm following any minors, it's simply because I'm just following people. It's not. Your guest is your chat is like makes it out that I'm following like 50,000 kids, dude. So I have 1 or 2 kids, maybe in a whole freaking 2,000 or 3,000 I follow, 4,000. Okay, dude, whatever. Anyways,
do either of your children's names start with a P?
I don't have any children, bro.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna kick you. Let's go move on to the next guest. Yikes. Only up instead of the QV happen to be an American adult that's worse Trump as president. We got Z loading up into the box. If you're watching and you do want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, per message on YouTube.
Can you let me back up? Can you let me back up? My shit like glitched out. So let me back up.
Yeah, for sure. A couple people to thank here. Full band, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you so much for the love. I appreciate you so much for the love, Full Band. Full Band with the 20 says, Jesus came to fulfill the law, not to abolish it. The old laws are still in effect, so the person doesn't know their book. Yeah, I'd argue when we look at the book, unfortunately, that's the interpretation that's most likely to be true. There's a lot of Christians that kind of separate between moral law and, I don't know the official word, traditional law is what I'll call it. I know that there's a more official word for it, but that distinction is made nowhere in the New Testament. But anyways, I appreciate you for the $20. Same thing to you, Gentry. Thank you so much for the $50 donation over on YouTube. You guys are literally being so kind tonight. Thank you so much, Gentry and Full Band. Show some love to Gentry and Full Band down below in that chat, y'all. Let's get some crazy W's for Gentry and Full Band. Gentry says he can't admit Trump did it because he's in a cult. Yeah, that last guess. He literally could not admit that Trump did it. I feel like that was such a good conversation to just demonstrate how these people are in cults. And then one more over here in Super Chat, Lord T, appreciate you for the $20, who says there are no American values. Everything in America is from other cultures. Separation of church and state, but Christians putting their values and beliefs into laws. Fine, get the fuck out, caller. Well, he did get the fuck out. Appreciate you for the $20, Lord T. By the way, it's good to see you again. I know that you're a very avid viewer of the streams. I see you all the time. Appreciate you for the continued love. This is not the guest I meant to let up. I meant to let that last guy up. This is also not the guest. Why does it continue to accept the wrong person? I'm so confused. The fuck?
Thanks.
There it goes.
My shit glitched out last time.
All right, how old are you?
25.
Awesome. And you support Trump?
I do.
Awesome. I'm going to thank a couple people, then I'm passing the mic. Over on PayPal, Keenan, thank you so much for the $25. That is Keanin. Keenan with a 25 says, I live in SoCal. I can never follow Sharikala. Thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal, Keenan. I know, we're all practicing Sharikala super bad. Get the Sharikala out of the schools. Show some love to Keenan. And then Anne. Oh my God. Anne, I mean this in the best possible way. You are crazy. In the best possible way. Dude, Anne, thank you so much for the $200 over on PayPal. Anne is back in the building. Anne has been watching forever now. And like once a month, she will come in here and just make such an incredibly kind donation. And thank you so much for the love. Holy moly. And with the $200 says, this is another contribution for your trip to Europe. With lots of love from Quebec City. And from Quebec City, ladies and gentlemen. I want to see 2,000 NWs. Whenever she's in here, I always like to make it known just how much I appreciate her. Thank you so much for that support, Anne. That is nuts. And I remember that conversation about the trip to Europe. I brought that up on Valentine's Day before I took my girlfriend out to a dinner date. Yeah, I hope that happens soon. Thank you so much for the $20, Anne. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. A couple people to thank on Venmo. We are almost there. Thank you for the $15. Chelsea, who says, when a number's in front of a book in the Bible, it's read as first, second, and not 1 Samuel. It's 1 Samuel, just letting you know. I appreciate you so much for the $15, Chelsea. Good to know. Good to know. Annabelle, the $5 says, you're the goat. Thank you. Fussy, thank you for the $8. I appreciate you so much for the love, Fussy. I got him out of there. Then Katrina, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much for that love, Katrina. Katrina with a $50 says, showing support, keep it up. Well, thank you so much for the support, Katrina. I want to see 500 Katrina W's down below. I hope that you're having a good day. I hope that you're enjoying the stream, and thank you so much for the love. And then Juliana, thank you for the $10. Who says, I don't think that predators should get private absolution. Their victims deserve justice more than the predators deserve forgiveness. I don't think any predator deserves any forgiveness, but that's just me. Thank you for the 10. Tyler, thank you for the $10 as well. I appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you so much. As well as Laser, thank you for the $1. Heather, thank you so much for the $3. Monique, thank you so much for the $20 who says, question, why is Trump able to start this war without congressional approval? Isn't that illegal? It's kind of like a very vague legal area, if that makes any sense. So the presidents have limited ability and authority to like make singular attacks as long as they don't amount to a war under the War Times Powers Act. It's weird. Honestly, I don't think I'm qualified enough to answer that question. And I think that I would love like an actual lawyer to answer that question. Because I'd assume if it was illegal, right, like we'd hear like every Democratic Congress saying that. And I personally, if you want my personal opinion, I think it's illegal. I think it's clearly unconstitutional because this is clearly a war. Jessica, thank you for the $10. And then Oliver, thank you for the $10 as well. Appreciate you. Then Michael, thank you so much for the $20. And Melissa, thank you for the $20 as well. He says, remember, being a smartass is always better than being a dumbass. That's funny. Just some love to Michael and Melissa. Thank you guys so much for the love. If you're watching once again and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pay message on YouTube, and the handle's also on the top of the phone screen. Alexis, thank you. Thank you for the media shower. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
So you said earlier that since Trump was in office, he's never kept any of his promises. But there's a couple.
I can think of like one that he's kept.
What's the one? The deportation with the immigration?
Yes.
Okay, so like, I mean, that's valid. Do you support ICE then, or do you not support ICE?
No, and I think that the fact that the one promise he's kept is likely the most anti-American and harmful policy he ran on is very fitting for Trump.
But hasn't ICE been around before Trump? But Trump
They've
is
been around
actually
since 2003.
But since Trump is in office, it's been such a big deal that ICE is there. And I think it's a big deal because Trump is actually having the immigration officers actually enforce the laws that have been put into place.
No, the issue is that he's having them like ignore the laws that have been put in place, like Fifth Amendment rights. There's been directives given to ICE to arrest people without judicial warrants, barge into people's houses without judicial warrants, all under typical scenarios. That is ignoring the law. It's opposite of enforcing the law.
I mean, yeah, I did see that too, but didn't Trump also at the time, when everything was going on in Minnesota, he sent his own people there. And then after they went and reported back to him, he ended up shutting down a few different operations there because of misconduct. And then don't you think that if people didn't get in the way of ICE, that they'd be able to handle the job a lot better and not use excessive force like they've been having to? I mean, I don't think that they should be having to use pew-pews on humans. But at the same time, is if they were left alone, don't you think it'd be easier for them to go and find the people that they need to find?
Okay, so you just contradicted yourself. You said that they've had to engage in the use of excessive force. If they have to do it, then it's not excessive. My argument that they didn't have to shoot Alex Preddy is a fact that it was excessive force.
Yeah, I agree on that too. But I'm talking about excessive force. I said that they might have not should have used their pew-pews, but they can use their tasers. I don't know if you can say that on TikTok. Their pepper spray, et cetera, et cetera. Don't you agree?
Well, that's why people are protesting then. I mean, yeah, an agent of the state murdered somebody and then was defended by the state, and the victim of murder was defended as a domestic terrorist. I mean, that's bound to spark protests. I mean, and historically in many scenarios this led to like forced regime changes by the people, civil wars. So I don't understand why now in response you're just telling everyone to comply. Like, I feel like if this was a movie, like you'd be on the bad guy's side. No, it's not comply or die. That's very draconian and terrible. I mean, I really truly hate the fact that there are so many Americans like you running around this country saying comply or die, comply or die, comply or die. It's just terrible. Clearly, I think that people should comply with lawful orders from LEOs for their own safety. I mean, the LEO is typically who has a gun and the private citizen who ought comply, it doesn't. Okay?
Yeah,
the safety argument's very, very telling as well. Okay, very important considering what happened to Alex Preddy. Okay, but like I also don't think that that's the first thing that we should talk about following an LEO engaged murder. Okay, because I think then that would like rhetorically promote and like give more justification to more LEOs to like literally murder people because they don't comply. Like, I think the very first thing that we should do is condemn the agent of the state who did the murdering and condemn the government who's defending it.
I mean, people have their own beliefs. Some people believe it's good. Some people believe it's bad. It's kind of like the same thing of when.
Is it good or bad for the government to defend murder? You tell me.
Well, I think they should be tried just like Charlie Kirk's murderer is being tried right now. So I believe that the government should hide it up.
They should be tried, which is very unfortunate because that's what the DHS is resisting. I mean, Kristi Noem just said it. He was a domestic terrorist, and the LEOs were acting in accordance with the Department of Regulatory Guidelines. Okay, not to mention that he doesn't need to be tried in order for us to understand that it was murder.
Right. So we went and had that based off with the immigration stuff. You said you can only think of one thing that Trump has kept his promise to. There's nothing else you can think of.
Not on the top of my mind. I mean, I wouldn't be
Okay,
surprised
so why
if he
did-
like came out with like some random fucking thing, and I was like, oh, he kept his promise on this. But go ahead.
Why did Biden then shut down one of the major oil suppliers in America? And the reason why he shut it down was just to help out with the ecosystem, which was preventing, oh, let's go energy, let's go this. But when you shut down major oil corporations, that affects everything from transportation of goods that are coming into the United States, from traveling food, because it takes energy and power to, transport stuff. Am I wrong or am I right?
Okay. Well, I mean, no, Biden did not shut down.
Actually, he did.
What
You can
project are
look
you
it up.
touching?
You
What
can actually
project are
look
you
it up.
talking about? Are you talking about the pipeline, or are you talking about Alaska?
I'm talking about the pipeline specifically.
Oh,
but
yeah,
then,
then you're wrong. Then you're wrong. Sure, talking about the pipeline
How
that
about
wasn't
look it up
American.
then?
Who owned it?
How about look it up?
Okay, I don't need to look it up. I know what it is. It's a Keystone XL pipeline.
So
Who
you're
owned it?
just
Tell me who
up
owned
in
it.
your own way, so you can't look it up then.
Who owned it?
Huh?
Who owned it?
Here, let me look it up then.
If you go to KeystoneXL.com, it'll tell you that it was a Canadian-owned pipeline. Okay, and also when you look this up, what else it'll tell you is that it wasn't shut down by Biden for environmental reasons. It was actually shut down by the Supreme Court for being unconstitutional as it illegally ingressed upon indigenous lands. And that wasn't producing American oil. That was actually importing Canadian oil. So it's funny because you're going to sit here and say, oh, when Biden stops the importation of Canadian oil, that's bad. But when Trump stops the importation of oil, not just from Canada, but from every other country across the world, by disincentivizing said importation, by imposing tariffs on it, it's good. Hypocrite. No.
Okay, I mean, so you have a valid point that it does come from a different country, but President Biden revoked the cross-border permit for the Keystone XL pipeline due to his administration climate of the economic. Or does it say the decision was a key part of his commitment to address climate change and transition to clean energy? And with that being said, what is clean energy then? What is oil? Like, what are the processes of oil? Doesn't it oil create gasoline?
Oh my
Doesn't
God.
it
Okay,
create
I'm
diesel?
sorry. I'm just gonna skip to the end here. I was gonna save this for later, but now I just got to tell you, the Biden-Harris administration produced the most oil in this country's history.
That's actually false. Are you a dumbass? Like, the fuck?
How much do you want to bet?
I'll put
Out of any
$100 on
four-year
it.
term, so you want to bet $100 that out of any four-year term, the Biden-Harris administration did not produce the most crude oil domestically.
So what? When Trump was in office, when he was having the biggest oil operations come through, then a couple years into Biden's administration, then it got shut down.
Listen,
Count those 2 years and go ahead.
I
Go the
accept.
fuck ahead.
I accept your bet. $100 is on the line. Okay.
Okay.
So I want you to go on Google. I want you to type in EIA. That stands for the Energy Information Administration. Then type in crude oil production. The first thing that pops up will be a graph from the EIA labeled U.S. field production of crude oil. And what you'll see is that the most oil we've ever produced as a country in any given four-year time span would be under Biden and Harris. All right. The most oil ever produced under Trump in his first term was 12.9 million barrels of oil per day in December of 2019, right before refineries and drillers started to shut down because of the pandemic. The Biden and Harris administration produced more than 13.2 million barrels of oil per day for a year and a half straight at the end of their term. And this is actually a really interesting fact, and I'll tell you why it's a fact. So when Russia started invading Ukraine, we sanctioned Russian oil, we stopped buying it. But that was a catastrophe for the American people because Russia accounted for 25% of the global oil supply in OPEC Plus that we bought a lot of. So we had a significant reduction in the supply of oil, so the price of gas went up. So then Biden turned around, okay, emergency signs blaring, approved 50% more drilling permits on federal land compared to Trump in his first term. American oil producers kicked it into high gear, and then they started producing so much oil to account for the oil that we lost from Russia with our sanctions. And once they were able to stabilize the market towards the end of the Biden-Harris administration, following 7 months of America being the world's leading producer in oil, they didn't stop producing because they made the most money they have ever. And they actually restabilized the cost of a barrel of oil from $70 to $85 to $50 to $65 because of the surplus of profits in which they saw. So not only does this mean that you lose the bet for $100 that you could send to me now, my Venmo and PayPal handle could be found at the top of the screen you're looking at, but it also explains why the price of gas today is so low. But let's just start with a bet.
You think
are you gonna owe me?
think that with Biden being in office, he made the gas price low. So what was the gas price right before Biden took office? What was the gas price per gallon?
Sure. We'll have the conversation about gas after you pay me my $100.
I can do that after the live because if I go out on this phone, it'll like kick me out probably.
No, I'll just put you on pause. I'll just put you on pause.
You mentioned me.
It'll just put you on pause. Just do it real quick.
I said I'll do it after the live.
Well,
It's up to you though.
Is there any good reasons why you won't do it now?
I mean, I looked it up. I was wrong on that part, but again, like I said,
But is there any good reasons why you won't send it now?
You act like I don't have money. I make plenty of money.
Okay.
Like,
so is there any good reasons why you won't send it now?
yeah, because I don't have no Venmo or PayPal account, and the only thing you can set up will be a PayPal, and that'll take a few minutes.
Okay. All right. I guess I'll be waiting on it. $100.
Like, shit, if you really want me to, I can show you a screenshot that I don't have any of the apps downloaded. But,
No, man. You're good. Jessica, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Says, this is for the constant ignorance you endure for the MAGA morons. Love what you do. Jessica, thank you so much for the kindness. Huge shout out to you. Show some love to Jessica down below. Thank you. Same thing with Daniel, with the $10 on PayPal. He says, hey, Dean, next week I leave to Europe. I was happy I had a chance to get here. Now I am happy to be going back to Europe. Feels like the American dream that I heard of is not so much there anymore. Well, I hope you enjoyed your visit in America, Daniel. And the American dream is very much not alive anymore. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio everywhere, including in the TikTok account, pin message over on YouTube. So go ahead.
So you said that Biden made the gas prices like super low.
Yeah,
so
today.
So Biden has control of the gas prices right now?
Well, he did when American oil producers produced the most oil they ever have, restabilizing the cost of a barrel of oil in the last year of his term due to Russia, having their oil sanctioned by us because they invaded Ukraine. It's more like Biden was put into a alarming position because we couldn't get Russian oil anymore. He said, now we got to drill as much as we can. Then the American oil company said, I'll make so much money if I sell the gas for a lower price point. And then they did. So Biden's like involved in the equation. Yeah.
Okay. So I live in probably like one of the most 5 corrupt states in America. And I think it's scientifically like proven that it's one of the most corrupt states. So when Biden was in office, our gas prices were reaching about $5 a gallon. But I live very close to the Iowa state line. If I were to cross over into Iowa, it's about like $3.50 a gallon. So it's different with like Democrat and Republican ran states because JB Pritzker is a fucking bitch and he makes nothing good come from Illinois. But now that our gas prices are, that didn't make no sense. Now that Trump is in office, our gas prices are significantly different. Our gas prices in Illinois is $2.50 a gallon. And in Iowa, it's about $1.50 a gallon. So with Biden being in administration, why was gas prices so high? But now that it's Trump, it's so low.
Well, I mean, I actually told you this already if you were listening. We had a spike in gas prices because we sanctioned Russian oil. And then they started to decline when we started to produce more ourselves. And then our producers never stopped profit maximizing and now control a very significant portion of the global supply of oil.
So you're saying that since Trump has reopened up the drilling of, man, they be reporting my ass.
Okay, yeah, I gotta kick you. That means that it's now it's time for you to send me $100. Thank you. I'll be on the lookout for that. Also, dude, that guy's takeaway, like from me describing how we started producing more oil under Biden in like 2022 when Russia invaded Ukraine, was so you're saying that Trump, dude, like get out of here, man. We're going to go to get the next Trump supporter loaded up into the live, guys. Only op inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA, please and thank you. Make sure that you're following the rules. That guy is apparently going to be sending me $100 right now, so we're going to be on the lookout for it. Yo, Kathy, thank you so much for the $100 over on PayPal. Kathy, it's so good to see you. Kathy, I hope that you've had a good day. Man, we love Kathy. We love Kathy. Queen Kathy's back in the building. Let's get 1,000 Kathy W's. Kathy with $100 says even the old lady has PayPal. Dude, I use both. Man, you are my favorite old lady ever, Kathy. Show some love to Kathy down below. I hope that you're having a great day. Huge shout out to Kathy down below in that chat. That is so freaking kind of you. And then just one other person to thank. Hey, June, thank you so much for the $20 who says, thank you for having the knowledge to shut these idiots down. Please keep it up. I'll never stop it. June, I love what I do way too damn much. And I'm happy that we could change minds in the process. Thank you for the $20. Let's show some massive love to Kathy and June down below. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump.
How old are you?
20.
Your name is MAGA Fest Destiny?
Yeah.
So you want to take over like the whole like northern hemisphere?
No. I
Then
just thought
what's
it
the
was a
MAGA
cool name.
Fest Destiny?
I don't know. I just thought it was a cool name.
What does that sound?
Oh, that's my controller. I'm playing GTA right now.
Yeah, dude, I'm sorry. I don't debate people while they play video games. I always find it unproductive. We're going to move on to the next guest. Some people could do it. Some people can't. Personally, I'm one of those people that can't do it. I can't like play video game and debate. So welcome to eSport Trump.
Yes.
Embarrassing. But why?
I think he has kept his promises.
Oh, like which ones? No New Wars? Did he keep that one? Yes or no?
I think he's kept no new wars to the extent that
Buddy,
we have not gotten in any new wars.
Yes, we have. We have dead American troops because of a new war that he got us in. We have 106 dead children because of a new war that he got us in. What are we doing?
Yeah. I mean, like I said,
Even he described that as a war. Even Trump described that as a war.
Yeah, I hope we don't get in a long, drawn-out conflict there. But to why I support Trump, I think.
No, but do you agree that do you agree that that's him breaking his promise and no new wars?
I wouldn't say it's breaking his promise because I think when you look at long term, the threat that Iran poses to the United States, I think it's worth probably taking out their infrastructure and current leadership.
No. So that's not you justifying the notion that he's keeping his promise. That's you justifying the notion that it was good for him to break the promise.
Yeah, you're correct. I am justifying a little bit.
Right, and what's the threat to America? It can't be like the enrichment of uranium, okay? Because according to Trump, we destroyed all of their enrichment sites to 100% like 3 months ago. So it can't be enrichment of uranium. So what's the threat that they pose to America?
Yeah, so I just think that Iran is the largest global sponsor of terror in the entire world. And that's not a good thing. And I mean, they have a parliament that chants every time that they meet death to America, death to Israel. I don't support Israel, but I mean.
Okay. Was Saddam Hussein a sponsor of terror?
Yeah, Saddam Hussein was a sponsor of terror.
So just to clarify, we should have took him out, right?
Well, I will say it left a power vacuum in the region. I'm not disagreeing with that.
My point. We've already tried this theory. On the surface level, it seems like it makes sense. Sponsor of terror. Very bad, need to kill. Okay? All right? Liberate the people. And, you know, that's
so
what had...
Can I ask you a question related to Iran?
I'm almost done. And that's the gaze that had, you know, caught the attention of nearly every single American to upwards of a 90% approval rating for Bush after 9/11, 110%. But then we tried that theory out. Okay, it wasn't a liberation for the Iraqis and Afghanis, no, because that's not what our goal was. Our objective was not liberation. Our objective was oil and control of the region. And because that was our goal, it then left us with a 20-year endless war where hundreds of thousands of our own people died, millions of Iraqis and Afghanis died, left a power vacuum in the region, just led to the overthrow of even more authoritarian regimes like today with the Taliban in Afghanistan. Okay, we've already tested this theory. It doesn't work. We shouldn't do it again. Right? Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, well, a couple things. So, in terms of the theory, I think there are some differences between when we invaded Iraq back in the early 2000s and what's going on right now. Iraq was a full ground invasion, and I think this has been limited, at least so far, in the terms of we have been striking different areas of Iran where they have military capabilities or senior leadership in Iran. My question to you would be, why do you think that all the other countries in the Gulf region supported this operation or have come out in support of it?
Well, it's because a lot of the other countries in the Gulf region, okay, are proxies. I'm looking at you, UAE. Now, second of all, the other countries already have a disdain and dislike for Iran. It's more than the benevolent betterment of the people of the country. Like, you can't tell me that Saudi Arabia is going to care about the Iranian people. No, it's about power and control of the region. You know, like, imagine if Saudi Arabia and the UAE could get 100% control over the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, holy shit, they're raking in so much more money. So I think it's more about oil and money. Compared to the benevolent betterment of the people.
Totally
so that's
agree
a
with
short
you.
answer to your question. And then you also brought up, well, there's key differences between what we did in Afghanistan and Iraq and what we're doing in Iran today. We're just making strategical missions to strike particular cities and locations to take out their leadership. Okay. My first line of response to that is just because, you know, you cut the head off of a snake doesn't mean that it won't go right on back. I mean, they already have a new supreme leader. That was announced by the Iranian leadership through their state media like last night. If we were to kill Trump, would that mean that the Republicans wouldn't remain in power? No, like the Republicans would still be in power if Trump died. And you can't tell me that they didn't have any type of contingency plan for what to do when this supreme leader died, considering the fact that he's 85 years old and has already lived over the life expectancy for a male of his age. So
I don't disagree with anything that you just said. As far as I completely agree, these countries are in support for power over the region, oil. They don't care about the people of Iran. What I would say is this. Why do you support, or why would you support a policy where we would leave somebody like the Ayatollah Khamenei in power in that region versus giving the people a chance to potentially take back their government?
Well, it's not necessarily it. I'm not too advancedly educated on complex geopolitical affairs. So I'll just kind of tell you my general seemings, okay? I feel a pit in my stomach when I think about regimes like the one in power in Iran being in power, okay? No one deserves to live under an oppressive regime of that kind, okay? I just also feel a pit in my stomach thinking about going back into another endless war in the Middle East, and seemingly 80% of Americans agree with me, all right? So then what's the solution? I don't know. I would say that maybe if we had somebody like Obama back in office that actually knew how to negotiate with them, at the bare minimum, we could negotiate better outcomes for their people and ours. All right? Obama was able to achieve the JCPOA with them, okay, a denuclearization agreement that prevented them from enriching uranium, you know, that then prevented Israel from using them getting nukes as a talking point, okay, to justify the slaughter of more innocent people, okay, which, by the way, is the one reason why Israel was the one dissenting country not in support of the JCPOA. And then Donald Trump, like a dumbass, pulled us out of it. But, like, we've seriously been trying to figure it out with Iran longer than you and me have been alive, okay? right? It doesn't just go back to Bush's endless war in the Middle East. We're going all the way back to the CIA coup of their benevolent leadership in the 1950s. Like, we share blame for this oppressive regime getting power. Like, they were able to position themselves among the leaders of the liberation movement after they were able to coup the bad leader we installed after the coup of their good leader in 1953. And then they were able to work themselves up to the top and take control over the country. And then that created the current oppressive regime that we see. But in consideration of the power vacuums created after Saddam Hussein was killed, in consideration of the power vacuums that were created after the totality of the endless war in the Middle East, in consideration of the power vacuum that's created in Libya, the power vacuum that's created in that same country, Iran, in the 50s, okay, and then Iran again in the 70s after they got rid of our installed leader, okay, I just don't think it's a good thing to turn around and try it all over again. It's like, why are we acting like we don't know how this will go?
Yeah, I mean, I don't fully disagree with that take, and I think it will be very interesting to see what happens because it does have a lot of similarities to Iraq in the early 2000s. Just to switch it up a little bit, what are your thoughts on what the operation that took place in Venezuela in January?
I mean, pretty kind of similar. I mean, they still have a dictator. I want that point to be made. Their new dictator was just Maduro's vice president. Okay, but now their country is also being occupied by America, and we're stealing their oil and then putting the funds into offshore bank accounts, only managed by Trump. I mean, I just think it's kind of just this another example of this yearn for global expansionism at the behest of Trump. And I could kind of give you like my theory. Okay, my theory is that Donald Trump is doing these things, okay, not for the same reasons Bush did them, or maybe a lot of people thinks he's doing it for like more money through oil and whatnot. I literally think that Donald Trump is only doing these things, okay, to create a legacy. Okay, he sees a legacy left behind by Manifest Destiny. He sees a legacy left behind by nuking Japan. He wants to be in the history books. So if he could get control of Venezuela, if he could get control of Iran, which is what he suggested, if he could get control of Canada, of Greenland, okay, if he could expand America across the globe, then he could ensure that his name will be in the history books.
Yeah, I think he kind of snuck in nuking Japan there. I'm not sure that Trump would be in favor of nuking Japan.
Well, I don't know. Listen. He said if Iran strikes back, then he's going to unleash the largest military operation that America's ever seen. Does that include larger than nuking Japan?
I don't disagree with you that he would love to leave a legacy. I mean, he loves to put his name on things. You got the Trump Ballroom. You got the whatever that JFK Performing Arts Center is now, the Trump JFK Center. I don't disagree with that point, but I do think that, and one of the reasons that I support Trump is I think he's done a good job of, what's the way to say this, just promoting the United States above our counterparts. I wouldn't call them enemies, but our competitors in the world, in the sense of China and Russia. When you talk about Venezuela, that's a region where, I mean, China was definitely getting a lot of their energy, not a lot, but some of their energy and their oil from, and they were exerting power and influence into the Western Hemisphere. And I think that's an instance where we were able to retake a lot of that influence in our own hemisphere while giving the people of Venezuela the potential for a better future. To your point, we don't know if this new dictator, still a dictator in place, but the potential for a better future. That's why you see these people celebrating in the streets after Maduro was
People celebrating
removed.
point doesn't matter. It just doesn't. I'm sorry. Yes, people get happy when their dictator dies. I would too. No shit the Venezuelan people celebrated. No shit some of the Iranian people are celebrating today. Okay? No shit the Iraqi people and the Afghani people celebrated when Saddam Hussein got it. Okay? Any, like, normal person, okay, would celebrate a little when their current dictator fucking dies. No shit. Okay? But the current dictator dying is not always a good thing. And that's what history has proven. When do we learn? When do we learn from Libya? When do we learn from Syria? When do we learn from the Dominican Republic? When do we learn from Afghanistan? When do we learn from Iraq? It seems like 80% of the people have learned. And that's why 80% of the people do not support Donald Trump's new war in Iran and the continued involvement in Venezuela. If it was really about the people, then we would already see the power of Venezuela be put back in the hands of the people. But according to Trump, he's still their governing president. He's still their governing dictator. Okay? And clearly, okay, we are not exerting strength on the global stage right now, because in order for us to be exerting strength internationally, we first must be exerting strength domestically. And Donald Trump is dividing this country domestically and destroying this country domestically. From the worst jobs report since '03, if we ignore recessions, to having, and then defending the murder of citizens of this country, like Alex Preddy, Renee Good, and Keith Porter, to kicking 10 million low-income Americans off of health insurance, to passing the most expensive bill in American history, reducing the purchasing power of over half of this country. I just think that the Trump administration is a total failure. I think that they're walking back on the promises that they made. They're not keeping them, that's for sure. And now MAGA is just kind of acting like cattle. One day you'll clap for him saying we are not going to go to war with Iran. Then the next day you clap for him to go to war with Iran. One day you'll clap for him because he says he's going to drop the price of groceries so fast. The next day you're going to ignore the fact that they've gone up by 2.8%.
Yeah, you mentioned the reduction in the purchasing power of the average American. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, I can. So the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities tells us that in culmination, the total impact of the Big Beautiful Bill, taking into consideration the tax cuts, will reduce the purchasing power of the average person making at or under $51,000 per year because of a lot of cuts in the bills, like cuts to clean energy subsidies that are going to reduce clean energy production by upwards of 73%, which will increase the price of energy around $500 for the American household, to not the lack of renewal for the ACA subsidy, which has now led to an increase for the premiums of 45 million Americans reliant on Medicaid through the ACA by upwards of 300%, to defunding Medicaid as a whole by $1 trillion to kick 10 million people off, or defunding food stamps by $156 billion, kicking 3 million people off, alongside a bunch of other provisions. That is their conclusion, that the purchasing power will be reduced to the average American making at or under $51,000 per year.
Yeah, I think just a key word in that entire segment you just went through is will. Potentially. This is all speculation, right? And I think what we've seen so far, it's only been a year that Trump's been in office for the second term. So granted, we haven't had enough time for the full economic impact to be seen, but we've seen inflation decrease. We've seen the price of energy decrease. And I think those are two positives when you talk about the purchase power of the average American. Inflation has gone down, and their ability to purchase energy has increased through the decrease in gas prices. I disagree with that point.
Could you repeat that point?
Yeah, the price of gasoline has decreased, and the rate of inflation has decreased versus what it was during the Biden administration, which was not all Biden's fault. A lot of it was caused by COVID, right, and the stimmy checks. But I think, how can you say that the purchasing power of an American has gone down when energy's cheaper and inflation's decreased?
Yeah, so energy is not cheaper with the exclusion of gasoline. We're talking about like home energy here. Now, the one point I will make is I said that the Big Beautiful Bill reduces the purchasing power, so it would be a downward pressure on purchasing power. There could be other factors that would like outweigh that fact and overall not increase their purchasing power. But that aside, I just wanted to demonstrate that it doesn't like necessarily follow that if inflation were to go down, then the Big Beautiful Bill does not reduce the purchasing power of the average American. But that aside, the other thing I want to point out here is I don't believe that Donald Trump has reduced the price of gasoline. I don't believe that you'd be able to demonstrate an argument to prove that. Not to mention that when we talk about inflation going down, I think it was down 0.3% from Q3 of 2024 to Q4 of 2024. Sorry, of 2025. Q3 of 2025 to Q4 of 2025. However, when we look at other macroeconomic variables such as employment, unemployment, GDP growth, long-term unemployment, real median wages, layoffs, investment, bankruptcy, and jobs reports, because all of those are in the shitter. Worst jobs report since '03, ignoring recessions. Most manufacturing bankruptcy since '08. Okay, 1.3 million layoffs last year, highest level of unemployment since the peak of the pandemic, and GDP growth down being 1%. I'd actually argue here that because inflation has also gone down, that's more so a sign of a recession than a sign of a well-performing economy. Now, if all of those other macroeconomic variables were performing well when inflation was going down, like inflation was going down, jobs were going up, inflation's going down, unemployment's going down, inflation's going down, investment's going up, inflation's going down, GDP growth is expediting, then I'd argue that that's definitely a good thing.
Yeah, and I do agree with your point. Electric has gone up, right, because the AI stuff, and there are things being done to mitigate that increase. We're now making.
It's not the only reason, but go ahead.
Yeah, but we're making these AI companies come in and pay their share of the electric that they're taking an increasing amount of on the U.S. grid. Let's talk about the tariffs. Your thoughts on tariffs, because I think that's a good example of something where a lot of these economists said, this is going to really hurt the purchasing power of the average American. These are a bad idea. They're going to raise prices significantly. And at least so far, I would say I have not noticed a significant price increase in the average goods due to tariffs. And I think a lot of people would agree on that.
Well, because people are spending less money, right? Like, you have to understand here that there's going to be like multiple levers here in which would control prices. Yes, tariffs have an upward pressure on prices. That's been proven. The Khalil Institute demonstrated, that 90 to 95% of the tariff is being passed off to the end American consumer. That's not up to a debate. It's been proven by multiple studies. Now, are the prices of many goods maybe not increasing as much as expected? Yes, but that's because consumer confidence in expenditure is at a modern low, right? So there's just an overwhelming downward pressure on the price of these goods compared to an overwhelming upward pressure on many. But then we look at other goods like coffee. Holy shit, dude. I'm paying so much for my fucking coffee. It's unreal. All right. But that point aside, the tariffs were a disaster. I'd say the largest negative impact of them were on American manufacturers, funny enough. Every month after we imposed those tariffs, there was 10,000 lost manufacturing jobs in the country before they were ultimately ruled as unconstitutional. And then when Donald Trump attempted to re-implement those tariffs with the use of other means like Section 302 tariffs, out of wrath and disdain because the Supreme Court just shot him down, he turned around and he was like, I'm going to impose 15% tariffs on every other country in the world. And I think that proves that it's not like a macro economic idealism, that is underpinning the imposition of these tariffs. There's no real theory here to explain why they're economically beneficial, but it's just wrath, anger, and power underpinning the imposition of these tariffs, or else he wouldn't have imposed 15% tariffs on every other country in the world the day after SCOTUS shot his other tariffs down as unconstitutional. I feel like that action really proves where the priorities of the Trump administration lie.
Yeah, I mean, I personally will just say, from what I've noticed, my purchasing power is not decreased due to the tariffs. I don't disagree with you that it definitely is a burden on manufacturers, and I don't know that we've necessarily seen that translate to the consumer up to this point. If tariffs were left in place for a longer period of time, would we? Maybe.
Well,
maybe
it's
not.
because,
maybe they'd eat it.
It's because while we have this upward pressure on prices from the tariffs, we also have this downward pressure on prices because people are spending less.
Yeah. So my question was going to be, I mean, the U.S. took in a significant amount of revenue from these tariffs, right? It was, I don't have the exact numbers, but it was over $100 billion, potentially over $200 billion. Given the fact that the Supreme Court has ruled these to be unlawful, which, I mean, I support the Constitution. If they rule them unlawful, it's the Supreme Court and they're unlawful. What do you think should be done with the revenues collected from those tariffs, knowing that it's never going to see the pockets of the American people, right?
Well, that's the thing. I'd argue that it should be given back to the American people, yeah.
So how would you do that?
Issue everybody a standardized refund check predicated on what the average American paid into the tariff revenue. Any consideration of the study done by the Khalil Institute that said they pick up around 90 to 95% of that burden?
But my question is, how would you standardize a way where you're going to calculate what an American put into tariff revenue?
Oh, we just be calculating it for the average American and giving everybody a refund check for the average American. I'm
Got
sure
it.
that
So
richer Americans
like a
probably
generalized check.
Yeah, richer Americans probably have more paid in to the system, but okay, hey, a little bit of a redistribution of wealth to the low and middle class. Now, is there any other reasons why you support Trump as president?
I I mean, I think it's really, I wanted the United States to have more of a stronger presence on the global stage, which we kind of talked about. We could talk about why I didn't think that Joe Biden.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
If Biden called for the execution of his political opponents in Congress baselessly, would any reasonable American stop supporting Biden?
Oh yeah, I'm sure a number would. He did
Would
send
you
Trump
argue
to,
that reasonable Americans should stop supporting Biden if Biden were to do that? Like any reasonable Democrat, would you say hey, reasonable Democrat, you should really stop supporting Biden because he called for the execution of his political opponents baselessly?
Who did Trump call for the execution of?
Oh no, Trump is a great guy. I'm just simply asking you this question. I really appreciate if you were to answer here. If Biden baselessly called for the execution of his political opponents, some Republicans in Congress, would you argue that reasonable Democrats should probably stop supporting Biden?
If he came out and said that person should be executed, and it was just totally out of left field, yes. I mean, if it depends.
So what you're telling me is if Donald Trump baselessly called for the execution of some Democrats in Congress with no good reason whatsoever, okay, that reasonable Trump supporters should stop supporting Trump, right?
Are you talking about the Huckabee thing?
No. Can you answer my question? If Donald Trump were to baselessly call for the execution of some Democrats in Congress, okay, reasonable Trump supporters should stop supporting Trump, correct or incorrect?
Yeah, if he were just to come out and say Ilhan Omar should be executed because he doesn't like her,
you'd stop supporting him.
You got to give context here. You're kind of trying to do a gotcha.
The context that you need is baselessly called for the execution. That's the only relevant context. If there was good reason to do it, or if there wasn't good reason to do it. If there wasn't good reason to do it and he did it, would you stop supporting them?
If there wasn't good reason and he just came out and said it, I mean, you're gonna have to give context, but yeah,
that's the only relevant context.
If there is no good reason, that's the relevant context.
Yeah, I mean, if they cold-blooded murdered two people, that'd maybe be a good reason for someone to be executed.
Right. So if they didn't have any good reason, and Donald Trump called for their execution, would you still support him?
I think the notion of unreasonable is categorized within the word of murder, but people don't pick up on that when you run this argument.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, well, let's hear the argument.
Can you answer the question?
No, I would not support that statement.
Oh, but would you still support him as a whole, his whole president? See, keep in mind, okay, not even 5 minutes ago, you did say that if Biden did the same exact thing, that you'd argue that any reasonable Democrat should just stop supporting Biden as president. So will you say the same thing about Trump?
I would say they should condemn the statement.
Oh, okay. So now you've changed the response now that you've learned it's actually about Trump. See how this works? That's a MAGA cult right there. So before, I even introduced the notion that Trump possibly would have done this. Okay, it was, Biden did it, stop supporting him. But I haven't even, given you proof that this is something Trump has done yet. But merely because I'm introducing the notion that Trump possibly has done it, and you're, not a super dumb guy, you're already, walking that back. Okay, you've already walked that one back. So Donald Trump baselessly calling for the execution of Democrats in Congress, that wouldn't be a red line for you.
I mean, look, it's... If he's just saying, I think these people should be executed, that's yes, I would condemn that.
Okay, you can't keep leaving the app. We can't hear you when you leave the app. You're likely on Google. Look it up. Did Donald Trump call for the execution?
That's actually exactly what I'm doing. No, look, I would absolutely condemn that. I don't think that's an okay thing. I mean, it's absolutely not an okay thing, right?
But would you say a reasonable person would stop supporting a candidate that called for that?
I really think it's dependent on the context. I mean, we all know that
the relevant context that we can bring up is that it's unreasonable for them to call for the execution of the person in this scenario. And we're going to say that you agree with that. You agree, Cole? Cole agrees that this person was unreasonably called for their death. They should not be given the death penalty. Can we agree on that basis? If that is true, that person should not be given the death penalty as claimed by Cole, would you claim that if Trump called for their deaths and that they're a Democrat, that you would say that a reasonable Republican would stop supporting him?
If any president came out and said, for just no reason at all, that this person should die, they should be executed, I would absolutely condemn that, 100%.
No, no, not just condemn, but like, would a reasonable Republican stop supporting Trump if he called for the execution of a Democrat unreasonably?
Probably not. I mean,
A
just
reasonable
being
Republican would not support him.
would not support him. Correct.
Okay, so then this is actually something that's happened. Donald Trump called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders. There's a video that Democratic veterans in Congress made where they simply just said, follow the law, and if you're given an unlawful order, do not follow it. And specifically, an unlawful order, do not follow it. And they didn't specify that there was an unlawful order that you shouldn't follow, more that if there is an unlawful order that you should not follow it. And Trump claimed it was seditious behavior and then reposted someone saying HANG them, George Washington would.
Yeah, I mean, I would condemn that, absolutely. I don't think you should call for that at all. But I think right now what you're
But would
doing
you
is
stop supporting him, is my question.
I think what you guys are doing is you're hyper focusing in on a Truth Social tweet from Donald Trump. And I mean, I think we're completely getting away from the point of I'm more of an actions speak louder than words. And don't get me wrong, like I think Trump says a bunch of stupid shit. I mean, he said it even before he was elected the first time, right? Like it's almost, what's the word I'm looking for? Like it almost doesn't faze you anymore when he says something because he says crazy shit all the time. But I think
before you keep going, the point that I'm making is that you said that a reasonable Republican would stop supporting Trump if he were to call for the execution of some Democrats unreasonably. I gave you a scenario where it was unreasonable for Donald Trump to do just that. So then if you claim that you are reasonable, then you would stop supporting Trump. That is the logical
I
conclusion of the argument.
absolutely condemn any kind of tweets like that. It's not like he's going out here and calling out a politician by name and saying, let's execute this person.
He literally is. I mean, this is a video of them specifically calling for people to not follow unspecified unlawful orders. And he's replying to the post of that, saying that they engage in seditious behavior punishable by death, and then reposted someone saying HANG them, George Washington would. That's him explicitly calling out certain Democratic veterans in Congress that literally just said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders. So that meets your criteria of unreasonably calling for the deaths of some Democrats. And you said that a reasonable Republican would stop supporting him if he did this. Given that he's done this, if you are reasonable, you will stop supporting him based upon your own argument.
Look, if you guys want to have a conversation about policy and some of the examples of good policy that I think Donald Trump has had, or some of the policy that I didn't agree with Joe Biden, I'm happy to get into that. I've never seen this tweet or this instance, so I can't really give my take on it. And I think it's a little bit of a debate fallacy to take somebody down a line of, would you do this if somebody did this? It's just, I understand the kind of gotcha thing with it. And I definitely don't agree with all the stuff Trump says. I think he says a lot of crazy stuff, but I mean, I'm here to debate policy, not gotchas.
Cole, I gave you a logical argument, and I said that it logically entails that you stop supporting Trump based upon that position because based upon the own argument that you already accepted. And you're saying that for some reason because it's a quote unquote gotcha, that means you aren't willing to engage with it just because I'm trying to say that I've called out your hypocrisy in the scenario. Like to me, that sounds like an excuse of you not willing to recognize, right, the strength of the argument and the fact that it applies to your particular position, right, rather than the fact that like what I just said was incorrect.
I don't even know what tweet you're talking about. It seems a little bit almost ticky-tacky here.
I can talk to you about the policy, but I gave you all the context and the argument you've already agreed to would concede that if you were reasonable, you would stop supporting Trump. So either you have to say that you are not reasonable or you don't support Trump.
No, I think I can say I would condemn something like that.
But that's not the argument you already agreed to. You agreed that if specifically Donald Trump
then I would say that I agreed to the argument on false pretenses.
Unreasonably, that a reasonable Republican would stop supporting him.
I would say I agree to the argument on false pretenses. And
What false pretenses?
I'm walking it back. Walking it back. You can't see me. I'm
So
walking
you're
backwards right now.
backtracking. So by the way, he acknowledged that he's backtracking on the position that he held prior, rather than saying that my argument isn't genuine or is bullshit. So now this is a backtrack. This is you acknowledging that you're changing the position you said prior. Now you would say that a recent Republican would still support Trump if he called for the execution of some Democrats unreasonably.
I think this is an ingenuine argument.
You mean disingenuous argument? How so?
I think the fact that it's like a gotcha. I mean, I've explained myself here. Look, like you make a very.
So if I give you an argument that logically
and the thing too
concludes
is,
that
I'm
your
not familiar with
position
this
was wrong.
tweet. If I was more familiar with the tweet, I could probably go more in depth on this. But I'm sure it was not as bad as you're making it out to be, because if it was, it would be on the headlines of CNN.
Cole, I quoted it verbatim. Like, I didn't change any of the words. I'm serious. Those are things that he posted. This was literally headlines everywhere. It's just that Trump engaged in distraction campaigns, kind of like what he's doing right now with the war in Iran. He's using that specifically to distract away from the Epstein files, for example.
Great point with the Epstein files. So let me ask you, Parker, if Trump is distracting from the Epstein files, which I think should absolutely be fully released, I think how God, what's the blonde woman's name from Florida, the Attorney General? Pam Bondi. I wish she released them in full. There's been a lot of just BS and fog and smoke screens around them. If Trump was essentially found guilty of things in the Epstein files, why did Joe Biden not release the full Epstein files? He had them.
It was independent under the Biden-Harris administration, so you would reference Merrick Garland, and Merrick Garland it would have done wrong, but it was sealed up through 2024, and there were investigations into co-conspirators and appeals into Ghislaine Maxwell until 2025.
So my question is, why is it on Trump now that Trump hasn't released the files, but Biden had the files?
Let me explain. Because the DOJ is not independent under Trump. He literally tried to get Marjorie Taylor Greene to not release the Epstein files, and literally said that she was a traitor when she literally continued to keep her name on a resolution to release them.
Under Joe Biden, the DOJ was just totally independent. They were just, the left hand didn't know what the right hand was doing, wasn't exerting any kind of recommendations or influences. I think that's just absolutely false.
They were, because they were independent under the Biden administration. Yeah, I mean that's what's true.
So, yeah, I just totally disagree there. That is a cool graphic.
I appreciate you so much for that diamond gun, Allie. Yeah, I don't understand why you disagree there. I'd love to hear an argument combating what Parker's saying is true, because clearly what Parker's saying is true, because we already know that there's files inside of there's documents inside of the Epstein files that make Donald Trump look bad. You know, like his birthday letter that he sent to Epstein in 2003 depicting the naked body of a girl, being like, hey, oh, there's something more important than money and fame, right, Epstein? And happy birthday. I hope you continue to have your beautiful secrets. Or like the letter that Epstein sent to Larry Nassar right before he died, saying that Trump shares their affiliation for young sexually attractive girls. Larry Nassar is another convicted child sex pest, by the way. You know, or all the accusations, including the FBI 302 form, where a credible accuser of Epstein also told the FBI that she was forced to do things by Trump. Okay. Right, the Biden-Harris administration, if they wanted to, could have selectively demanded that the DOJ release those files and only those files. And honestly, that could have won Kamala Harris the election. That would have been the largest October surprise from any election in this country's history. But they didn't. Because...
You want to know what's crazy? That's actually proof that the DOJ was not co-opted by the Democrats to go after people like Trump. Because they easily had the information. We know that now for a fact. You're right.
Yeah. They easily had information that could have made him look terrible, and they didn't release it because they genuinely observed and respected the independence between the executive branch of our government and the judicial branch of our government.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, even though the DOJ is technically, I don't know. You get what I mean.
That's like actually indisputable proof that we did not weaponize the DOJ.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I think to try to say that Joe Biden was not overseeing and providing guidance to the DOJ on certain things during his administration is a little crazy, but I don't think we're going to agree on that point. I have a hot take for
Why not?
Parker.
When that is indisputable proof. How can you disagree with said indisputable proof that he did not weaponize the DOJ to attack Trump?
I mean, I think there's a lot of different information out there that you could look at. I'm not using Google right now, right? Like I tried to pull it up on my phone earlier for the Trump quote and I cut out, but I think there's a lot of conflicting opinions on that. And some people would say that Biden did weaponize the DOJ against Trump.
Yeah, but
right?
what's the argument there? Like, what's the argument?
Yeah, but that's literally incoherent based on what we just established. They could have specifically just released those particular files, but it didn't happen, meaning Biden and Harris did not weaponize the DOJ.
In that
Trump is
particular,
lying
totally agree. In that particular
Surprise,
instance,
fork found in kitchen.
Parker, in that particular instance, they absolutely are correct. They did not weaponize the DOJ, which either to me says
No. It's not just in that instance. It's that they were not weaponizing the DOJ in general, because if they did at all, they would have released these documents.
Disagree. You can't make generalizations on that because you can't make a generalization that just because they didn't weaponize it in one instance, they never weaponized it. There's two
obvious instance to weaponize it in order to be able to win. Yeah, that would have been the situation where they weaponize it.
Look, can we agree on this? I think there's two instances why the DOJ under Joe Biden or during his administration, we don't have to say under, did not release the files. I think there's either possibility A, which is Donald Trump was not engaged in any criminal activity that was exposed in those files, or B, he was engaged in said activity, but there's a whole slew of other individuals crossing party lines also engaged in those activities, which is why they don't release it. Can we at least agree on that?
No, but if it were specifically the hyper-political individuals such as Harris and Biden, they would have had it released because they're not within the files, and they would be able to take down someone like Trump. But that actually aligns with our idea that it could have been someone like Merrick Garland, right? Or it could have been specifically the fact that they were sealed and they were not able to be released. So those are the specific things that we could mention in terms of the scenario. Otherwise, if they were weaponizing the DOJ, they would have done so because their goal, under your view, is to win. And they're weaponizing the DOJ to win. If they could have clearly done this to win, they would have done it, right?
Yeah, I mean, you would think.
They could again, let me clarify. They could hyper specifically release just the ones in which include Trump. So if the goal was specifically to weaponize it against Trump, they could have done it.
But if they didn't, doesn't that make you think that maybe those files don't even exist?
But we've seen them. Like, we have these files now.
Absolute idiot.
Yeah,
what are you talking about?
The point that Parker is making is that we already have these files because they've been publicly released.
Yeah, and I would say the files that are out there.
The files are fake, dude. You literally were talking about them. You've seen them. They exist. What are you talking about?
Yes,
they're fake?
I thought you were saying because they haven't released everything yet. But none of the files out there incriminate Trump of any horrible wrongdoing.
Oh, they definitely make him look like a terrible, terrible, terrible person. And in my mind, definitely do incriminate him for wrongdoing. Yes.
Plus, he's literally scrubbing interviews associated with serious allegations against him from individuals that got settlements with the Epstein estate.
I would say, I mean, the one person who has come out and spoke about this, rest in peace, I believe Virginia Guthrie was her name. And I believe she said that she'd been around Trump during her time with Epstein and Ghislaine.
I don't know why you say just one person. Let me clarify. There were many victims and survivors that have come out.
Yeah, but this is an instance of somebody who came out and said Donald Trump was never involved in any wrongdoing.
Yeah, wait, to them, that doesn't mean that they weren't involved in wrongdoing to other people. This is like someone coming to the stand on the when we're talking about a serial murderer and being like, I wasn't murdered by this person.
Totally agree, but I mean, would you also agree that there's no survivors?
Wait, I'm sorry. Would you accept that as evidence in like a court that a serial murderer wasn't a serial murderer because they weren't murdered? Like, think about this. Have you ever watched the show Dexter?
Yeah, great show.
Yeah, do you think his sister could have said that he's not a serial murderer because she has not been murdered?
Parker, you're jumping to conclusions a little bit here based off things I'm saying.
Cole, I want to hear your argument. Would you agree?
I did not. I gave an example of something that somebody said. I didn't come out and say, because one person said this, that means that he's not guilty of anything. I was just giving an example of a prominent name in the files.
And then you were about to ask, can you name any like survivors that have said that they did see Trump do bad things, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Where is that information?
Yeah, the woman whose name we don't know from South Carolina that was relocated to Washington near Portland that won a settlement worth of millions of dollars from Epstein's estate because Epstein raped her. That also accused Donald Trump by stating that Epstein introduced her to Trump, then she was forced to do things.
I haven't seen that one.
You
but
should,
again, like,
if you want to learn more, you should go watch. Let me see here. I'll tell you. Oh, you should go watch my 6th most recent video, excluding my pins.
Okay. I want to. Can I say a hot take really quick? I kind of want to hear Parker's opinion on this. So I think that the reason that I did not vote for Kamala Harris for president of the United States is because I believe that her ticket was a threat to democracy in the United States as we know it.
What? Dude, that's the most insane take ever. Trump tried to overthrow the democracy. He got 70% of the Republicans to believe the election was stolen in 2020 with no sufficient evidence when there were 60 plus courts that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election, many of which were conservative appointed judges and Trump appointed judges that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. He sent false slates of electors to electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to steal the election, and then pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers on January 6th who did his bidding and called them patriots. So actively, he's done the most to undermine the integrity of our elections. Also, he's quite literally threatened to engage in a third term and to nationalize the elections when it's blatantly unconstitutional, and that's indisputable.
So my take on this is when you look at the Republican ticket, right? This was a ticket that was designated by a due democratic process. There was a primary where constituents of the Republican Party or people who align themselves with the Republican Party got to vote by state and decide that Donald Trump was the person who they wanted to represent the Republican Party ticket. Kamala Harris was effectively installed onto the Democratic ticket, and that's my take on why it was kind of a disgrace to the democracy. There was no democratic process in place
Cole, can I
to
ask
put
a
her on that
question?
ticket. Yeah.
If a president steps down and a vice president steps up, would that be anti-democratic?
Absolutely not, because those two individuals were elected, right? When you elect the president of the United States,
crazy? That there was a primary, and the Biden-Harris ticket won that primary. The president stepped down, and the vice president stepped up. You just agreed that was not anti-democratic. Not only did you just agree that's not anti-democratic, but also we can actually literally see anti-democratic action Trump is engaged in. This was your best argument against Harris? There is like 4 to 7 times more of that you can reference with Trump. Wait, actually way more than 4 to 7 times.
Parker, Biden was the sitting Democratic president. If there is a sitting president with a vice president, the people elected and voted. They designated their votes to this person, and they're aware when that happens, when Republicans, when everyone else, when the majority of America, that's right, the majority voted for the ticket with Trump and J.D. Vance, they're aware that if Trump keels over tomorrow, J.D. Vance would be president of the United States. In the instance we're talking about with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, nobody voted for Kamala Harris to be the top of that ticket to be president.
Not true.
Yeah, wait. They voted that Kamala Harris would be the top of that ticket if Joe Biden stepped down from the top of the ticket. You just don't know how our process works.
Not to mention that, like, literally over a majority of the DNC delegates did vote for Kamala Harris to be the official candidate.
Precisely.
Of the election.
The delegates.
The main reason why there wasn't a big primary is because no one wanted to contest Kamala Harris.
That might be true, but I still
that's the reason. If you want to know, that's the reason. Everybody recognized that because Biden decided to step down so late, there's probably not enough time for anyone to run a campaign against Kamala Harris and be able to win the majority of the votes from the delegates. No one wanted to contest her because she was just obviously the best position, A, with the highest likelihood to win, and B, with certain likelihood to win against anybody who would run against her in the primary, so nobody contested her. That's common sense. It's that easy. It wasn't a threat to democracy. It was something that the delegates of the DNC agreed to, and by the way, something that the Democratic Party agreed to after Biden stepped down. The issue was Biden stepping down too late. That's where the real issue lies.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that.
Right, but that's a
he
separate issue
certainly-
than like a threat to democracy. Okay, and that's the issue.
Yeah, I still personally, to me, I think it felt like this to a lot of people. It felt a little bit like she was installed as the head of that ticket, and did not earn
Let's
her way to the
explain
top
how
of
you
it.
totally understand that
Right.
if the president steps down. And they, by the way, again, the Biden-Harris ticket has already won the primary at that point.
Yeah, and that's clear. And then this is where Parker's explanation clearly comes into play. Okay, we have this like catastrophe of the president stepping down from re-election 120 days before. Okay, well, the vice president steps the fuck up. Okay, nobody else had enough time to campaign for the primary, win the primary, and then campaign for the general. No one. That's why there was no primary. And that's why the obvious pick was Kamala Harris. If Kamala Harris was not the obvious pick, okay, then it would have been someone else. There would have been a primary process. Something would have happened, okay? But she was the obvious pick.
By the way, the voting for the rest of the party had already happened, so the only vote that would have happened is amongst the delegates that you said wasn't representative of the party.
Well,
so
the
what,
delegates
would you want them to run a primary amongst only delegates vote?
Well, they did. The delegates actually did vote for her. They did.
No, I think it was a messy situation, right? And the delegates did vote.
Candidates. Like
But-
he wants different candidates that are only picked by the delegates, not even by the Democratic voters.
Oh.
What I'm saying is, it just felt a little bit like the Democratic voters didn't get a say in it, because I get Parker. Let me finish here. I understand your point of she was the incumbent ticket, right? And they'd already designated that was the ticket they wanted, but Kamala Harris did not
ticket, but they won the primary.
Kamala Harris did not perform well in the 2020, 2019,
Wait, I'm
whichever
so
year
sorry.
it
You're
was,
pivoting.
primary.
And now, if you want to go back to like performance, as it would relate to support from Democrats, Parker. I mean, you used to cite this all the time. Isn't there like some survey conducted that demonstrates that the Democrats actually had a higher approval rating of Kamala Harris on the ticket than Biden as president?
Wait, I'm not sure if I've cited this one. I was saying that 80% of the Democrat. I mean, actually, that might be true because at that point, 80% of Democrats wanted her to be the nominee. Doubt it was 80% for Biden at that point. So that's actually probably true. I don't know if I've cited that explicit point though, but that's likely true.
Yeah, 80% of Democrats wanted her, bro. Like, I just feel like this is so like inconsequential and just like shitty. Like, when Donald Trump installs FAKE votes, turn a blind eye. When Donald Trump pardons the 174 people that tried to literally kill congressmen and women from affirming Biden's victory, turn a blind eye. Okay, when Donald Trump says that he probably wants to like nationalize the midterm elections and infringing on Article 2 of the Constitution, turn a blind eye. When Donald Trump wants to pass the SAVE Act, and which would significantly limit, a lot of voters, especially those that are married women who don't have a passport, turn a blind eye. All right. But when Biden steps down, which you shouldn't turn a blind eye to because he stepped down way too late, and then Kamala Harris steps up, is supported by 80% of the Democrats, and no one contests her nor wants to run against her. Biggest threat to democracy ever. I just feel like it's disingenuous. Like, I feel like this is a performance, if you know what I mean. Like, I don't feel like you actually believe what you're saying. I don't feel like you actually believe the words that are coming out of your mouth because of how like insanely like crazy they are.
Yeah, my point was more.
I don't know. I feel like you're up here for too long, so I'm gonna go and kick you out. All right, guys, we're gonna go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Hey, do you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, that is completely sane, completely rational, and has good reasons to support Trump, that is willing to engage in a good faith, productive conversation with me and Parker?
I don't think a single Trump supporter with that is going to be on the live is going to meet that description.
Oh, I definitely meet that description, Snowflake boys.
Yeah.
You sound.
So give me 20 push-ups right now, Liam.
I'll do 20 for every one you do, Parker. How about that?
Okay. You go first.
No, you do one or as many as you can do.
I'm good, Liam.
Yeah, okay. You're too smart for push-ups.
Make, make your argument. Make your argument, Liam.
If you do 20 push-ups, remember last time? Do you think I bet I could do more push-ups than you, Liam?
I hope you could do like at least 10. Last time you said your cat got in the way, and I think you got to 6.
It's that you could see the cat get in the way.
What's that?
It's that
I
you
didn't
could
see the cat get in the way. You were just.
It's literally a clip. People share that clip around. It's really funny.
Do you know how many times I've been doing push-ups and a cat got in my way?
Well, we're probably
no. I'm going to ask you.
Don't like you.
Yeah, why? Because they don't consent or something. Where are you going to go with this?
I think that cats do appreciate people who respect boundaries, and I don't know if that's you.
Dude, I don't know if it's fair debating you that right now because I've dog walked you like the last 2 times.
Yeah, whatever.
You said to me, and I don't know why this clip is not posted. It's so crazy. You said to me, I actually concede for the first time ever. I'm conceding to you, Liam. Do you remember saying that?
Oh yeah.
Where is that? Where is that clip at?
Liam, have you been thinking about that every night since and writing about that in your diary? And noting about that in your notes app every single day, just so that you can remember that one, saying it in the mirror before you came up on the live, just so that you can remind Dean of that one.
No, I just think that it's really hypocritical.
I could tell you the reason why no one's posted it. Do you want to know? It's because it makes
people don't like seeing you in a bad light.
I made the point that maybe if Republicans knew about Donald Trump doing these terribly sexually violent things before the election, he wouldn't have won. And they're like, oh, no, Dean, actually, we don't care
That's
about
not how it went. Back up.
And then I was like, you know what, Liam? You're so right. For the first time ever, I concede. You make a good point. Republicans maybe don't care about rape. So maybe if they did know about this, they still would have voted for him. But once again, do you think that you could do more push-ups than me? You want to do a push-up contest, Liam? You go first.
By the way, that's what he's parading that you conceded.
I conceded that Republicans don't care about rape.
No, that's not how it started. You said, Liam, if
Liam, he owned the libs right there.
Yeah, he did.
You said if the Epstein files in their entirety right now had been presented before the election, Donald Trump would not have been elected. And I said, with zero evidence, criminalizing him for any of the activity in those files. Wait a minute. I said, wait a minute. Didn't E. Jean Carroll's case happen before the election? You said, oh, that's right. I concede. And you literally, this is the thing that bothers me. You're saying that
I literally
Trump
did concede on that.
No, you're saying that Trump supporters.
I
want to dig this. I want to dig this point.
Wait, Liam, the people.
Dude, stop interrupting. I'm talking to Dean, Marge. Okay, stop it. Okay, Margie, don't interrupt. I'm talking to Dean. Are we good? Here we go. Living rent.
No, I don't think he does at all, actually.
I know you don't, because...
Liam, are you in the shower? Are you taking a shit? Liam, what?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Dude, I'm not.
Oh, that one was good. I ain't even gonna lie on that one.
You know what's funny? Do people shit in their jacket? Do people shit when they're wearing a jacket?
Can you? Yeah, you can.
When was the last time either one of you guys took a shit wearing a jacket?
I mean, I don't do that, but I don't take shits on live like you.
I don't either. Show the proof.
I mean,
show the toilet. Show the toilet.
That's
I know that you're a Trump supporter, but we just
That's a Trump supporter thing to do. I feel like Trump supporters shit with the jackets on.
You guys have been holding this clip for a year now. This is hysterical.
Oh, he can't even deny the clip anymore. He's just
love
trying
it.
to act like we should hold it.
W constipation. You know, I'm gonna claim it. Yeah, I was taking a dump on live debating.
Wait,
sure.
Liam,
I'm gonna claim it.
Okay,
I was but sure.
That's pretty close to the older millennial pissing himself while being arrested. That's pretty close to that.
You know, I would say I dump on you guys a lot. So what's the point?
Did he just concede? Did he just concede that he shit on live?
He just conceded that he shit on.
I did not, but sure. If that's
Nice
it,
concession,
that's
Liam.
wait a minute. The reason I came up here because we never finished our debate.
We're
Dean.
not talking metaphorically, Liam. We're saying literally.
We're saying literally shit on live.
On live.
Dude,
Like,
you guys know I
Liam,
don't. You guys know I don't have a problem.
You
with
just
shitting
agreed
on
to
live.
doing that. Wait,
Do you
by
want
the
me
way,
to go into
we're
my?
not even talking about Liam. We're not even talking about you watched a live stream and you were shitting. You joined. You were running it. You were
Wait.
hosting the stream.
Wait. Actually, there's a way for you to falsify the claim that that's you in the bathroom. We could tell that you're not in a car right now. Let's go ahead and pull that back up. Check this out. Let's go find the point. Okay. I want you to go to this location in your house and turn the camera on and prove that this is not the camera pointed at you, literally sitting on the toilet.
I would, but this is not my house. I'm in California right now. That's Idaho, where this live was taking place.
I mean, you can see the bar. You can see that it's a bathroom.
Oh yeah, that's actually something else.
Literally, where the toilet would be located. By the way,
you could see.
That's
you could
not.
see
That's
like
not
the,
actually. Wait a minute.
You could
that's
see like
actually,
the
no.
Shower,
Listen, that's
like,
a sauna.
tiles,
That's not.
and
Listen,
then the
that's
bar.
not. That's not. What is another name for a toilet?
in a
would
sauna,
be a water closet.
Like
that is
yeah, because they don't put tiles like that in bathrooms. They put them in saunas, right?
That's a sauna. Yes.
Typically saunas are made out of wood.
Okay, guys, listen to me. For starters, that's the gym. That's
wait.
a gym in my. That's a
you know
gym.
That's true, right?
That is a gym in my house.
Wait. You know that's true, right? Like typically saunas are made out of wood,
you
not
do not
tile.
see what you just saw. You do not see what you just saw.
This is so insane. What are we even talking about? I have a jacket on. I don't shit when I'm
why would you be wearing a
jacket?
jacket in the sauna?
Didn't you guys say for the longest time?
Why would you
By the
be
way,
wearing
you
a
think
jacket
that-
in the sauna?
Oh yeah.
What is this?
You're caught, buddy.
Craziness?
You're caught. Hands, dude, red-handed. Caught fucking red-handed. No.
Did I
You're
ever
lying.
say that I was using the sauna?
So the sauna is just not in use. You have a fucking jacket on. It looks like there's a shower right next to you.
What's the timeline on that? What month of the year was that?
Yeah,
Texan?
you are like the most delusional human being ever.
Dean, what month of the year?
How the fuck would I know?
Liam, you are like the little kid that's like, Mom, I swear it's a virus. Mom, it's a virus. Please believe it's a virus, Mom.
Parker, why is it guys like you and Santana block me, and then when you come up here on Dean's Live, you're like, I want to talk to you too, Liam. I want to talk to you too.
Liam, we're not gonna believe it's a virus just because you're deflecting.
Why are you not answering my question? Why do you block me and then
It's
think
not
that
a
you're
virus,
gonna?
Liam.
Then
Liam,
why do you?
It's not a virus.
Why do you
Liam.
think I'm gonna platform you right now, Parker?
Liam, you think that you are platforming me? You're delusional.
Yes, I'm platforming you.
That is the most delusional thing I've ever heard in my life.
I toured with Charlie Kirk in Turning Point, and he told you to leave, okay, in California, amongst other places. So yeah, we know who you are, bro. You're
You're
a troll.
He kicked
You're
me
a
out
troll
because he couldn't
who's
debate.
losing viewers. We know who you are, Parker.
Liam, how many viewers do you get when you go live?
I'm not a live creator.
Wait, yes, you are. You do lives about us.
I don't. I haven't done live in like 8 months.
So you gave up because you clearly.
No, I just want to truth.
So Liam, you failed. You couldn't catch fame, and then you decided to quit.
To be totally honest, I would have had to go 100% because I'm all or nothing guy.
Hey, you failed the grift, Liam. I understand. It's hard to grift.
I want to appeal to the hardworking American people,
Also,
not
you
the
said that
not the snowflake
he failed the
liberals.
grift. Also, you said that you toured with Charlie Kirk. Who's Ryan?
Who's Ryan?
Yeah.
Ryan is his director, one of his directors.
No, you're wrong.
Director of what?
He's not even right. It's not a director. He was like a off stage, off the camera manager that toured with him.
He's full of crap. I have Ryan's telephone number in my phone, you absolute buffoon.
No,
wait a minute. And when he was, I'll show you the text message if you
No,
want.
it's okay, bro.
And when he was
I believe you.
shot,
I believe you.
I was messaged in a group message, and before anyone really was even posted,
I wouldn't
knew
share.
that he was shot.
I don't. Okay, all right. I was gonna say I wouldn't share like too much.
I
of that.
literally, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'll be a snowflake. I literally cried in the shower when he was shot. Like not the same day, but like the day after, when the wave of emotions actually hit me, and I really realized what actually happened and the impact of it. It was heavy. It was really heavy. And you can laugh about it and do whatever you want. I don't care. I know you guys didn't like the guy or whatever, but
I won't laugh.
It's just there's no place for that.
I'm laughing at how awkward this is right now, man. I'm sorry.
It's very awkward.
Like, I'm sorry. I don't know how we even got to that information.
I mean, I don't think we ever talked about this,
Dude,
Like,
we
Liam, I don't know why
from-
you just randomly gave us that information. I'm just gonna be totally honest.
Now I definitely know that you're shitting on live, because you'll talk about crying in the shower on live. Sure as hell you'll show yourself shitting on the toilet on live then too, right?
I mean, people sing in the shower. They don't.
Wait,
get
don't you mean
emotional
like
in the
crying in the
shower.
sauna? I thought there was a sauna.
Liam, we're not saying you can't cry in the shower. I'm just saying, like, I was a little bit.
I
Caught
thought
off
you
guard in the
guys were like
conversation.
against toxic masculinity.
Wait,
so
Liam,
when a
Liam.
guy comes up here,
Liam,
hang on, bro.
Liam, listen, I'm just saying. I
George,
was a
calm
little bit caught
down.
off guard.
I'm speaking.
Yeah,
It's.
I was just saying I'm caught off guard, Liam. It's okay. It's okay. Calm down.
Yeah, dude, but Dean, the one thing that really bothered me, you and we were having a pretty good debate on, and you wouldn't let me push back on you at all, was the political violence thing. You were just talking about this a minute ago to the last viewer. You're talking about Donald Trump calling for the hanging of, Democratic leaders. Yeah. And I was telling you that I don't agree that the violence is one-sided. I think that it's very, very prevalent on the left at this point, and I think you see that with like Charlie Kirk, with the "Eat This Fascist," and then you look at Donald Trump, and Butler after the words that came out of Joe Biden's mouth, and Joe Biden actually even semi-apologized for it. That's from the top down. Okay, when you're saying things that are putting a target on the president's head, I don't think you can get any more violent than that.
Okay. Listen, man, I would say that in the last 2 years, we've either seen political violence from alt-right fascist Nazis or from people who are just like really politically like incoherent. Those are like the two groups of people that I've seen engage in political violence, right? Like I could think of the person who shot up a school in Denver the same day that Charlie Kirk was killed, okay, who like was self-described as a Nazi. So there's definitely some alt-right Nazis thrown into the mix of political violence. But then for the most part, everyone else is like completely politically incoherent. Like if you want to know why, no one really knew what Tyler Robinson's political identity was. And like your only evidence for him being left-leaning was calling Charlie Kirk a fascist. And there's also other evidence out there that suggested he was a groyper, is because people like Tyler Robinson don't really have a political identity. Okay? They're skewed. They're just insane. They're fucking insane people. They are not principled, and they don't have that identity because that identity is reliant on being principled. Okay? Right? So that's why I'd argue the violence that we see from the right is very different in nature from the violence that we see on the left, because the violence that we see on the right is not only principled within that like right-leaning identity, okay, but it is also with the backing of systemic power. All right? Donald Trump is the president. And you have to be able to acknowledge that the president calling for somebody to be executed is significantly different by its own nature than a random 14-year-old Twitter user calling for somebody to be executed. That is so meaningful, it is so impactful, and it is something that I don't think you are willing to represent. And it's not just Donald Trump calling for people to be executed. It's also people like Nancy Mace saying that Ilhan Omar needs to be deported and that she's a third worlder. Or Randy Fine saying that we need to nuke Gaza. These are all right-wingers who do not demonstrate this level of decorum and professionalism, entertaining violence because it gets their constituents all riled up, that we do not see from a single Democrat in Congress. You couldn't point me towards a single Democrat in Congress, a single Democrat that has ever served as president, that have made those styles of attacks on Republicans. You can't. But I could point you towards a cornucopia of different congressmen and women on the right and a cornucopia of the different attacks that these people have made.
So Omar, let's start right there. The only reason that Omar came up, in the conversation of deportation, removing her from this country, because potentially she married her brother so she could get citizenship. That was the whole conspiracy. That's the whole thing that's going down there. Whether that's true or false,
An example.
I don't have.
Another
Hang
example
on.
of right-wing violence. Yes, accuse the Muslim of marrying her brother.
I don't believe I interrupted you through that full monologue.
No, you didn't.
Anyway, Omar, I don't remember you. Can you point a time where Trump or anyone in his cabinet said this woman, for the words coming out of her mouth, needs to be kicked out of the country? That was never said.
So not in the cabinet, not in his cabinet. These are just more examples of the right. Okay, and that would be Nancy Mace. And more specifically, Randy Fine. Randy Fine is the one that's like literally deport her.
What's Nancy's position? What's Nancy's position in Trump's cabinet?
I said she's not in his cabinet.
Oh, so it's not even relevant to this conversation.
Yes, it is, because we are having a conversation about political violence on the left and the right. Obviously, pointing out political violence driven by a Republican in Congress is going to be very relevant to the conversation. Hello? Especially a Republican with Trump's endorsement, may I add.
Well, I don't agree to that, okay? I think that you're just cherry picking now, okay?
Dude, cherry picking. No, you just use words like cherry picking to dispute an argument on something other than its credibility when you lose the debate. Like, clearly,
not losing anything,
the political
bro.
right is significantly more violent in nature than the political left in America today. You have people like Trump saying that Democrats need to be executed. People like Randy Fine saying that we need to literally nuke Gaza and that Ilhan Omar is a brown person that needs to be deported. People like Nancy Mace saying that she speaks like a third worlder. It is disgusting. It is so disgusting. And those are just the examples that I've personally seen when scrolling on Twitter. I'm not getting this information from like research I've done. I've literally seen it. I bet if I was to go to somebody like Randy Fine's Twitter and like, I don't know, what happens when I go to x.com, Randy Fine, and like just keyword for like the word deport. What pops up?
You tell me.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Let me just show you. Let me just show you what pops up. This is a Republican congressman. Okay. I'm also gonna make sure that I show this on YouTube. And this is like literally just like a random experiment that I thought of doing like seconds ago. First thing that pops up: Ilhan Omar denaturalized and deport. Clear that Mamdani has no respect. We need to denaturalize and deport him. Amnesty, deport them all. Okay, these scumbags are the worst of the worst. Deport them all. Deport them all. Mehdi Hassan? Deport Mehdi Hassan? What the fuck are we doing? Why is he calling for Mehdi Hassan to be deported? Deport the 20 to 30 million undocumented immigrants. Deport Zoran Mamdani again? Deport a fucking Mamdani again? What are we doing? Actually, I have another idea. What if we go to a search bar and we type dog? Okay. Let's see if we could find it. Can we find where he was like calling?
What are we doing right now?
Check this out. I'll show this. I'll show you.
Gosh,
Muslims,
man.
dogs. Check this out. Give me 1 second. I'm pretty sure that Randy Fine says that he thinks that Muslims he thinks that dogs are better than Muslims.
I mean, if you're looking for like a Democrat dog, that would be like a poodle, wouldn't it? Or a Chihuahua?
Definitely a poodle. Hyperallergenic, very intelligent. Love him. Let me see. Give me 1 moment. Oh, yeah. He deleted the original tweet, which is why it took me a while to find it. And wonder why I chose dogs in reference to like Muslim terrorists. Okay, but like the original post was saying that he would choose dogs over Muslims. Like clearly this is political violence, right?
Can you go back to Omar's picture real quick? The first one you brought up.
Omar's picture? No, I lost it somewhere.
Okay, I just wanted to know. Do you think that American women, we need to push for policy where American women need to keep their shoulders covered?
No, we should.
And they need to start wearing headdresses.
I'm not okay with policy that says they have to. I support policy that says that they should have the ability to.
You think women should be more modest in this country, Dean? Is that what you think? You think that women should be platformed like Omar? Who comes from a? Hang on, bro. I'm in the middle of a sentence.
Modestly, if they
in
want
the middle
to,
of a sentence. Go ahead and mute me. Yeah, good boy. Let me finish. You think we should push for policy? Do you think women need more misogyny from men?
I hear you. No, I hear you. We can't have Ilhan Omar in Congress because she covers her head. But we can have Trump in the White House even though he raped E. Jean Carroll.
This is what happens when you get the pushback. The muting starts.
Parker muted you for the love of the game, bro. I wasn't going to touch it. That's all I had, man.
No, you know what? Let's just do this. Chat, this is your hero. This is how he debates. I'm gonna debate like he wants to win constantly, and then he'll let me speak freely, right? Is that how it works?
I'm just gonna correct you when you're wrong. Like fuck.
You're bringing up Omar
your
because
cortisol,
she fits your
Maxine Jester.
You're bringing up
Maxine.
Omar because she fits your narrative, Dean, of more political violence, deporting these people. So, do you want culture for women in the United States to push towards modesty? Do you want women's shoulders and their heads to be covered? Is that what you're looking for? That's fine. Don't talk with food in your mouth. I appreciate it.
I don't push for the normalization of any prescriptive gender norms, okay? To like a reasonable extent. So you're asking me here, do I think it is a case that we should advocate for norms that say women should cover their heads? No, we shouldn't advocate for those. Should we advocate for norms to give women the free ability?
What religion does she follow?
Absolutely.
What religion does she follow?
I'm not 100% sure. I'd assume she's a practicing Muslim based upon the Islamophobia directed at her.
What law what law in the Middle East, radical law, would you assume would follow the Muslim religion? What do you call that? What's that called?
I don't know. It looks like you're fishing for the phrase Sharia law.
Sharia law. Do you want to talk about Sharia law? Do you want Sharia law? Do you want Sharia law to impact the United States, Dean?
No, I don't really want any kind of religious fundamentalism to govern over the country. Thank you.
Do you think that that men should have 11 wives and they should marry one when she's 6 and consummate the wedding when she's 9?
No, I don't.
So you don't. So you wouldn't follow the Prophet Muhammad, right?
Oh yeah. Well, it looks like.
But you would you would glorify.
Do you think that kids should literally be murdered?
But you would glorify hang on. But you would glorify and elect one to be mayor of New York, right? And platform him?
Yes, I would.
Right? Why?
Because every single major religion has fundamentalist sects that hold on to bad interpretations of their religious scripture to promote division, hate, and harm. This is not exclusive to Islam. In the same way that you just said, some interpretations of Aisha's hadith, place her to be 9 years old when she married Prophet Muhammad. We could also look at 1 Samuel 15:3, where God tells his men to literally kill the babies of the Amalekites. So in the same way that you argued that I shouldn't support a Muslim like Zoran Mamdani to be the mayor of New York because your interpretation of his religion means that his prophet is a pedophile, let me ask you this question. Does this mean that you don't support Donald Trump as president because the clear interpretation of 1 Samuel 15:3 means that apparently Donald Trump is okay with the slaughter of newborns?
The slaughter of newborns.
Oh, yeah, you didn't like that one.
The
See what
slaughter
happens when we play the generalization
No, you asked me a question.
Blame game with fundamentalist interpretations of religious texts? Like this, you can do this with any fucking religion, you asshole.
So we have to test your morality if we're going to go this deep.
No,
Dean.
you're going to have to answer the question, Liam.
No, we're gonna have to see if you actually can have this conversation.
You're not going to dodge and pivot and deflect away from the question.
I'm not
clearly
dodging
think that I have the moral foundation to engage in this conversation with you, since you are the one that started the conversation by asking me about my moral suppositions surrounding Prophet Muhammad marrying a 9-year-old. You are running. Answer the question. You told me that you could interpret Aisha's hadith to place her as 9 years old when she married Prophet Muhammad. Therefore, I shouldn't support any Muslim person in any public office, even if that Muslim person does not believe that pedophilia is okay, and does not believe that Aisha was 9. Therefore, we should not support any Christian in any public office, including somebody like Trump, because God in 1 Samuel 15:3 said, slaughter the newborns. Because God in, Leviticus 25:44-46 says, slavery is okay. Regardless of what their interpretations of 1 Samuel 15:3 or Leviticus 25 are. Right?
No. So for
why
starters,
not? What's the difference?
For starters, you're twisting things. Okay.
Oh, that's exactly what a benevolent Muslim would tell you about Aisha's age. They'd go over how you're twisting things.
Wait a minute.
Actually, the calendar operated differently when Aisha was writing her hadith. When she says that she's 9 years old, that's actually operating off of a different calendar structure than what we would operate off of today. Okay. All that I care about is that person does not glorify a pedophile from their perspective. That's all I care about. The same way, all I'd care about when testing a Christian to see if I want them to be in a position of any governmental role is, when we talk about Leviticus 25, are they going to sit here and say that slavery is okay? Or are they going to sit here and say that slavery is not okay? Because all I care about is if they say that slavery is not okay, regardless if they engage in some type of contortion of reality in the Bible in order to justify that position. Because matter of fact, when we look at the clear text of the Quran and the Hadiths, the Bible, or the religious text of Judaism, you're going to find verses that are pervasively immoral. And then you're going to look at the followers of these religions, and what matters is how they interpret it. There's going to be some fundamentalist followers of all these three religions that will read the pervasively immoral texts within them, and they will say, yes, these pervasively immoral texts mean exactly what they say, therefore, I'm going to be a pervasively immoral person. However, there's going to be a larger group of non-fundamentalists that will kind of just ignore the pervasively immoral texts. They'll just kind of cherry pick out the pervasively immoral texts, or they'll engage in sophistry and try to find some way to justify the pervasively immoral text as not actually being true, leading them to the conclusion that they want to use this religion as a symbol of peace and love to spread unity and build community predicated on benevolence. You cannot single out one religion, Islam,
so wait a minute.
Generalize the fundamentalist interpretation of their text to all Muslims and say, for that reason, we should never put somebody like Zohran Mamdani in the position of the mayoral seat in New York City. Now, for everybody watching this stream, I'm going to tell you exactly what Liam is about to do. The argument that I just gave is bulletproof. It is legitimately bulletproof. It is absolutely impenetrable, and without a doubt, 110% refutes his argument that because of Aisha's hadiths, Zohran Mamdani, because he's a practicing Muslim, shouldn't be mayor of New York City. So in response, you will not actually hear Liam address the argument that I just gave. So the mic and the floor are yours, Liam. Everybody pay close attention. He will not legitimately address the argument that I gave. He's going to find some way to weasel out of it. Go ahead.
No, I'm going to address it, but I'm going to start it how I want to, because you've just been monologuing and filibustering. And I love that Parker is playing moderator down here and muting me. I love it with the little smirk on his face.
Proving me right.
Okay, so anyway, let's get back to it. So first of all, you always love to jump to slavery. It's your go-to. So we have to start there. Under what conditions would slavery be permissible for you?
According to the Bible?
No, I'm asking you, under what condition would slavery let me present
my beliefs aren't relevant to this conversation.
No, yes, they are.
How?
We talked about your morality because you're judging God's word, little fella. So yes,
he's pivoting. See,
there's no there. Look at him. And the muting people here.
Look, he's proving me right. It's great. See, this is what I mean. My arguments are so fucking good.
You right now?
What's
I'm
that?
about to go start my live, but Dean, I just wanted to say, he's literally proving you right now, and Liam, you're stupid.
Wow, so good. So good,
Dude,
Parker.
I don't know why you must be a masochist, Liam. You just keep on coming up here to get grilled. Here, I need a moment.
So under
actually, no, be quiet. I'm going to thank my
what
donors.
condition?
Oh, hey, actually, be quiet. Lord T, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you so much for that love, Lord T. Lord T says, Phil the Poop Man. Appreciate you so much for the $20, Lord T. Show some love to Lord T down below. Then Hana, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, I'm Muslim. He literally thinks Muslims are a monolith. Many don't support Sharia and are actually pretty chill. Yeah, ask him if he knows Bosnia, a Muslim majority country, runs. No, absolutely, Hana. Like, he's just like brainwashed by like radical like Islamophobia that is so pronounced in modern day American conservatism. Alice, thank you for the $1. Then McKenna, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, saying, what's your kitty's name? Her name is Momo. And then Michael, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Says, cool, so my gas is 50 cents cheaper, but I don't have health insurance anymore. Hashtag winning. So real, Michael. I really appreciate you. Show some love to Michael down below. And then Mad Daddy Moonshine, thank you for the $25. Jessica, thank you so much for the $10. And then Bailey, thank you so much for the $15. Show some love to all of our donors. Liam, could you say W, donors?
Yeah, W donors, W for grift. W for the grift.
Oh, good boy, good boy. Cassandra, thank you for the $10 over. I'm not done. Cassandra, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. He says he's so worried about Muslims pushing their religion on people, but not that Christianity is trying to make laws to force us to follow his religious beliefs. Yeah, absolutely, Cassandra. Thank you for the $10. Good point. Jenna, thank you for the $10. Who says, I'm so glad that you're live late. It's really nice to watch you after I get off, so thank you so much. Well, thank you for being here. I appreciate you for the $10. And yes, we did do a very late live tonight. Madeline, Caroline, and Christian, appreciate all of y'all for the $5. And then Jessica, thank you so much for the $30 donation over on PayPal. I really appreciate you so much for the love. Show some love to Jessica down below. As well as I just read your message. If you want to send me that link, I'd love to check it out. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then Harold, thank you for the $20 as well. Let's get 200 Harold W's down below. I appreciate y'all. If you want to support me before we do end the stream, which will likely be soon, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link stream bio on TikTok. Pin message over on YouTube. And the handle's also at the top of the phone screen. Bernard, I'd like to thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, Zoran is a mayor of humanity. Trump is a criminal. Bro, so real, man. I have a lot of respect for Zoran Mamdani. It's really unfortunate, you know, that the conservatives push back against him so hard, even though he's like probably the best representative of what an American politician is supposed to look like in like the last like 15 years, man. Like truly, Zoran Mamdani represents the people, regardless of the people know it or not. And even though we have people like Liam who will bash on him all day long, if Zoran Mamdani was given, you know, control of the area where Liam lives, Zoran Mamdani would still do what is in the best interests of Liam, even though Liam fucking hates him just because of the religion which he practiced. And that's a really big difference between the left and the right. You know what I mean? It's a really big difference. Liam will hate a politician, even if that politician wants to help them and make his life better, because that politician is brown. Because that politician is Muslim.
This is insane.
Laura, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. It says, have Liam thank me for the donation. Thank you so much for that love, Laura. Can you thank Laura?
Yeah, Laura, thank you. Your sister just sent me 100 and said Dean Withers is insane.
Oh, you thanked Laura? Good boy. Show some love to Laura down below in that chat. And good boy, Liam. Thank you for the $20. Patsy, thank you so much for the $30 over on Venmo, who says, always a fan. Go, Dean. I was listening to you while hanging out with my 16-year-old grandson. Found out that he's a fan as well. Evidently, I'm a cool grandma. Dude, Patsy, you are a cool grandma. You are definitely a cool grandma. Show some love to Patsy down below. I love Patsy so much. Thank you so much for that love. Then Lauren, thank you for the $20. She says, there's no hate like Christian love. Damn, what a shame. Yeah, man, if people genuinely practiced the scripture to the detail of the scripture, then I think Christianity would be so much more popular. True.
Dean, are you back to slavery that you dodged?
Plus,
you always bring this up.
Venmo. Thank you so much for that love.
You always bring this up, and I think it's really weak of you because you never finish the debate when it comes to slavery. Under any conditions for you, is slavery, was it permissible at all?
So under no conditions is chattel slavery ever permissible.
So if you had a man that was sold, a young man that was sold as property, and he would have otherwise starved to death and was given employment and then was given an inheritance from his his boss, you could call it, his owner, whatever it was,
By
and
the way,
had
this
it
is,
life. Was given. Hang
this
on.
is the
Was
Confederacy's argument.
So, what would it be better to have
We've been
perished?
responding to this argument for 200 years, by the way. This is a very old argument.
I'm asking you. I'm asking
it's
you.
one of the oldest justifications for slavery is that their conditions, if they were to not be enslaved, would be worse than their conditions if they were to be enslaved. Therefore, slavery is permissible in this circumstance.
How many black men owned black people in the United States?
0. 0 in the American
Are you
South.
fucking serious right now?
Yes, I am. 0. I am. I don't know. I'm gonna go to kick you. Get shit on. Okay. Hey, Don, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you, Don. Just some love to Don down below. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That guy's so gone. By the way, he was just gonna start parroting like arguments from the Confederacy. Fun fact. You know, there was a little bit of discourse in the American South during slavery about its possible immorality, especially as the Civil War started, or was about to start. Tensions were rising. And during this time, there were a lot of Christians who would listen to what the North had to say, slavery's wrong. And then their takeaway would be to go ask their local pastor. So when they'd go to their local pastor had to find a solution. How do we mold the morality of owning a human as property over the governing notion of Christian values described in the New Testament? And the way that they did it is exactly through the means in which were just described by Liam. Okay? Which was, they would be facing worse conditions if they were to not be owned as property. Oh, by the way, guys, there's like 3 people on TikTok spamming WGuess. They do that every single time I kick someone. Just ignore them. Like they're actually brain dead. they're droids, bro. They're Russian bots. They're Russian bots. Every single time I kick somebody for any reason whatsoever, they just spam.
We have some news right now. Donald Trump says that the United.
Sorry, Aaron Parnos popped up on my Instagram feed. Actually, let's go ahead and listen to it. Let's see what the breaking news is.
Problem is they were actually.
Here we go.
Donald Trump says that the United States identified possible people who would take over in Iran following the death of the supreme leader. But the only problem is they were actually also killed in the airstrikes. He was speaking to Jonathan Karl at ABC News Tonight, where he said, quote, second or third place is dead, saying that the strikes were so successful that they took out everyone, including the people they thought would take over for the Ayatollah, who was also killed by the United States. And then he went on to say that he got the Ayatollah before the Ayatollah could get him. The Ayatollah tried twice, and that Trump got him first, twice referring to the fact that the Iranians in the past had tried to play.
Yeah, takeaway from that video, looks like the Trump administration, per their own admission, has created a power vacuum. Like, oh, wow, power vacuum. Nobody, feasible that we could, make a leader. What will happen? Y'all are really getting way too worked up by the people spamming WGuess in the comment section. It's fine. You guys are getting, just ignore them. You guys are getting way too worked up over them on TikTok. It is fine. Y'all don't need to, counteract it at all. Yesterday, I kicked a guy after he said that he wasn't listening to my counter argument. I literally, drew it for him on Google Docs. I wrote it down, and then I showed him the counter argument, visually, after he didn't understand me telling it to him 4 times. He was just playing dumb, okay? Because my counter argument destroyed his position. So then after I literally wrote out the argument and I showed it to him visually so nobody could deny it, he just said that he wasn't listening. So I was like, okay, you're wasting my time, and I kicked him. And then we saw the W guests for an hour after that. It's their coping mechanism, chat. Obviously, this live stream is a very uncomfortable place for Trump supporters, as you could probably guess, because of the nature of our content exposing them all day long. So their coping mechanism is to become bird brains and just spam W guess anytime I kick someone. So that's the only thing they have. You know, I want to leave it to them. I understand that this live stream can be quite traumatic for people that lean right. So it's like the one thing I want to give back to those that lean right, or is like the free ability to kind of like suck on their thumb, spam a little W guess when they want to. You know, I kind of just let them have that. Anyways, folks, Monkey Bone, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, thank you for being an inspiration, Dean. You gave me the confidence to stand up for my beliefs, and I will be joining the protest for the first time in my life. Keep up the great work. You too, Monkey Bone. I hope that you have a great experience at that protest. Man, I'm just so happy. I'm so happy with the many Americans that are waking up and standing up, and I'm so proud. I'm so proud of y'all as well. I am. All right, guys. I'm going to go ahead and end the live stream for the night. It is time I pop off. Parker is live. He's going to be live for the next couple hours. So if you want to watch this stream, you could find him on TikTok and YouTube at Parker Get a Job. So head over there. At Parker Get a Job everywhere. I love you all. I'll see you all tomorrow. Peace and love. Good night and goodbye. At Parker Get a Job everywhere. Spam Dean Rid. Bye, guys.